I didn't even turn on the microphone. That's why no one knew. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. What's up, everybody? Dun, dun, dun. Gyro. Really hard to use. Started exporting. Holy fuck. NVIDIA dual NVLink. Dual. Wait a minute, so I can play games and render video at the same time? What the fuck? Is it possible to do that? Okay, this is pretty useful. Project. Need. Decoder. Holy shit. Frame rate. Holy shit. How the fuck can I play a game with this horrible frame rate? Mm-mm. Holy shit. What the fuck? Holy shit. Why is it only super smooth?17124。Why suddenly become so smooth? What the fuck just happened? hours. Oh. Assist. Fucking assist. clip, but it's wild clip. Holy shit, I didn't even turn on the audio. Fuck.
Yeah.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
别小一个。
What the fuck?
平台上还有一个。
What the fuck? They go suicide. What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
一起打 B 了。
Guys, I tell you, we kill them all. Smoke!
B 有人，
白车一个，
Grenade out!
啊！
下包。
Activating the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
Kindly add me, just want some suggestions about my work.
Uh, kindly add me. You just want some suggestion. Then you gotta tip me to do that. You can just link some social media stuff to me. Then I can find it out. Rust Coast. Rust Coast. Market. G. Rust. Okay. PP Urban. Pretty much the same. Field tested. .39. .39. So 0.8. .2.
Let's roll. Let's roll. Let's move out.
哥哥，你是 gay 吗？
算是吧。哇，你好猛啊！我集体冲 A 啊！感觉要打 B 呀、
Affirmative.
打 B 打 B 了。
Roger that.
鸟居牛逼啊！
车子。
OK， 我在绕屁股，
来 B，B2 一个。
OK。
好像。
哦，牛逼！
Laying down smoke. Roger that. Throwing fire. Throwing flashbang. Throwing smoke.
A 空，是 B。
操 ！B 拱门两
我们会上。
好局。拱门还有一个，拱门还有一个。
我操，这那个不，牛逼！
最后一个在 B，
Affirmative.
最后一个在 B， 刚刚在沙发。
Deploying flashbang.
手包就行，手包就行。
好像
牛逼牛逼！牛逼牛逼，哥哥牛逼！
别，我会怕哥哥。
啊，不能。
我先把你禁掉啊！
Let's go, fellas. Incendiary out. Smoke.
立马又打地啊！中路一个，中路还有一个。二楼一把杀一，二楼一把杀一。二楼上了，二楼上了。下来了，跳下来了。牛逼牛逼！哟，牛逼牛逼牛逼！
对面上把1了，这把可能有大局哎。
OK OK， 那可能对面要打中了。
Roger that.
中路的话还
我
再一个吧。
A1别丢火，我前顶试一下。
OK OK。
Shot. Laying down smoke.
我操！
闪没
啊，
人出
不是有人 A1 丢
手，
火？
不是我前顶，我还没顶到啊！
我天！
我闪还没丢出去呢。
哇 ，YP 掉了，YP 掉了！小心掏屁股，YP 后面还有一个。这应该是转电手包了。我靠！没事没事，问题不大，问题不大。
For Queen and Country, man. Incendiary. Throwing smoke.
中路中路中路中路中路！
那中路人好多，
Throwing a grenade.
我操啊！B 上了，
我操，全在 B。
哇，离谱！
Hi, my name is Taiwan。我们今天要来跟大家分享一款比原厂
我操，我怎么那么卡？突然帧数就上来了。
I'm in position. Gear up. We're going in. Smoke.
我操！我冲的也太快了吧。
中路一把大狙，
不是对面这冲的也太快了吧！哦，牛逼牛逼！
二楼跳了一个，
二楼掉，
掉了
二楼掉
掉了。
中路大狙掉。
缺一了，
嘿，哎，小心井家，小心井家。
Defusing the bomb.
哎我，
啊，拱门还有一个黑狗，
哎好强好强，
Defusing the bomb.
牛逼牛逼牛逼！
Damn.
狙击枪，
大狙大狙。
Now we're really laying into them.
Damn. That's a clip.
What on? Incendiary out. Laying down smoke.
中路有，
掉吧掉吧掉吧，二楼掉吧。
Roger that. Roger that.
中路中路，中路还有一个冲锋枪，哎中路俩。 有个大狙的，
拱门拱门拱门 ，A 点。哦呦，我的我的，
这个是大狙，
下包了下包了。 牛逼！
牛逼！
好了好了，可以走了。
Defusing.
哥哥真酷，我操！
No stopping us.
Dopey gun.
Let's go. Roger. Throwing fire. Smoke.
一小两个，
OK OK。我在同台加绕，我在同台加绕，
我操，狙这么快！
真牛逼！我到了中路了。
啊！
啊！
好
中路大狙掉，中路大狙掉。
没换到子弹。没时间了，
哈哈，好强，
牛逼！
牛逼！
更厉害、更多功能、更多自定义按键的 App。
Move it, move it. That's a negative. Incendiary. Throwing smoke. Grenade out.
中路没见，
Flashbang.
哎，我操，二楼，二楼一个，
Roger that.
妈的，刚准备搜二楼，直接撞人脸上去了，我操，鼠标差点扔飞了。中路吗？
好呀
哦，我操，
，A1，
牛逼！我操，跳来下边，跳来下边，
Roger that.
牛逼牛逼！
Right on, right on. Our Let's have at it, mate.
我操！
Smoke.
哦，被杀阴手撕了。
Grenade.
可是哥们儿，我操，这杀音这么准！
Flashbang.
他应该是下的那个点。中路2，
Throwing flashbang.
OK OK，
Deploying flashbang.
中路近点，
Throwing a grenade.
中路拱门，进拱门了。
OK OK OK，我到中了，我不会来晚了吧？
去 A 了。啊？没去 A，要去 A 了。
VIP 有一个。啊！
哎，算
去球啊，跳不上去，我操！
去 B 包，应该是 B 包
感觉不像啊。
，B 包 B 包。
好吧好吧。
Smoke.
我操，炸了，跑了。
小 U 有一个。走，你会被炸死吧？这里。哦，炸不。
What a pity I didn't even take off my clothes today XD.
Didn't take off my clothes.
Come on, chop chop. Flashbang. Laying down smoke. Throwing flashbang. Throwing smoke.
我操，1比1，中路这么快就出了。
Weird translation. It must be a pity that you didn't strip live today.
Not a stripper.
我操！
Okay. Why?
Negative. We must work together.
哎，还分开打吗？
打 B 呗，打 B 或者打中都可以。打中的话，我就分 VIP 烟了。
不是啊？
Yes.
VIP 感觉好多。
哎，你家一个。
啊
Flashbang.
VIP 有人呢。好枪，有一个刚才在你家。
去 B 去 B 去 B 去 B。
OK OK OK。
I'm planting the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
我看你家。B 吗？
是在挨爆点了。来超市超市。在柜台那里。
这 USB。没事，要炸了要炸了，拖时间拖时间。牛逼牛逼！
You don't cry like babies. Affirmative. We are going to do this.
Let's go. Bing bong bong.
包可以把那个包往后面扔一下呗，包往后面扔一下。我屌他妈哟！啊！我操！包掉拱门，包掉拱门！
我操，牛逼！妈的，吓我一跳！这
我救你呀、感谢我好不好？救你呀、差点被刀了，你知道吗？
我操！他妈的要被人刀了！我操！
一刀没刀死我，我操！
刀死了就好玩了，我操！
Forward! Throwing smoke!
啊，你丢烟干啥？
Grenade out!
啊，二楼一个，二楼一个，二楼下面一个。
我嗨，My name is Taiwan。我们今天要来跟大家分享一款比原厂更厉害。
啊！第一好像去了一个。
哎呦，哪来这么多烟？操！
我操，66666，包在那儿我也没办法了，我操！这他妈家里边还偷不来一个，都他妈在 B， 都在 B， 都在 B。
去了吧，
保了吧，保了吧。
Yes, yes, yes. I'm planting the bomb.
架着架着，
哎呀，我操！A 点一个。妈的，我准备扔东西了，他妈来人！牛逼牛逼！剩下一个应该在 A。牛逼牛逼！他妈的，回回他妈切刀召唤敌人，我操，人服了。
Yes. Let's go, let's go! Smoke!
哦，
Throwing bomb! Activating the bomb.
波感，那这个波感呢，它就是音量。
Affirmative. Let's go. I'm throwing a flashbang. Flashbang. Smoke.
哪里来了？
I'm planted.
OK，
我操！
Bomb has been planted.
屁股哥们儿，ISIS。哎，好像去 B2了。哪里前啊那个？
Affirmative.
OK。
Let's throw in a grenade.
他妈回回按4召唤敌人，我真服了。2楼一个。我操！
哈哈，好枪！
Grenade out.
好贱啊！
牛逼牛逼牛逼！
调整键就是我们下面有耳机孔嘛，原厂的也是有耳机孔的部分，但是我们如果要调，
我是真他妈懂了，全都是开密匣，我操！按4召唤敌人。
Yes, yes, yes. Go, go, go! Smoke! Flashbang! Throw in a flashbang!
哎，前压一个中路。
Darn! I'm throwing a flashbang.
好局，
Throw in a flashbang! I'm planted. Yes.
哎，两个都在 A， B 下方。哦，已经在 B 了。
Throw in bomb.
有个大狙的，
market
大
market，
狙进来了。
我操啊！超市一个。 有点离谱了。我操！我怎么这么卡呀？我100多延迟，我操！我切个刀都他妈 PPT， 我操！
调整音量的话，设定里面你才可以慢。
Move it, move it. Flashbang.
你也有一个，在门里。
最右边一个，最右边一个。
我操，这白的！
无情，
好
太
强好强
无情了。
牛逼牛逼！
Activating the bomb. Throwing fire. Bomb has been planted. Smoke.
叫一个。
我们好像上了，
Terrorists win.
牛逼！
Bad. We have our revenge.
Okay, gonna eat some food. Come back later. Not even half.
Let's roll.
什么mom？
老板在吹了吗？儿子，我在帮你刻印章，你不要贡献。
那你回来的时候可以去门口拿个包裹吗？
小包大包？
中包。
多谢你哦。哦，好，我了解。
反正你拿得动的就是中包。
OK， 好，没问题。
OK， 好。
哎，好。
OK， 拜拜。
啊，你去灶开厨房啊？你
我吃完了。
食了，啊，你边仔有高丽菜要乌瓜去食？
待会啊。
哦，好。
OK。
哦，好，拜。
I'm throwing smoke. Smoke.
印章老板问你，啊，那个手机号显示在你的那个公司账监管吗？
It is time now, my
可
brother.
以要，可以不用。
那就不用啊。
我来要。
啊，有了有什么屁用？那可以刻什么 Line 的账号在上面吗？
我问老板，现在采用的是高电子这种可以刻 Line 账号在上面吗？应该没在吧？吼。没有人用账号。
那就不用了，那就不用了，那就不用了。
那是你私人的东西啊。
OK。那就不用了，那就不用了。好，那就不用了，不用了。
啊，一定要住址吗？住址一定要。好，那没有问题，先这样子。
那记得帮我拿包裹。
我找。学校的 不睡姐小姐就讲，啊，你的动作你靠你妈妈养好了啦。我也蛮无奈。
We're going to do this.
Terrorists win.
Fear us.
好。
Now is the time. Throw in the flashbang. Throw in fire. We lost the bomb. Throw in smoke.
Oh fuck.
Grenade.
Oopsie doopsie. It's still in the same place. Yeah, he fucked up. He fucked up. Fucked up. Blah, blah.
Let's go. Smoke. Planting. I'm throwing
Bomb
fire.
has been planted. This is easy. We kill them, and then we go home. Planted. Bomb has been planted.
Grenade.
Holy shit.
As excited as we can get over shiny new computer parts, the vast majority of them inevitably get to a point where they're woefully out of date. But
Take care of yourselves. Of course. Flashback. Throwing smoke.
before you chuck your old parts or even your entire old rig into an e-waste pile, we want to give you some surprisingly useful ways to keep using that old hardware. If you're having issues with your off-the-shelf router, you can actually turn your old PC into a router instead. You see, drop connections and other router problems are often caused by the underpowered hardware inside getting overwhelmed. But the good news is that even a relatively slow PC from a decade ago can run circles around the typical store-bought router in terms of performance. We actually have a whole video that goes into more detail on how to do this, but it's mostly a matter of installing a network card and one of several free operating systems that handle traffic routing and firewall duties. It does take a little bit more work to configure properly than a consumer-grade router, but once you do, you'll have a powerful, customizable setup that is far less likely to crash at inopportune times. Another good idea is to just breathe some life into that older system so that it can still accomplish basic tasks. The culprits behind the slow performance of older systems, say from the last 15 years or so, tend to be either a reliance on old mechanical hard drives or insufficient RAM. The good news is that SSDs with modest capacities are quite cheap, and it's still also possible to get older kinds of RAM, such as DDR3, for not a whole lot of money either, meaning it might be preferable to just upgrade your old PC instead of shelling out for a whole new one if you just need something responsive enough for web browsing.
We must win. Throwing a flashbang. Flashbang. Throwing smoke. Activating the bomb. Bomb has been planted. Grenade!
Productivity and video calls. And even though there's been some consternation over Windows 11 system requirements, some of them are easy enough to bypass if you want current OS on older hardware. And failing that, you could always try Chrome OS Flex, which is free and designed to run easily on older computers. But what if you have an old graphics card laying around? We'll tell you what to do with that right after we thank iFixit. They offer comprehensive guide. Quick, head to our link in the description to see build. There are a good number of older titles that simply do not run well on newer hardware, even with community mods, meaning a GPU that's old enough could allow you to run these games without the messy compatibility issues as long as you have core components from a similar era. But what if you have a newer card that's no longer supported? Say, something like a GTX 580. If you have a rig and you can always do some good for the world and contribute to a distributed computing project like Folding at Home, which conducts disease research by utilizing unused cycles on your PC. And while it can run on CPUs, GPUs generally provide significantly more processing power when it comes to simulating protein folding. Finally, here's a good idea for those of you who are really into music, TV, or films. You can always set up a dedicated home NAS or network attached storage, where all of your media can live and be accessible from anywhere on your home network. While it's obviously true that just streaming media from a paid service is more common these days, owning your media is still quite popular among home theater enthusiasts. And not only does a NAS not need tons of processing power, but it's also a good way to reuse any mechanical hard drives you've got laying around. NASs, of course, can put all that storage to use in other cool ways too, such as running a surveillance server, locally hosting smart home functionality if you don't want to rely on commercial cloud service, or de-Googling your life if you'd rather have your cloud photos live at your house rather than in a Google server farm, or who knows who's looking at them. Have you ever repurposed your old equipment for a cool project we didn't mention? Let us know down in the comments. If you're interested in knowing more about selling your old
I'm not gonna go.
Playing my game, watching YouTube, eat that salad. I don't know, like, everybody honking at him. Like, just stay there. We'll be back in route now.
No, go, dude. Like, go across now.
Yeah, go. He's backing up.
I know, I'm getting warm. Now he's in their way.
Go, go, go. Roger. Throwing smoke.
Like, yeah. Dude, just go. Go. Go that way, dude. He would be driving a Chevy.
Yeah. I mean, it's our turn now.
Come on, chop chop. Laying down smoke. Throwing fire. Let's show them who we are. Throwing flashbang.
Even those who sincerely wanted it now recognize it was a bad idea, or opinion.
Let's have at it, mates. Laying down smoke.
Bomb has been planted.
Affirmative.
Justice split as of the time of my brain. So many more people now think Brexit was a bad idea.
Let's go. Roger that. Throwing smoke.
What are we doing? What are you doing? Wait off. Hey. Whoa. Really? Where does it say that? It says stop here on red. You're the one sitting on your phone doing the whole thing. My phone? Really? Yeah, I saw you looking down doing everything else. No, I was doing something like that. Okay, well, I'll see you with the ticket on police supervisor. Sure, sounds good. Let me get your badge number. You want to get arrested? You're going to get arrested for assault as a civilian. Yeah, I was just assaulted by a police officer who punched me in the face through my window.
Is he pressing charges against me? Like for breach? Yeah, because I yelled at stuff for assault. Because you hit. And he has video that you hit. And there's nothing where I can press for breach piece for him yelling at me, whatever it is.
Signal and you just almost hit me.
Get out of here before I take my hand truck and shove it up your ass.
Could be a problem. Okay, you're.
Throwing flashbang.
You're gonna shoot me? You're gonna shoot me, huh? If I go by your house again, you're going to shoot me. Is that correct? Yes? Yeah, you're gonna bust shots off at me, right? You're gonna shoot me? Oh, that's cool, bud. I know you're all high on dope. It's good. I'm gonna do a crackdown on you. Yep, you're high on dope. I'm gonna do a crackdown on your whole house. You just threatened to shoot me. It's over, bud.
Hey, also don't
yeah, you said you're gonna shoot me.
Also threatening to shoot a minor.
Yep. Public road, bud. I can drive by your house anytime I want. Tell your mother to quit honking at my fucking car.
Grenade out. Smoke. Throwing flashbang. Throwing a grenade. Roger that.
I'm not lost, bud. Oh, you own the road, right? And what's this in your hand? What is this in your hand right there? Yes, come on, bud. What's that in your hand right there? Can you please get out of the roadway so I can go down? Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Laying down smoke. Defusing the bomb. Terrorist.
Can I get through the road or do you own this? Don't worry, bud. Can you get off the road? Okay, cool.
What on? Incendiary out. Throwing fire. Roger. Smoke.
Okay, so sir, obviously I stopped you for speeding.
No excuses.
131 and a 50. So with that speed, you're going to lose your license and you lose your vehicle. Do you have your driver's license or insurance on you? You understand that's stunt driving, right? 50 zone. Whose vehicle is this?
That is mine.
Your father? Okay.
10 minutes ago, I got my
Okay, so unfortunately you lost it for 30 days, right?
I have a clean record.
Not today. That's crazy speed, man. 130.
I thought the limit was like 90 here.
Look at the signs. Everywhere.
Throwing smoke. Throwing fire. Grenade out. Fire in the hole. Laying down smoke.
up and down the street. You just passed the school.
May I return to G2?
No, you won't. You passed your test.
No, I think I should get a retest because of this offense.
Well, they don't give you a retest. Sir, so you are being charged with operating a motor vehicle 40 kilometers or more over the limit in an under 80 kilometer hour zone, okay? All right, so the second one is for speeding 131 kilometers an hour opposed to 50, okay? I hope you, I have a feeling you have learned. And
Throwing fire. Smoke. Roger that. Throwing fire. Throwing smoke. Grenade out. Roger that. Counter-terrorists win. Champions. I guess we got that mess sorted out.
Unbox something. Box. Box. I think my phone is back. Boom, 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 boom.
Blasters everywhere, and you have this giant tower in front of me. What do you need it for? You know how much ammo that has? I mean, Grandma, like, I know we battle each other every night, but you're taking this too far.
I'm not taking it too far, I'm ready.
It's just.
Where'd you come ready?
I'm ready for what? There's still darts in the bag? What? What?
Is it your thumb or mine?
把可食用液可炭倒进吹风机，真空一下爱创作的经典。迅速把屋子打扫干净，等待洗完澡的冰冰出来。
很难的被他切的好像很简单一样。 这一球打得非常的平啊。麦甘先生一开始他的站位是站在垒包的前侧，他们今天也是出现了2次的安打，而且感觉他这2天有一些球越打越强劲，确实有打到裁判，也是主角。
10 if you strip to underwear.
Just take this DNA test. Bulletproof. Hands down. That is no questions about it. Claimed that she and a group of girls first met Justin after the concert in a special VIP room, and he picked her over the others.
镜头埋起来。这支镜头也卖了10几支了吧？有需要摄影器材都可以跟我询问哦。
I think you have to send a private message to get the photos or videos. I think for 100 I can take a photo of him even taking off his underwear. I did. He never responds.
I stream everything. Steam没错。Who's here? Who's in the chat? Oh shit. Jesus Christ. I did he never respond? What the fuck? What message? What's your Instagram? Or what's your account? I didn't received anything. What the fuck? I didn't respond. Jesus Christ. You say you DM my Instagram. There's nothing over there.
I followed in everything.
What the fuck?
I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly.
I highly recommend his account at CAI Pros Elfie at CAI Pros Elfie.
Touch the trash can, you lose. This is a school competition for a free pizza, and this guy in blue has every intention of eating that
Dude, I
pizza
love it to
tonight
death.
as
I
he
believe
flips
you will
over the
like it
trash
too.
can every time he is about to touch it. Do you think he won it? Touch the trash can, you lose. This is a school competition for a free pizza, and this guy in blue has every intention of eating that pizza tonight as he flips over the trash can every time he is about to touch it. Do you think he won it? Touch the trash can, you lose. This is a school competition for a free pizza, and this guy in blue has every intention of eating that pizza tonight as he flips over the trash can every time he is about to touch it. Do you think he won it? Touch the trash can, you lose. This is a school competition for a free pizza, and this guy in blue has every intention of eating that pizza tonight as he...
The morning routine of a streamer. When I first hop out of bed, I'm super drained and super tired, and I need something.
Oh! Oh no! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Almost stressed out!
Oh! Oh no! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Almost stressed out!
Curved swords are less efficient than straight swords at transferring the force of a thrust, which is why dedicated anti-armor thrusting weapons are usually straight. But against the parry that might set aside a straight blade, the curved sword might just pass around. Curved swords are less efficient than straight swords at transferring the force of a thrust, which is why dedicated anti-armor thrusting weapons are usually straight. But against the parry that might set aside a straight blade, the curved sword might just pass around. Curved swords are less efficient than straight swords at transferring the force of a
I would have paid 10,728.
This guy realized that he was in the wrong lane.
Traffic cleared up and I'm ready to re-merge with the civilized people.
This guy realized that he was in the wrong lane.
Traffic cleared up and I'm ready to re-merge with the civilized people.
The best thing about having a girlfriend with a little sister is I get to treat her like the little sister I never had.
Get out of my room, Joe.
Not in your room. Look what I can do. Yeah.
Neve!
No, please. The best thing about having a girlfriend with a little sister is I get to treat her like the little sister I never had.
Get out of my room, Joe.
Not in your room. Look what I can do. Yeah.
Neve!
No, please. The best thing about having a girlfriend with a little sister is I get to treat her like the little sister I never had.
This awkward situation happened when this company held a contest where you can hit this unbreakable advertising screen and see how durable it is. And on the first try, the screen seemed to take it well, and even this host laughed at this guy. But on the second try, he gave it his all, and this happened. This awkward situation happened when this company held a contest where you can hit this unbreakable advertising screen and see how durable it is.
你要买什么东西？
我没有买啊，
那是什么？
没有啊，
那是别人的吗？
没有啊，
那为什么有那个？
你没有看到啊？
什么没有看到？
啊？
啊，我眼睛很大，我看得到啊。
你看到了？
怎么会没有看到？怎么会没看到？
你看到了。
And on the first try, the screen seemed to take it well, and even this host laughed at this guy. But on the second try, he gave it his all, and this happened. This awkward situation happened when this company held a contest where you can hit this. This awkward. This awkward. This awkward situation happened when this company held a contest where you can hit this unbreakable. This awkward. This awkward. This awkward. This awkward sit. This awkward sit. This awkward. This awkward situation. This awkward situation happened when.
Wait.
This guy found something unexpected while fixing his TV antenna. He discovered it was filled with nuts, completely blocking his signal, but after clearing it all out, the TV still didn't work. So he continued digging deeper, and he found even more nuts hidden inside the antenna pole. It turned out a squirrel had been stashing thousands of nuts there for winter. But do you think this squirrel is considered a billionaire by other squirrels? This guy found something unexpected while fixing...
Chick, what are you doing right now?
Calibrating stick drift. This controller had a little bit of drift on it, so I got my...
I don't know if that's how we
yeah, look at that. Go around and around in
calibrate.
circles, and then you got to do the right one. And now
Yeah.
when I plug it in Gamepad Tester, it's going to be perfect. No stick drift. It's perfect. So that's how you do it.
Chick, what are you doing right now?
Calibrating stick drift. This controller had a little bit of drift on it, so I got my...
I don't know if that's how we
yeah, look at that. Go around and around in
calibrate.
circles, and then you got to do the right one. And now
Yeah.
when I plug it in Gamepad Tester, it's going to be perfect.
Damn, those girls are cute.
Yeah? Watch this. What's up?
Damn, those girls are cute.
Yeah? Watch this. What's up?
Damn, those girls are cute.
Yeah? Watch this. What's up?
Damn, those girls.
How did you get that name, Snoop Dogg, anyway?
Well, when I was a kid in the 70s, I used to watch a show called Charlie Brown, and there was a certain character on there that I used to love so much. And my mother said I started to look like him because I watched him so much.
So she helped you come up with that name?
And she named me Snoopy.
How did you get that name, Snoop Dogg, anyway?
Well, when I was a kid in the 70s, I used to watch a show called...
He will win $1,000 if he stays on this bridge for more than 30 seconds. But this is much harder than it looks and requires an insane amount of balance. And competitors will even try laying down and hold on for dear life, but even this isn't enough. Could you stay on? He will win $1,000 if he stays on this bridge for more than 30 seconds. But this is much harder than it looks and requires an insane amount of balance. And competitors will even try laying down and hold on for dear life, but even this isn't enough. Could you stay?
What year Viper is this?
It's a 97. The only difference between a 96 and a 97, these are some of the most sought after Vipers. The 90.
This is how they make old school vinyl records, and honestly I thought it was something else. You see, they use hot PVC with various sort of pebbles to make each vinyl records unique. Then they add it to this hydraulic press which compresses the materials together. And look at that final product. Honestly, this looks incredible. Have you used one before? This is how they make old school vinyl records, and honestly I thought it was something else. You see, they use hot PVC with various sort of pebbles to make each vinyl records unique. Then they add it to this hydraulic press which compresses the materials together. And look at that final product. Honestly, this looks incredible. Have you used one before? This is how they...
The game is rated or
while teaching his son how.
I don't want to go back to Taiwan, bro. I'm good here, bro, man. I'm gonna stay here forever, bro. You gotta go to military. Bro, I don't want to, bro. Like one day, one bomb, boom, I'm dead. Y'all not gonna see red forever. If I see a bomb in the sky going toward me, I'll be like, thank God, give me a good life and thank all the stuff. Boom! I don't want to go back to Taiwan, bro. I'm good here, bro, man. I'm gonna stay here.
I have never seen a dog judge someone so hard before. I have never seen a dog judge someone so hard before.
Because
Down the pipe. Down the pipe. Down the pipe. Down the pipe.
Deja vu, I just been in this place before. Higher on the street. Deja vu, I just been in this place before. Higher on the street. Deja vu, I just been in this place before. Don't talk about me.
Stay up. Stay up. I'm trying to fall, dude. Nah, just stay up. Stay up. I got you. Stay up. Stay up. I'm trying to fall, dude. Nah, just stay up. Stay up. I got you.
I have to tell you just one.
Hey, is there friendly fire in this game?
You know what? I don't really know. I'm kind of new myself.
Ah! Where's that at? Where's that country?
Alright, you can take a picture and send it to me.
Where's the ball? Where's the ball? You sure? You sure?
Take the ball, take the ball.
Where's the ball? Where's the ball? You sure? You sure?
Take the ball, take the ball.
Where's the ball? Where's the ball? You sure?
Would I really have a shot at?
This is what happens when you drop food off an oil rig. This is what happens when you drop food off an oil rig.
Watch this.
Please, just give it a shot for me. It's worth it.
Okay, but you have 10 seconds of my time.
Name something a burglar would not want to see when he breaks into a house.
Oh my God.
Naked grandma! Naked. Oh my God! I hope they never fucking find her!
Watch this.
Please, just give it a shot.
But y'all can see, man, I got all the mouth. And right now. Okay, what?
I feel like your figure is really getting better when you stand up. Your clothes reveal your lines.
The fuck? Lying.
Hi, my name is Taiwan。我是一位艺术家，从2010年开始踏入影像创作的世界，运用视觉张力创作各种动人故事。这些年来，已经制作过上百场商业影片与平面摄影，成为网络与实体店面最好的行销素材，帮助个人与企业获得流量与知名度。我喜欢在社群平台与大家互动，分享幕后花絮和拍摄技巧，邀请大家一起加入。 卷土重来。Hell yeah. Holy shit. Beautiful. What the fuck? 91? What the fuck? T-Bud. Holy shit. What's this? Holy fuck. It's goddamn hot. Bumps away, bumps away. Geronimo. Geronimo. big. Output path.
就奶油，是不是？好，那就这样子，谢谢老板。
谢谢。
那这样。
Fix hole in brick. Hot. It's hot. Hot as fuck.
Let's roll.
First of all, you need a fucking thick tripod. Thick boy. Thick boy.
Let's roll. They're gonna wish they were never born.
Cover this area. We got it! Go, go, go!
Holy fuck.
Let's roll.
AMD? Nuke?
Let's roll.
What's it, man?
We're killing it. Killing this shit.
Gear up. We're going in.
Hello.
Roger. Let's have it, lads. Roger that.
Review. Déjà bon.
Bomb has been planted. Roger that.
Job on.
Damn. remember, this is bandit country. Shoot everything that moves. Laying down smoke. Incendiary.
Today on the channel, I'm in Taipei taking a look at the largest tech malls the city has to offer.
Roger that. We took the piss out of them. Roger. Stay frosty, sniper. We are out of here. Yeah, champion. Deploying flashbang. Grenade out. Incendiary out. Throwing fire. Grenade.
还有一个大船，大船。大哥。
Let's jump right in. First, a little bit of context. Taiwan is quite famous for being a hub of electronics and especially computers. Many brands you might be familiar with, such as ASUS, MSI, Gigabyte, Acer, they were all founded in the country and still call it home today. Plus, since it is quite known for its technology, you best believe that they have some fun places to buy them, such as the Guanhua Digital Plaza, a multi-story building focused purely on technology and PC components. With that, let's start exploring. All right, walking into the Guanhua Digital Plaza. there's a lot happening here. Oh, well, first of all, there is a DJI store, literally right as you walk in. I also happen to be using my Pocket 3 right now to film this video. But man, you're just hit with tech right off the bat. They obviously got drone displays here. Apparently it's on sale. You wanna buy one? Don't break this one. Okay. Oh, hit the camera. Oh, hit the camera fell. I might have knocked my own hammer down, and now this is broken. So like 6 years ago, we shot a video here. And one of the cool things is there's nothing quite like this outside of Asia, at least not that I've ever seen, because there's an enormous amount of different tech that is all in one spot. Like think about a Micro Center. It was 6 stories tall. You know, you got your major consumer tech down here, like ASUS and everything, but there's also a huge amount of more unusual things that are going to be upstairs. What I'm actually noticing about this tech mall is that it's less like a Yodobashi in Japan, where that's one gigantic business. This one here is actually a bunch of stalls collected together in this whole building with a bunch of individial businesses, which I think kind of builds the character of it a bit. Also, there's a lot of random stuff here. I found something you're really gonna love. I'll show you something you're really gonna love. Just go with it. I found something you're really gonna love. Cinnamon roll. Oh. What? Is there something else I think you're gonna love over here? No, not at all. Can't have that one on the channel. I definitely want the Cinema Roll PC. I hate you so much. Oh, dude. So this Cooler Master store has the Sneaker X on display. So this is a full PC case that's built into what looks like a sneaker, but it's obviously bigger than a real sneaker. You can configure it with a 14th Gen Core i9 or Core i5, and it retails for $139,000. Of course, Taiwanese dollars, which I think is what, like 33 to 1. So that is, I can't math that much. 3 grand? You want to buy one? No. Why else are we here other than to just buy cool stuff? So apart from the tech, this first floor also has a karaoke pod thingy. It's hard to see with the reflection. We can just go in here. No one will hear you scream. You can sing Hotel California to your heart's content. Not the song I'm singing. When we came in, we hard focused immediately to the left because we saw DJI, but there is a whole other half that we haven't explored yet on this first floor. Oh my god, it just keeps on going. Oh, this is a very nice looking Acer store. I think the displays kind of vary between, like humble, and then you have the corporate ones that are very modern looking and well lit. I'm surprised at how much ASUS stuff is here. So this is 1, 2, 3. There's 4 individual ASUS zones just on the bottom floor. Oh, dude, even behind me. Yeah, wait, this really is the Republic of Gamers. I don't know about you, Austin, but I want to buy a Zephyrus G16. I'm feeling roggery. What? You couldn't exactly tell what brands the country really loves. The ASUS headquarters are like, what, 20 minutes away? Yeah. In fact, we visited a couple of days ago. It was super cool. Just like at Yodobashi. And like a lot of tech malls, we got advertising literally everywhere. Got the ZenBook Duo over there. We got some BenQ monitors. Oh, it's just MSI. All right, second floor. Oh, and the stalls are getting smaller and smaller. Oh my god, look at the menu. There's just so much here. Oh man, look at this. And all our Threadrippers on the bottom. Oh, this is sick. Oh my gosh. It's also interesting because I feel like this floor can be a bit random with what you're gonna find. Across from all of the hardware that we just saw with the graphics cards and the processors, this is just all storage. Looks like they mainly sell Western Digital stuff, so SanDisk as well. External drives here. I imagine they also sell internal stuff too. It's a whole booth where they'll actually build your PC for you. So they have all their like pre-made sort of setups. You want to get a water cooled system going on or get some vinyl wrapping on it. It's actually cool that there are a lot of ways that you can, come to this mall and just customize a PC any way you want. Maybe you might not be the most familiar with vinyl wrapping your PC, or you might need help maybe finding some components. Well, you're in the right spot for it because there are a lot of people that'll build it for you, or if you want to do it yourself, you at least have a good spot to find all the stuff you need. So those things where there's so many individual vendors and there's so much stuff. I've never seen so many 4090s in so many places. Like everyone just got one. I am a huge fan of how much PC stuff there is. Like it is PC everywhere. Just in this floor alone, we've seen 8 or 9 different spots, fully dedicated CPUs, GPUs, building systems, like literally anything you could ever hope for. It's all here. And much custom stuff. A lot of these branded stores like this ASUS one aren't exactly first party stores. They're probably just, carrying a bunch of ASUS stuff exclusively. But I think what this means is that with a bunch of different options for stores selling the same thing, you can probably shop around and min-max
a lot of
your
them
budget.
Their prices listed right up on the top. So you can literally walk around and say, oh, they're selling it for $1,900, they're selling it for $1,200, or whatever the case is.
I'm sure you can probably haggle as well. Maybe. I'm not gonna try that. But this kind of seems like a place that would kind of allow for that. Maybe. I'm not gonna try. Let me know in the comments if I'm onto something or not. Oh yeah, how's it going? Nice to meet you. How's it going? Yeah, I look quiet this morning. Of course, absolutely. You want me to take it? Yeah. All right. 3, 2, 1. Let me know how you like that one. Yeah, of course. It's really cool setup. So you got such a variety of graphics cards. I mean, you got pretty much a little bit of everything, huh? So do you find that like a lot of people come in buying just individual parts? Do you think people come?
Are we rushing in, or are we going sneaky beaky like?
Come in and buy like the whole PC. It's half and half. Yeah. Don't people come over and try to like negotiate? Like, oh, they got cheaper over there. Yeah. Go right on. Hey, well, great to meet you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Damn, also getting recognized even in the tech mall makes sense. We're one of the largest tech malls in the world. I think that's honestly a given. But that's actually really cool though.
What's interesting to kind of think about the idea that sort of all of these shops are individually competing with each other, right? So people come in, negotiate. Oh, you do better here. I'll do better over there. Whatever.
Yeah, you gotta make a sale here when other people are selling the same stuff.
Well, it makes sense. Exactly. It makes sense that there's so much competition here that there's a reason for you to come. You're gonna get the best deal. You get the best sort of selection. We hit the Doge PC. So, wow. Is that still a thing? Oh no, he died. Yeah. He deleted all the points with him.
There is no end to the ASUS branded stores here.
It's almost like hard to keep track of where you are because the landmarks are all ASUS. It's like, oh, you go down, take a left at the ASUS store, then go 2 stalls down and take a right at the next ASUS store.
Oh yeah, we got a lot of Razer stuff here too, and tons of audio equipment. Generally speaking, so far on the second floor, I'm finding that the experience is a bit overwhelming, even if some of the businesses aren't necessarily open. And that's because a lot of what we're finding here is almost a bit unorganized, which is not necessarily a ding on the mall, but what this does is create a bit of an experience where you don't know what you're going to find around each corner. You can genuinely find surprises every step of the way, and I think that's part of the unique charm and character of this mall. Oh, we got a PlayStation store that also sells Switch things. I know I touched on it earlier, but that's probably the biggest tell for for how these are more third-party stores that carry the branding. You know, they don't just sell PlayStation things. And you'll see that throughout this mall as well. Fitness boxing with Hatsune Miku, this game's actually coming.
Seems great.
Oh, look at this. Anime stuff pretty popular in Japan. They got Uma Musume, pretty derby. Actually, this whole thing is like anime or anime-adjacent games.
Look, you know what I haven't seen? What's that? A single Xbox or Xbox logo anywhere.
Oh, we found some Xbox branded stuff. Well, Power A third party, but at least there's some here. That is actually a really cool looking store. A bunch of, well, stuff that we can't show on camera in the back. That's definitely,
Yeah. I was looking up at the top, there's also Call of Duty. I did look down. I don't know what to talk about. Because we're here so early on a weekday, I bet this is very different on a weekend. Because we came here once before. Yeah, and I remember it was packed.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Wednesday right now, so people are more than likely at work. Or
Honestly, I feel a lot of the crowd.
Come on, chop chop. Roger that. Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
Who comes here is a Computex right now.
the store might not be as lively as it normally is at peak hours, but again, at least we can get a bit of a taste of what a tech mall in Taiwan looks like. Oh yeah, this store sells a bunch of old cameras and stuff too. The 6D right here. Dang, I haven't seen one of these in forever.
Same.
7D Mark II? It's a little newer, but oh look, it's the other version of what I have.
Oh, look at this. You can tell it's a real tech mall. The public USB port for USB-C.
Wait, really? No, that's my...
Affirmative. Roger that. That's a negative. Counter-terrorists win. Right on.
USB. Are you blind? Yes, plug in. Sorry, let me just... yeah, go plug in your USB-C. That see if you can make it out alive. I will say that what is funny about this little thing is that this was probably a payphone stand at some point, and now it's a place to charge your phone with a USB-A or obviously plug in your laptop.
Plug it in, there's a big spark, and then my hand feels all tingly.
It's actually funny, on that second floor, we also saw an old ATI logo to show that.
They're gonna wish they were never born. Laying down smoke.
Of course, at some point, they sold their products here, which of course now is AMD these days. But I think it's a tell of how old this place actually is. It opened up, I believe, in 2008, which is quite a long time ago at this point. Oh, yeah.
You know what? I had an idea. So say there's this booth over here with headphones. Actually, I need a headphone cable. So I've been using these DMG headphones that we got from Mystery Tech legitimately like 6 or 7 years ago. They're still great, but the cable is getting a little bit like tangled.
Oh, so these are the modular cables, the MMCX.
I feel like we maybe found a spot where I can go grab a new cable for this. I've been needing this forever and I keep forgetting.
All right, let's go look for an MMCX cable.
Hello. Question. Do you have just a cable for the headphones?
Maybe.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah. You think that'll work? Because it's the MCX, right? Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, thank you. Maybe. No, too big. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, no luck on that one. You know what, though? I'm gonna just keep these around. The thing is, this cable's fine. It just gets so, like, sort of tangled. I want to find something that's a little bit easier. easier, especially this part right here. You see it's like sort of, it's become unwound over the years.
Well, on the outside, there are a few other stores in this mall that'll probably have one. So, okay, so we've hit a part of the mall where it isn't just PC components anymore. You have an eclectic group of, things like media. There's some DVDs, Blu-rays, toys as well. Yeah.
I'm not taking that back.
Come on, Roboraptor replacement.
Oh, that was actually kind of close.
Dino Spray Sword.
Yeah, that's a Dino Spray Sword. You nailed it.
Oh, we got some Gachapon.
With Casio?
Yeah. I hate to admit this, but I don't carry around cash all that much because Austin's here and it's a business trip.
Wow, I see what it is. I'm just walking around like I'm just like your pocketbook. Well, I
A in ATM stands for Austin. Austin T money.
I'm gonna do lots of things right now. I'm gonna choose my words carefully. I'm also curious on how many of these are actually filled because I think some of them may actually be just unoccupied too.
And what I find on the third floor here is that it is even more random than the last one. Of course, you still have your standard PC component stores that also sell laptops and whatnot. A lot of phone chargers and extension cables and phone cases, headphones. I'm starting to think that this sign over here, the one that tells us what all the floors actually have, is actually not a real indicator of what you're going to see. Really, this whole mall is just kind of random and scattered. Something interesting behind me right here is a used bookstore. Now, while that might seem somewhat random, it's actually not because it turns out that the grounds that Guangdong was built on was actually a marketplace dedicated to selling books. And fun to get a little romantic about the story of this place a bit. When you really think about it, books are all about giving us information. And what's technology but a vehicle to do that just at a grander scale?
Very poetic. I was gonna make a TikTok joke, so.
Oh, that's cool. We got a bunch of components here. LEDs, light bulbs.
Are you excited about LEDs and light bulbs?
This is gonna sound really stupid because I know I live in America and Japan very loosely feels like home to me, but that feels very Akihabara. Finding random, LED strips, components and whatnot.
Because it's more DIY, right? It's not like it's all completed. Like, yes, there are a bunch of business laptops in 4090s, but there's also a lot of stuff you can actually build yourself.
Exactly. It's really cool. All right, going up to the 4th floor. What is the main personality of this place? Fujitsu. I feel like you see more of their stuff in like businesses and whatnot. Got some audio recorders here. OWC. I mean, they do make consumer stuff, but mostly enterprise. Oh, we have like NASA's down here too. Okay, this might low-key be more our speed in some ways. I think we're gonna find some pretty unique stuff here. Oh, look at this. Yeah, this whole store is just batteries for laptops. Whoa, this is the kind of stuff I love to see. Oh, I think Austin's trying to find a cable for his headphones again. This spot literally is all about cables. Look at this. HDMI cables, USB cables, audio cables. Oh my God, look at all of the connectors. Ooh, dude, it just goes on and on. Probably have some stuff here that's way better for audio equipment, low signal noise type of stuff. Oh, and you got spools. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, perfect.
Great.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
You can definitely tell we are on the more specialty floor because not only did Austin get his new set of headphone cables, which cost an ungodly amount of money because he sprung for really special ones, but look at all of this stuff behind me.
Yeah.
Like, these are things that are well past what I'm actually, knowledgeable about.
Oscilloscopes, you've got power meters.
Whatever oscilloscopes are. They got FLIR cameras too, the thermal imaging.
It's also moisture too.
Moisture?
Yeah.
Tell me how humid it is.
I'm gonna listen to my headphones now. No, the thing is my cable not costs more than headphones.
Oh my. We have a whole store here dedicated to IEMs. I don't know if you guys know about these, but the Sony Just Ears, these things are incredibly expensive, but also in really high quality. The trick about these is that you can actually get them custom impression as well to have maximum, seal in your ear. I have a few friends that spend literally thousands of dollars on these, and if you buy them directly from Sony in Japan, you can get them custom tuned as well to your sound profile. Oh my God. Yeah.
I'm gonna stick with my cable for now, and I'll do that next trip.
You know how I know this is a good business though? They're at the VTubers. Hecora.
I'm leaving now.
Look, you don't come with me to Japan, so I gotta bring a little Japan to you. Oh, dude, more cables.
So what I like about this 4th floor is that it feels very much more DIY. You've got more like high-end audio. You've also got like a lot of cables. You've got oscilloscopes. You've got a lot more, I would say, nerdier, more unusual things that you don't find often, right?
I'll be real. This was the floor I was hoping to see when we came into this mall.
I realize they make M50s with a boom mic.
Oh yeah, those are the gamer ones.
Yeah, I mentioned this before.
Okay, awesome. I have a question. Can you fill me in on what the pricing is like for electronics in Taiwan?
It's actually not bad. So as I'm recording this video, it's about 33 to 1 for the exchange rate. I don't know the name of it. It was like basically like a Taiwanese Best Buy the other day. And I was surprised they actually had like MacBook Airs that were after the conversion about $1,000. That includes tax, which is actually cheaper than Mac. And that's normally not the case. Normally it feels like things are a little bit more expensive than most.
Come on, chop, chop.
Other places. I remember last time we were in Taiwan, most things were significantly more expensive.
All right, going up to the 5th floor.
It looks like up here there's a lot more vendors who will actually repair your stuff. I've seen a number of different stalls. They're working on laptops, fixing PCs.
I mean, go figure, right? They have a bunch of components here. They have a bunch of these, what I assume are authorized retailers for this stuff. So this would be the place to get your broken laptops, electronics fixed. Dude, all of these switches. You got some battery backups over here. A bunch of Lenovo Think Centers.
Wait, that's really cheap.
How much is $2,900?
It is $89.
$89. So you get Core i3, 8 gigs of RAM. Well, I don't know why i3 just to be fair, but 120 gig SSD and Windows 10.
It is a 7th gen.
7th gen?
That's not bad.
With Windows 10 Pro, no less.
So here's the thing. These are the kind of systems that I often find when we're like trying to build like a super cheap PC. Because a lot of what sellers will do, especially on Amazon, is they'll buy these things. They'll like RGB them, they'll paint them, they'll throw a graphics card whatever in, and they'll try to flip them as a gaming PC. If they're not really designed for that. These probably all came out of an office building or something.
I was going to say, I mean, when you have them in bulk like this, they clearly came from the same place. Let's just tell them, hey, we want to buy 10 of them and we can just fly them.
No.
Okay.
I spent all my money on the cable. I'm broke now.
Your one cable could buy like 3 of those computers. Yeah, let's not talk about how much money Austin spent on this stupid cable.
Well, that's okay. I definitely didn't do my conversion on the spot wrong until after the fact or anything.
Roger. Roger that.
anything. I knew I was in trouble. When I was like, oh, okay, yeah, 6,000. I started looking at the cash in my wallet. I'm like, that's a lot. Well, whatever.
At the start of this trip, you told me, yeah, just divide by 32. And I did the math in my head. I'm like, I'm pretty sure this cable is more than $60.
$210.
Yeah, just $200.
Oh my god, look at the old school CRT. I make a point anywhere in life, if I see a CRT, I have to take a photo of it, like make mention of it, because they're so rare. I saw one on the train station the other day, though.
I think being able to walk around a bit more and spending extra time here, I actually think it's kind of fun. I had a lot of fun seeing the sheer variety of stores and especially PC stuff at the Guanghua Digital Plaza. The organized chaos made for interesting finds at every turn, even if it was a bit overwhelming and random at times. Now, this might be my inner weeb talking, but...
Affirmative. Smoke.
But it's still not as much of my vibe personally, I think, than something like Yodobashi Akiba in Japan.
You know, the one thing I wish was here was more old school stuff, right? Like, you know, when you're walking around like Akiba, like there's, you know, old school game consoles and a lot more sort of variety. This seems pretty much all new.
This might sound like a day on this place, and I promise it's not. When you see kind of the old, more classic vibes of this building, you kind of almost expect to see some of those classic and retro things. I'm just not getting that. The dated vibes of Guanghua might be one reason why it's probably not as busy as it once was, though it is worth noting that there is a whole other mall that opened up literally next door back in 2015 called Sintren Creative Park. But now enough of this place, let's hop next door to Sintren.
Can I just point out that you broke your DJI and you're using mine right now? We're about to walk into the rain, so don't break my DJI, please.
In fact, I may or may not have shot a whole entire video doing a tour on it as well, but I lost the camera. Skill issues aside, Sintren is bigger, more modern, and way easier on the eyes compared to Guanghua, and it isn't just about technology either, but also focuses on pop culture and lifestyle as well. I'll definitely have to take a rain check to go back and do the tour again. Also, not to be punny, but it was actually raining a whole lot at the end of our day, meaning I couldn't get any of the exterior shots of the buildings that I wanted, but for the one I was actually able to get, look how cool Sintren looks. Ripped straight out of the future. But let me know in the comments below if you'd like to see a
Throwing smoke. Laying down smoke. Throwing a grenade. Roger that.
Copy, copy.
tour on that mall, as well as
they're gonna wish they were never born. Throwing smoke. Laying down smoke. Grenade.
Go B, go B, go B.
Roger. Flashbang.
Every time I take a bite, I look back because I be feeling like Phantom finna bust in here.
Take that food.
Yeah, like what
Should
the
never
fuck?
say that because he's watching.
Yeah, we doing Creek tax. Creek tax. That Phantom tax ain't no joke though.
I believe it.
Winner! Hey, they were just talking about your somebody was in there talk about fucking Phantom tax. It's
Let's have at it, mates. Smoke. Decoy. Affirmative. Roger that. Roger that.
Concrete tax. Who said that, gang? So nobody owed up to it?
Yo, tax her.
Why she moving?
Come on, you know what's going on.
She beat the Phantom Tax? Every time I take a
She made a PowerPoint as to why I should give her, what is it? Why you should let me have your babies by your wife.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. What do you got?
All right, number 1. Green pies.
She made a PowerPoint as to why I should give her, what is it? Why you should let me have your babies by your wife.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. What do you got?
All right.
Roger.
All right, number 1. Green pies.
She made a PowerPoint as to why I should give her, what is it? Why you should let me have your babies by your wife.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. What do you got?
All right, number 1. Green pies.
You know how you told me you used to be a bodybuilder and you used to know how to do all that?
Yeah.
Put me on.
That's a negative. What on? Laying down smoke. Roger that.
On a diet and get me skinny.
All you gotta do is cardio. All you need, calorie intake, and you do a bunch of cardio. It's the quickest way for you to drop your weight.
Wow, Dad, you should really take your own advice. You know how you told me you used to be a bodybuilder and you used to know how to do all that?
Yeah.
Put me on a diet and get me skinny.
All you gotta do is cardio. All you need, calorie intake, and you do a bunch of cardio. It's the quickest way for you to drop your weight.
Wow, Dad, you should really take your own advice. You know how you told me you used to
Champions Club. Look at it.
Roger that.
Facility. Stop looking at my arm. Come on, guys. All right, go ahead and take a look.
Try, you can't see much.
Right, this would pound Tyler 1 right to the ground. If he's not, well, he's already pretty much at the ground. This guy's like 4'11". Champions Club. Look at the facility. Stop looking at my arm. Come on, guys. All right, go ahead and take a look.
Try, you can't see much.
Right, this would pound Tyler 1 right to the ground. If he's not, well, he's already pretty much at the ground. This guy's like 4'11". Champion. Club. Look at the facility. Stop looking at my arm. Come on, guys. All right, go ahead and take a look.
Who said Asians can't drive?
Oh, that's different.
Who said Asians can't drive?
Yes, Marcus! Oh my God!
They climbed on the backs of the dragon.
Move it, son. Deploying decoy.
Go ahead.
Oh my God, here we go. Here we go.
Literally, you can't call someone.
Hey, Chad, I actually lost my way to a certain point. I don't need to do shit in the army. Before you go to army, you have to do some checking your body. That's good or not. I don't need to do shit in the military. Like maybe I just need to sweep the floor, clean the table, do some stupid stuff.
I'm planted. Fog.
There's no way I'm standing in the front row fighting China, bro. That's the apps. And I actually lost my way to a certain.
Here's the lamest joke of all time.
Guess what?
Hey guy, I know you probably want to, but you don't actually need to tell me that I have two distinctly different hair colors fighting to the death on top of my head. I am aware of that. I am also aware of the fact that they are both loose. So a little over a year ago, I got an ad for something called The Cove, an almost $500 sleep headset that was touted to me as a hug for your mind. Not that there's literally any other.
这不好打呀。
直接进，他们没有长枪。
前山一个。
下包下包。
好像好像。点一枪，看点一枪。 好像好像，不是没人看包，好像好像。
空中转 A， 帮打闪，我直接出。Let's go, my brother. Throw in the flashbang. Smoke. 进 A 进 A。The bomb is on the ground. 进 A 进 A 进 A 掉一个。 A 掉俩 ，A 掉俩。
中门中门，停一下。
没有没有，他叫 CT。一个看那个，一个看中路。 走吧，他估计跑 AK 了。Terrorists win. Run, little girls, run. Yes, yes.
我打雷实现。
黑屋去两个。
斜坡跳台来了。
Other information in this ad. It's just kind of floating there, and I guess you're supposed to be like, well, it emits vibration, so it's got to do something, right? As expected, the website focused more on buzzwords than anything else. Enjoy life more by stressing less. Cove makes peace of mind effortless. Cove plus TV equals evening serenity. I feel like it's such a cop-out to be like, this thing will make your brain calmer.
Go B Go B Go B。来 B 来 B 快点快点。顶加顶加。
Just, make sure to wear it while doing something you enjoy. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Like, I wonder what's making me happier right now. Is it the show that I like or the piece of plastic I put on my head? The most notable scientific citation they have is something called interoception, the sixth sense that we've conveniently never heard of. Because how can I say that they're wrong if I don't even know what that is? Anyway, at a price point of $490, I didn't end up buying it at the time because it was so expensive and supposedly life-changing. I figured I would save it for its own video one day. But before long, I noticed that the Amazon link I had bookmarked changed it to say currently unavailable. So I thought maybe they're coming out with a newer version. I guess I'll just wait and see. About a month ago, I checked their website again, and the Cove has been discontinued. No! Where am I going to get my interoception from now? Here is their explanation. In an effort to scale Cove's proprietary technology to reach as many people as possible, we have made the strategic decision to discontinue the Cove product line as it exists today and will no longer be selling directly to consumers. Huh? In an effort to get the Cove to as many people as possible, we will no longer be making or selling them. I would have what the fuck does that mean? Okay, so maybe they explained it more.
What the fuck? Did you say have paid when you removed that shirt? Okay.
Somewhere else? No posts in over 10 weeks, and you can't comment on their Instagram, you can't comment on their Facebook, and you can't reply to any other tweets. Now, I can't say for certain that they're trying to hide something, but I can say that if you were trying to hide something, this is how you would do it. I tried to look more into it, and all I could find is just like article after article over the past couple years of people either saying, it kind of helped me, I think, or that it was a huge waste of money. And then all of a sudden, it's just gone. So I don't know what happened for sure. The wording of their statement almost makes it sound like they sold their technology to another company, maybe because they didn't actually believe in it that much in the first place, so as soon as I got an offer to cash out and disappear, they jumped on the opportunity. But either way, this abrupt departure and nebulous goodbye message is not really a great look for them after spending 2 years promising to change people's lives. Well, it seems we've killed the man, but not the idea. There are now seemingly dozens of copycat headsets and watches and vibrating eggs you put on your chest. A whole slew of little devices that each cost hundreds of dollars, all with the same promise of fixing your broken brain, usually backed up by vague in-house research. I mean, we think it works pretty good. And can you guess what all of these things have in common? That's right, I've gotten ads for every single one of them on Instagram. If I had to guess why, it's because about a month ago, I had the worst panic attack of my life, which honestly is saying something because in the past I talked about having to go to the ER from panic attacks. But this one was terrifying. For a little over 2 hours, I thought I was going to throw up, pass out, suffocate, die, any or all of those things. And as panic attacks do, it eventually went away, and I'm doing a lot better now. I mean, the next day, I was feeling great. It was just, that's how anxiety is. It comes up out of nowhere sometimes, and it feels like debilitating, like there's nothing you can do to stop it, or that it will never go away. So even though I'm in a much better mental state now, word still got out that, sometimes my brain forgets we're supposed to be on the same team, and Instagram has been having a field day with this. Mind Bloom, Brain Luxury Inc., Call Me Go, Mendy, Leave, Apollo Neuro, the Neo Rhythm by Omnipimp, a sleep insert that's implanted into your body? You think I'm gonna buy a surgery from Instagram? Right away with these ads, there's a pretty big red flag for me when this guy popped up. If you've watched some of my other videos, you may recognize him from a very different Instagram ad for the work one.
There's even a flap on the back, just in case.
So it's like, okay, maybe this is not a connoisseur of internet gadgets, this is a paid actor. And that doesn't mean that this product can't work, but it does sort of break the illusion that this is just a candid testimonial.
Working several jobs, I tend to have high stress and anxiety buildup. I decided to try this product right here to help with that. This product is clinically proven to decrease stress and anxiety in 8 weeks or less.
8 weeks is a long time to have something taped to my chest, not even knowing if it's going to work or not. Also, a lot can change in the span of 8 weeks. Like, there's so many factors that go into mental health that it's almost hard to even point to this as the sole reason why your stress or anxiety would go down.
The Leaf is a wearable device that utilizes vibration feedback to assist in regulated breathing and increase your heart rate variability.
All right, product number 1 uses vibration feedback. Product number 2 is the Mendy.
I had been using it probably about 3 times a week for a couple of months, and then went to a conference with my husband. I was sitting there listening. I thought, okay, pay attention and focus. And as I did that, I realized I was focusing.
All right, that's very anecdotal.
The Mendy is working.
At least the other one, they said vibration feedback. This one, she's just like, I put it on my head 3 times, and then I was able to listen better at a conference. The headset is used to measure your brain activity. It automatically connects to Mendy's app. Okay, but what does it do? Follow your progress and get lifestyle recommendations that help you boost your training and brain health further. Okay, but what does it do? Controlling mood, increasing focus, improving sleep. But how? How does it do those things? The training game shows what's happening in your brain. Simply focus to make the ball rise. Okay, so it doesn't do anything to my brain, but it can measure my brain's activity. I can sort of train myself to focus by rewarding my brain when it does a good job, I guess. Next, we have another headset. It's called the Neo Rhythm.
I swipe on Neo Rhythm. There's big differences. I'm able to fall asleep faster.
Okay, so it helps you sleep.
Able to get a lot more work done.
Okay, so it helps you stay awake.
This little miracle of a device has kept me up for the past 8 hours.
Okay, so it keeps you from sleeping.
I was really skeptical. It looks like a Halloween costume, let's be real. But I have to say, I think it's actually working.
All right, well, I mean, if she thinks it's working, then I gotta spend $300 on it. Neo Rhythm is a pulsed electromagnetic field therapy device that emits corresponding dominant and accompanying frequencies, which the brain synchronizes, creating a perfect mental environment for the desired state of mind. The fuck? I guess I'm just skeptical on how the same device could help you do 2 opposite tasks. How does it know whether I'm trying to sleep or stay awake? Well, let's see the reviews. I like the idea, I just have not felt any benefits or difference from using the device. Seems to be a scam. The product does not have an efficacy beyond that of a placebo. It's hard to know if you're improving as there's no feedback. My experience so far has been no different than if I purchased a really expensive piece of plastic with an LED light on. I tried almost daily for several months as a sleep aid, but can't say I noticed any difference. But still, way more people seem to swear by it than the amount of people that think it sucks. Maybe they're just doing it wrong. Maybe they're just stupid. So those are things you put on your head. You've also got the Apollo. that you put on your wrist.
Why I can't go a day without this wearable. It improved the quality of my sleep. I've never slept better than when I started using the Apollo wearable.
Okay, so it helps you
It
sleep.
helps me focus when I'm working. My productivity has almost doubled since buying the Apollo wearable.
Okay, so it helps keep you awake.
It's kind of like a wearable hug for your nervous system.
I mean, that sounds good, but like, what does that mean? I don't want to hear a metaphor of what it's like. I just want to know what it does. So this one is the one I've heard the most about. I've heard it mentioned on podcasts before. It's also the most expensive out of all these products, although they're all about the same price. So we'll see. Product number 5, we've got the Sensate, which is described as a pebble that emits infrasonic vibrations to tone the vagus nerve and improve overall well-being. From what I can tell, you put it on your chest while meditating, and then it like makes you calmer over time. Now, if this is a product you have to use while meditating, it's hard to really know if it's actually doing anything, right? Because meditation in itself is something you can do to calm yourself down. It doesn't always work, but sometimes it does. So if you meditate with this egg on your chest and then you feel better, was it the egg or was it the meditation? Who's to say, you know? Guess there's no way to prove it. And then the last product is called the Calm Me Go. It's pretty different from all the others, but kind of has the same goal.
Everything's better now. How do you look so calm? I use Calm Me Go. It's a little device that helps calm you down when you're anxious.
Okay, so it's like an inhaler that you breathe into and you're having a panic attack, and I guess it smells good. The thing is, like, my first impression of this is that out of all of these products, this would be the most helpful because it doesn't rely on doing some invisible thing like emitting magnetic rays into your brain. I can't see that, so I don't know if it's actually doing that. Whenever I'm anxious, the first thing I'll try to do is like pay attention to my breathing. I'll breathe in slowly and breathe out. And if that's what this thing is helping you do, then like, even though it's overpriced, then you can breathe for free. At least it's like doing a physical thing to help you. So you probably notice I'm a little skeptical of almost all of these products. I want to believe that the science is all true and it's all legitimate. I want to believe that these companies truly just set out to help people on their journey. But let's be real about it. As more and more people talk about mental health struggles, there are other people who look at that as a new market to target. It is an ever-growing demographic of people who are probably seen as easily exploitable. So that's why I'm a little hesitant to just be like, oh boy, all this stuff is going to fix my brain. Because you want to know how much money I spent on 6 devices? $1,462.96. $1,462. Hi, welcome to the unboxing couch. This is where I will take things out of a box and put them on my head. Now, any mathematicians watching may have noticed that I bought 6 products and yet I only have 4 boxes. What's up with that? Looks like DHL had an issue delivering the Neo Rhythm and it's currently stuck in Slovenia. And the Sensate Egg Ball is on backhold. You think maybe they could have told me that before I paid for it, but then, you know, I might not have bought it and then they wouldn't get any money. So why would we tell you that? Usually I would try to get a little bit more understanding about this. I know that there's supply chain issues. I know that things get delayed all the time. But I do feel like if you're gonna market yourself as like the we made this product because we care about people company, then, you know, maybe you should have slightly higher standards. At the very least, once you're aware of the fact that you don't have any of a product left, maybe stop taking orders. Even though I have no idea when my Sensate will show up, I can still go on the website and buy another one. Why is that? You see what I'm saying? It doesn't really seem like you care that much about people's mental health when you're willing to just hoard their money for an indefinite amount of time. So I don't think I'm gonna get this one in time to include it in the video, which is unfortunate because I think it might help alleviate some of the stress that it is causing me. But honestly, I don't know if I had super high hopes anyway for a product whose worst reviews are all like, it's broken, it broke, and the best reviews are like, it was great until it broke. Hey, it can't stop working if you never get it in the first place. Mindy was one that you put on your head, right? I'll start with that. What is the point of this? It's in a box, wrapped in bubble wrap, inside another box. And then for extra protection, they put in 1 sheet of paper. This is how it arrived in one piece. Oh, beautiful. Finally, I can pay attention at the conference. Welcome to Mindy. Inside this box, you have one of the very first Mindy devices to ever see the light of day. Yes, they haven't sold that many. Important product and legal information. This product is illegal to use. Good enough. Now here's the goods right here. Hell, I don't think I'm supposed to put it on my head yet, but obviously I'm gonna put it on my head. So this one has no information on it. I just have to download an app. Ooh, the app has a 3.6. Not great. And from all I know about this, like the whole thing is the app. So if the app sucks, then the product is useless. So that's not a great sign. Mindy doesn't have enough variety. It is currently only the ball game and 1 music piece. So something you are encouraged to do at least 3 times a week, 5 minutes a session. I wish there was more. For the price, I feel like this hurts the experience and desire to use it. That's a good point. Welcome to Mindy. Let your brain health journey begin. Great news. There's an update available. Is that great news? It's a headset right above your eyebrows. Tighten as much as possible. Fuck. It's already pretty tight. It's not super comfortable, but I'm here for results. All right, not comfort. No pain, no gain, even with your brain. Avoid bright light. Oh, not sure that's really an option. All right, the movement of the ball represents your brain activity. Ball rises a few seconds after you increase your brain activity. Win stars by sustaining your brain activity. I want to win some stars. Did they work on the Jeremy Renner app? I don't know how to make myself focus more. Whoa, I did it. Oh, I suck now. Don't get me wrong. I love that I'm getting stars, but I don't know what I'm doing to earn them. I'm just gonna shut up and focus. It worked. Oh no. Oh no. I'm plummeting right now. 58? I failed? I guess the thing is, like, I don't know how to be good at it. Like, I understand that if it goes up, I'm doing well, and if it goes down, I'm sucking ass, but I don't know what I'm doing to cause either of those things. The only thing I do know is that it's on so tight I can feel my pulse in my forehead, and I don't love that. Okay, at least though, it gave me a metric, it gave me a starting point. I can do this every day for a couple weeks and see if I get better at it. Set a weekly goal. 7 days. I'm doing it every day this week. I had the weekly goal on my home screen. Oh, no. So you're supposed to do this like every day when you first wake up, and then go straight to work and have like a giant like bruise on your forehead. So I got something for my head, now I need something for my wrist. I'm gonna stop trying to figure out how stuff works before just reading the instructions. We recommend having the Apollo wearable gently vibrating on your body for at least 3 hours a day. I have 2 watches? I look like such a dork. I look like I'm under house arrest. No, officer, it's not like that. I just have anxiety. Apollo's modes deliver a novel touch therapy that signals safety to your brain through your sense of touch, restoring balance to the nervous system and helping you bounce back faster. Does this have an app too? 3.5? That's even worse. You know the worst thing about making these videos is every time I sign up for something, every time I buy something, I start getting spam emails from them. I'm gonna get so many emails. I don't want any emails ever. I can feel it vibrating when I touch it, but I don't feel it vibrating on my wrist. I guess I kind of feel it. It's like really light. Just intense gentle vibrations are noticeable but not distracting. It's a little distracting, I'll say. Do I want energy and wake up, social and open, clear and focused? Let's do clear and focus, all right? So it's just gonna vibrate on my wrist, but like really gently. Hi, me from the future. Oh, my hair fell off. Don't ask me questions. So I wanted to look a little bit more into some of the research that these companies are citing. Like for the Apollo, they've got a pretty small study here, only 38 participants, but they're touting a 25% increase in focus. Interesting. I didn't think that's something you could measure with a number, but you know what they say. Science is whatever we want it to be. All right, let's check out the abstract. And it is behind a paywall. It's gonna cost me $31 to actually see the study that they are bragging about. Awesome. There's some more preliminary studies. These seem to be promising results. Now let's go to the study itself where you can see that the results have not been published. So where are they getting these numbers from, huh? It's not over yet. Now, to be fair, these numbers are positive. I'll give them that. At the very least, it doesn't seem to be making things worse for people. But wait a minute. What the hell is an Aura ring? Another $400 $400 device? Do I have to have both in order for this thing to work? I'm running out of money. Speaking of which, how the fuck does this wristband cost $400? All it does is kind of vibrate. And I guess it has Bluetooth in it too, so I can connect to your phone. You know what else has Bluetooth and the ability to vibrate? A $35 Xbox controller. There's no way it costs even $100 to make one of these things. It's not like it's an all-in-one device either. It doesn't track any of the data that it is supposed to be having an effect on. You need to buy another device to go with it in order to be able to tell if it is working. Now, I'm not saying these companies shouldn't be able to profit. There's a lot of work that goes into production and marketing and coordinating these studies that get hidden behind a paywall. But at a certain point, it's like, what are we doing? Do you even want this thing to be accessible to the people you're trying to help? I don't want to just dismiss this device altogether because I know that there are promising studies about it. There are a lot of positive testimonials from people. I just think this company could find a way to still be very profitable without pricing it like it's some miracle device filled with state-of-the-art technology. It's a piece of plastic with a Velcro strap on. All right, well, I gotta do this for 30 minutes, so let's keep opening boxes. On we go. What does a 3 minutes at the top mean? It only takes 3 minutes to do what? To use it? It only takes 3 minutes to set it up. I'm so excited for how calm I'm gonna be. I got my wrist shaking up a storm. I got this inhaler that smells like lavender, and it only takes 3 minutes. Oh, hell yeah. It came with a little screwdriver. And free batteries. I didn't know it was my lucky day. There's a phone number for a free one-on-one training session. All right. Not a great sign. Can't be that hard. I'll figure it out myself. Oh, hot as shit. I don't know what I'm doing. When I blow into it, I can...
Let's go. Affirmative.
Easy, man.
Feel a little ball inside, and it goes up to the top, and then the light turns blue, and then when I stop breathing, the light turns off, indicating that I'm not breathing, and the ball falls back down because I'm not blowing into it anymore. But what does it actually do? Well, guess that's going off for now. Last but most certainly not least, Leaf Therapeutics, with a hole in the back, just in case. Oh, how nice of them. They already gave me a return envelope. They know I'm gonna return it. This was the cheapest product, technically, because I think it was only like $99, but that's $99 a month. If I really love this product, and I really felt like it was helping me, and I wanted to use it for an entire year, that's $1,200. But we just want to help people. We want to make it easier for people to give us money so we can buy stuff. Oh no. Oh no, there's a lot of one-star reviews from years ago. Wow, these are from 3 years ago. Super disappointed in this company. There are no instructions, and the data is so hard to see and or understand. When I tried to get help, the company tried to sell me coaching. I needed customer.
Let's have it, lads.
Service to explain the product. Super disappointed in this company. I think I'm gonna hold off on this until tomorrow, actually, because I've got to be somewhere in 20 minutes and I don't want to have, wires dangling from my chest. But thanks to my new upside down watch, I'm gonna be really calm and focused when I get there because my wrist is gently shaking. That's how brains work. Oh, my forehead's so cold. Good thing my other headset just arrived. Oh god, there's so many things. Charge. Download the app, sign up, log in, tap once, activate Bluetooth, first use, select and tap, 2 taps to change, 2 taps to repeat. And it's as easy as that. Oh, that's great. I guess I gotta charge it first then. Well, that's charging. I'm gonna do my Mindy for the day. It's really important that I begin every clip in this video with a giant red mark on my forehead. I think this time I am gonna watch the video. I was too cocky.
Optimize your experience by wearing headphones that cancel out any outside noise. When you start your training, concentrate on the pressure of the Mendy headband on your forehead. Focus on the sensation and hone in on the movement of the ball. Focus your gaze on the
Roger that.
movement of the ball, but don't place too much emphasis on its upward movement.
Okay, but here's what I don't understand. I've used this a couple times. If I just focus on the ball.
Go, go, go. Flashbang. Incendiary. Smoke.
中路有。
按到有大狙。Roger that.
人少2个，我把大狙。进门外一个。
I'm not in a flow state. I'm waiting for the ball to do something, but then I'm the one in control of the ball, but I don't know how to control the ball. That makes me reactive. How is that any different than me just like scrolling through Twitter, like waiting to be stimulated by something? If I'm waiting to be stimulated by the ball, I'm not doing anything,
Making Mendy a habit and including it into your wellness routine will have a positive impact on your progress.
Like you said, I'm gonna put noise canceling headphones on so I'm not distracted, and this should be my best one yet because I'm following all the rules. Hi, me again. Now, I developed a suspicion early on that no matter what I did, the Mindy app was going to tell me that I kept doing better every single day because obviously it wants me to think that it is working. So after a couple days, I decided to see what would happen if I intentionally sabotaged my training. On day 4, I just laid down until I dozed off, and boy was I focused. I mean, look at all those stars. I'm killing it right now. On day 5, I spent the entire session just watching a YouTube video. On day 6, I played RimWorld the whole.
Allez, allez mes amis. Flashbang. Throwing fire. Throwing smoke.
这小一个，看到一个，他的出门出了，出门又回去了。
Incendiary out.
Time. On day 7, I didn't even look at my phone once. I just spent my whole session eating a wrap that I made purposely too big. My best score so far. On day 8, I rode my exercise bike while playing a guitar solo to the Mindy song. Even though I forgot to plug in my actual microphone for the shot, I still knocked that ball game out of the park.
I think I cracked the code.
Just as I suspected, my score went up incrementally every single day. 58 to 64 to 68 to 71 to 79 to 86. Despite the fact that I wasn't even trying to do any of what the app told me to do, my brain was getting better and better every day the more I used the Mindy. And sure, there's a chance that maybe I really was just more focused every time. Shit, maybe all these products in conjunction with each other are working as intended and my brain has doubled in size. But it's hard not to think that maybe the app is just doing exactly what it's designed to, which is to make you think that you're getting smarter every day and that this was a good investment. Call me a cynic, but I'm not buying it. And if you still don't believe me, on day 9, I strapped the Mindy to a container of oatmeal, and you know what happened? Nothing, actually. It knew that I was trying to deceive it. So I do have to give this thing a little bit of credit for at least being able to tell the difference between a human head and Publix old-fashioned dry oats. It's doing something in there. I'm just not exactly sure what. All right, so this is probably charged enough to get one thing out of it. Gotta download the app. This is too many things for one video. I should have just bought like 3 of them. Oh, yikes. 2.6. Double tap the device. Okay, I heard a buzz. Oh, it's just running now? That's it? It just started? Where do I put it? Oh no, it doesn't fit. It's supposed to sit right here. And instead, it sits right here. It smells bad. I'm sorry, but it stinks. I think I'm supposed to wear it like this, actually. I can hear it. It sounds like crickets, almost. It's like... This has really bad branding because it's like, okay, I set it up, but like, what do I do now? It's not giving me suggestions of like what mode to do or when to do it or how often to do it. I'm supposed to just know all this stuff, I guess.
Roger.
I want to enhance mental capacity. I'm trying to get that limitless brain. We're gonna do it for 30 minutes. I'm going to continue the video while my brain just gets bigger and bigger. You guys let me know if I start getting really smart in the next 30 minutes, we'll know why. All right, let me figure out how to get this fucking leaf thing going. Put on.
Move it, son.
I know you.
Roger that. Roger that. Laying down smoke.
On torso, find the edge of your ribs. This blurry ass photo is all I had to go off of? Oh, I'm just gonna say it goes right there and it's cold. Why do you need my location? So this is like completely dead. Never mind, I can't get it to work until it charges. So should open that box earlier. You know, I guess in the future, maybe instead of unboxing everything on camera, I'll unbox it beforehand so I can charge it first. Hey, wait, that's a pretty good idea. Did I only think of that because I got this fucking thing on my head? I really am smarter now. Just gotta grab this one on top of that, this guy in, and that's the wrong plug. And now I can relax. All right, let's talk about the leaf. I'm not gonna wait 8 weeks to see if this starts making a difference. I'm gonna return it now. I think it's awfully convenient. The company that charges you a monthly fee wants you to be extremely patient with their product. Please pay us at least 3 times before sending it back. It's not because I think this is a piece of junk. Honestly, it does exactly what it's advertised to do. It tracks your HRV, your heart rate variability, a metric that I had never heard of until they told me about it, and it guides you through these like timed breathing sessions in order to increase the number, because the higher the better, I guess. At least if you Google HRV, it'll tell you it's a big predictor for future health. If the number's high, you'll live forever. If it's low, you might as well dig your own grave now.
Go, allez. Roger that. Incendiary out.
But upon further research, it seems like there is some debate about what the number actually means. Some people believe everyone just kind of has their own baseline level, and the value in tracking it is simply that when the number starts to trend downward, that can be a sign of a lot of added stress in your life, or even that you might be a couple days away from getting sick before showing symptoms, which is actually really interesting. But anyway, while I'm not 100% sure what to do with the number it gives me, I do know that having an app that I can open up at any time that'll show me how close I am to allegedly dying is probably the worst thing for my mental health. It's kind of like when I first bought an Apple Watch a few years ago, and I started obsessing over my heart rate, because up until that point I had never had a device that could track it for me. So then I spent the next few months worrying about how high it was and what that might mean for my health, until one day I decided to just stop looking at it, and then can you guess what happened? It went down. I was causing the problem that I was stressing about by stressing about it. So I'm not gonna make the same mistake again with this thing, although it would be unfair for me to judge them because of that. That's my own issue. So let's say hypothetically I were to keep using this, what would that experience look like? Well, for starters, I would have to tape this device to my chest every day. I have to feel this cold, sticky tape on my torso, for the rest of my life? And then when I run out of tape, I'm gonna have to buy more? I'm not gonna do all that. Also, there is a massive flaw with this device, which is that it is touch activated. By tapping it, you can initiate an automated breathing session where it vibrates super hard on your chest for like 3 minutes. I wore this thing for a day and a half. I must have accidentally activated that thing like 25 times, 10 or so of which were while I was asleep, and it kept waking me up. And maybe you're thinking, surely that is a setting that can be turned off. No, it's not. If I want to use this thing to track my HRV and my sleep, I just have to deal with the fact that it's going to wake me up a bunch. The funniest thing about this to me is that I used another app to track my sleep quality. So this right here is me just going to bed normally, no devices, just raw dog and sleep. And this is the one and only night that I wore the leash. Not only did my sleep score go way down, probably because I kept getting interrupted, but my heart rate variability got cut in half. That is the one thing this device is supposed to improve. So I'm thinking like, what?
A 大还有一个 A 大还有一个 A 大四个 A 大4个 A 大 A 大
A 大一般大狙，真的蓝色的。
不好意思，大狙是我的。
What's the end game here? I keep using this device for weeks and hope that that number keeps improving until it gets back to where it was before I started. And then when that finally happens, I decide, gee, I guess I can't live without this device. I guess I'll keep paying them $99 a month forever because as far as I can tell, there's no way to opt out of the coaching they automatically signed me up for when I bought it. Which also, like, what do I need coaching for anyway? The app tells me how to do it. She didn't even get my name right.
Andrew.
If HRV is important to you and it's something you'd like to be able to track, then I would recommend getting one of the many devices out there that will track it for you and that you don't have to tape to your chest. And even though all of these devices are more expensive than $99, after a couple months, it will be the same price. And then every month after that, it will be another $99 cheaper and so on and so forth forever. Who thought of this business model? And why are they not in jail? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go put that in a prepaid envelope. All right, this is going to be the most positive segment of the whole video. I think the Call Me Go is a pretty okay product. I will not say it's worth $200, but that still makes it the cheapest out of all the products in this video when you consider the
Valor and discipline, mes amis.
按到手，按到手。油桶。Hello，喂。
the fact that you don't have to subscribe to it. I finally figured out how to use it even though they never answered my phone call. Basically, you just breathe into it until it vibrates, and that means you've exhaled long enough, so then you breathe in, exhale again, so on and so forth for a couple of minutes. Thankfully, I haven't had a panic attack since I got this thing, but the next time I do, I will definitely try to use it and see if it helps at all. Well, the rest of these products have the promise of this sort of silent, long-term effect that you're supposed to just trust is happening and hope that in like 2 months that maybe you might feel some slight difference. They don't do anything to help you if you have a sudden onset of anxiety. This is something that at least has the potential to give you some immediate relief. Again, there are plenty of free ways to accomplish the same exact thing. There are YouTube videos with breathing exercises. You could even just like time how long this tells you to breathe in and out, and then next time count out loud yourself. So I'm not gonna say $198 is some great value for this, but does it do what it's supposed to do? Yes. I can see the practicality in owning one of these. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that because I have nothing else nice to say for the rest of the video. You meowed at the door to come in, and I let you in and I closed the door, and now you want to get out? Too bad, you're trapped. My favorite thing about the Apollo is how cumbersome it is to wear on your wrist because it has to go on the bottom, so it gets in the way of everything. Luckily, the solution is to wear it, that's right, on your ankle. So now every time I walk outside my house, my neighbors do a double take and then sprint in the opposite direction. I didn't commit a crime, Beatrice. I just have
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Laying down smoke.
按到，按到。
Throwing smoke. Flashbang. 应该在 A 门外。可是你俩能拉不？我从正门出，咱一块拉。来，走，出。
A 门出了吗
A 门 A 大没出，可能 B。
trouble focusing. So I've been sleeping with the Apollo and the Neo rhythm. I've done different combinations. Some nights I'll only wear one. Some nights I haven't worn either of them. Actually, the very first night I had this on my head, which I thought was super uncomfortable. And then I found out you're supposed to put it under the pillow. So that's probably the dumbest I've ever felt. Though it's not like they said that in the app. I had to find that out from a random YouTube video. And if I hadn't found that, I would have just kept putting it on my head every night. But then hold on, and I know this may be a stupid question, but can the electromagnetic pulses even make it that far? Like, I still don't really know how this thing works, but how far do they actually go? Not to brag or anything, but my pillow's pretty thick. Can the pulses go all the way through it? They give you this little magnetic tester that beeps when it's on, which I think is funny that they feel like they probably have to prove that this thing actually does something, and that's why they give it to us, but that's besides the point. But how it works is that you can only hear it beeping if it's right up next to it. Even if I'm like an inch away, it stops beeping. So you're telling me it has to go all the way through my pillow and pillowcase and skull just to make it into my brain? Shit, what's to stop it from going over to my neighbor's house and getting into their heads? Guess the whole neighborhood's sleeping good tonight. Anyway, for me at least.
中眼2楼位
，A 大
A 大
两个，
三个，最后3个，全冲 A 大了，区域被对面搅了，区域被对面搅了。
一个在 L。
It seems like it has no effect. As you can see, I am physically incapable of having medium quality sleep. I either sleep amazing or terrible. Just for the sake of being thorough, I'm going to keep experimenting with these things for the next couple of months, and I'll let you know in a future video if anything drastic changes. But for the time being, I don't feel like I'm getting anything out of these wearables. There are people who say that they felt relief within seconds of putting this thing on their neck, and like the third time I put it on, I got a headache. I'm not trying to spend $300 on a headache. I don't want that shit for free. Out of curiosity, I looked up a few reviews of the product on YouTube, and it kind of seemed like all of them had affiliate links in the description, which sort of means that they're incentivized to say positive things about the product. Even still, I thought it was funny how many of the reviewers would say things like, this technology is groundbreaking. It's so cool. It didn't do anything for me, even though I wore it for 3 weeks, but maybe if you buy it, you'll have different results. Now, the thing about mental health is you can't see it. To everyone else around you, it's invisible. That's why even though it has been heavily destigmatized, no matter what, there will always be people who look at you and say, you're not depressed, you're just lazy. Or like, anxiety's not real because I don't have it, and I'm the main character. But because brain health is invisible, it's impossible for me to prove that these products don't do anything. Like I said, there's people online who say they bought one and it changed their life. I would love it if these things worked perfectly for everyone all the time and it made all our lives better. That would be amazing. I would love it if I could put a piece of plastic on my head and never have anxiety again. But I worry that because it's so clear how hit or miss these devices are, that maybe there might be some placebo effect going on. And look, if it works, it works.
Come on, let's go. On y va. Incendiary out.
Roger that. 中路大狙大船，一枪死，首先一枪死。先一小了，
看一下 A 小，看一下 A 小。
中路我刚才就看到那一个，还在一小，没进，还在一小那个拐角，没进。
That's great for those people, right? Because if it is a placebo effect, that means for everyone who bought it and didn't get anything out of it, all it's done is made their lives worse because they still have anxiety, but now with $400 fewer. What I will say is I think there's legitimacy in just having something to focus on when working towards a goal. A lot of the time with mental health, it kind of feels like the only thing you can do is just wait for it to get better, or you end up in a depression loop where you don't have the motivation to do any of the things that may make you feel less depressed. That was the story of my life for like 2 years. So there probably is something beneficial just in scheduling a task every day. Maybe part of it is the task itself, and part of it is the sense that you're actively working towards something. Like these things don't do anything unless you tell them to. So when you sit down to work and you're like, I need to be more focused, I could try putting this thing on my wrist and activating focus and energize mode, and then, maybe I'll get more work done. And maybe on the other end of the spectrum, because I went into this so resistant and so skeptical, it's kind of my
A 门还有 A 门还有。
Roger。来了。
My own fault that this didn't work for me because I wasn't allowing my brain to take on any change. It's sort of the whole I can't help you if you're not willing to help yourself thing. Although that's me really trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. Anyway, to recap my experience, I think the Mindy would be a bad investment for most people. I think the Leaf would be a bad investment for anyone. I think the Neo Rhythm is a little too risky to try it yourself because it seems like a lot of people have no sensitivity to these kind of devices. And even if you want to return it for a refund, you have to spend upwards of $60 to ship it all the way back to Slovenia. I think the Call Me Go has a very niche use, but a use nonetheless. And the Apollo is probably the most overpriced product I've reviewed on this channel since the Moon Pop. I doubt even the biggest believers in this wristband can honestly say that they think this is worth what it costs. It feels so light and cheap in your hand. Just yesterday, I got an ad for almost the same exact type of product. And I don't know anything about this one, but they were charging $90 for 2 of them. And they're also just little watches that vibrate. Sure, maybe this one knocks it out of the park. Maybe it's way better, but is it $350 better? I doubt it. So as a company focused on people's well-being, if you can afford to charge substantially less for a product and still profit from it, why aren't you doing that? It seems like you've arbitrarily tacked on this mental health tax because you know that your target audience might just be desperate enough to spend all that money anyway. And so no matter how effective these things prove to be, I cannot comfortably get behind them. To me, this whole business model seems extremely exploitative. That being said, I'm curious to hear if you guys have bought anything like these and if you've had similar or hopefully better experiences. It's always hard to tell exactly what the consensus for something is. When from past experience, I know that some of these websites heavily moderate their reviews. And also half of these products don't even show reviews. They just show a handful of testimonials at the bottom and call it a day. Wow, this product is approved by 3 out of 3 people? I guess it's perfect then. Well, it's that time, folks. Time for me to earn back the money I wasted on this video by telling you about today's sponsor, HelloFresh. Hi, hungry? Thought you...
Come on, let's go.
啊，
It might be. Then how does 70% off a bunch of food delivered to your door in a box sound? You wanna... I think I might have too much stuff. I gotta stop making these videos where I just buy the first slightly interesting piece of garbage I see advertised on the internet. What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Or this? I spent like $200 on this tracksuit and I literally only use it to muffle the sound coming from my room when I'm yelling at Fortnite at 2 a.m.
Where did you go? I'm getting shot.
Just because I have a lot of fun making these videos and people in my last video, just maybe 10, 20, so on and so forth forever. Now it's important that you never actually buy anything from the website. That is not the point of what we're trying to do here. What we're trying to do is get this company to waste their entire ad budget on you without ever getting a sale in return. It's the perfect prank. But unfortunately, this is not a series about getting advertisers to waste their money. It's about me wasting my money for your entertainment. So let's start. I'm gonna show these to you in order of most promising to most confusing. First up is the Cozy Band.
I love relaxing in bed with my Cozy Band headphones. They're perfect for Netflix, music, podcasts, meditations. Why?
Not gonna lie, this is very intriguing to me. I've noticed I fall asleep much faster if I'm listening to music, and obviously I can't just blast some speakers right.
打一大火力爆弹。 最后个闭门。去山地了。
我就怕这哥们儿那个不把我扫死。
Right next to a bed that I share. And it also kind of hurts to wear my giant headphones to bed, unless I'm laying face down. But every time I do that, I suffocate and die. But this thing, I can just have on my head.
Oh, we got a deploying smoke shield. Flashbang out. Throwing a Molotov.
看一小，看一小，有人回防。
啊，干嘛呢？
And it saves you $300 a month. So that all sounds great, I guess. But I did a little bit of research, and I'm pretty sure none of that is real. Alan Jackson, the genius MIT student, totally made up. You'd think there would be even one article about this 19-year-old whiz kid who's literally cutting people.
Move it, move it. Flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Molotov
哎呦我！一门一门。啊，对对。
刚刚 B 一个 ，B 一个 ，A 可能就一个。打一 A 就一个。这个带包哥们，你走后面，我走前面。
smoking.
哎，
蓝色，蓝色，蓝色死掉。
左边来了，左边来了，左边左边。
Power bills in half. But the only notable Alan Jackson I could find is a 63-year-old country singer. They also used a quote from Tech Daily magazine, who I found on Instagram. They have 0 followers and haven't posted in 15 months. So maybe this is a quote straight from their website. Well, they also haven't updated that since last year. And you're not gonna believe this, but PowerSave isn't even trademarked, at least not by Alan. He would not have even been born yet when this was registered in 1994. So I guess my question is, who the hell is this kid? They have all this footage.
抓第一个。
狙击位，一点狙击位。
区位吗？
区位，区位。
大残他不敢出来。警家行。
警家，警家，下面警家。
Footage of, is this like a YouTuber they found? Or is this just more stock footage? I mean, they certainly got their money's worth from their Storyblock subscription. I'm pretty sure they used their entire library in this ad. But whoever it is, I would love to find him and bring this to his attention. So if you recognize this man, let me know. So to summarize, the inventor's not real, his backstory's not real, and the product is clearly just a piece of crap that's either extremely useless or, worst case, extremely dangerous. But like, you can do that? You can just resell some cheap bullshit you found on AliExpress and make up an entirely fake narrative to go along with it? Don't mind if...
Let's go. Rip into it. Flashbang out. Throwing the flashbang. Deploying decoy.
不好意思。刚好打那个拦车了，你刚好下去。
哎呦我，这个内阁夫。
So the way I make these videos now is every time I see something that is interesting to me and I know I'm going to make a video about it, I just buy it that day. So some of these things arrived a week ago. Others have been sitting in my closet for like 2 months. In other words, I've been looking forward to this day for a very long time. Definitely the first thing I want to open is the posture corrector. The sooner I start using that, the better. They said that sweet old lady from the commercial is 2 inches taller now, but with my slouch, I'm thinking I could go like half a foot. I don't know if I mentioned this earlier.
Throwing smoke. Throwing fire.
来，过来。
No more talking. Now we fight. Smoking.
This is the upright Go 2. They worked out all the kinks from the first one. I don't know what those kinks might have been. Maybe it shocked you too hard. Yeah, see, this one says gentle vibration feedback. Definitely it was too harsh before. You can track your posture from day to day. You can have daily goals. I assume the goal would just be to have good posture every day. This box is very reminiscent of opening up an iPhone for the first time, only way more disappointing. So this comes with, looks like about 10 pieces of tape and a few alcohol prep pads. You know, gotta disinfect your back before you put this on. Comes with a little guitar pick. How fun. I mean, technically it says adhesive removal tool, but I could strum a few chords with this. So, I think I can just put it on now. I hope it's charged. Am I gonna have to charge it while it's on my back? I don't know how to film this. It's hard enough to put this on by myself. There's a button on it. I accidentally hit a button. I hope that's not self-destruct mode. What's your main posture goal? For it to be better? I'm in this purely for vanity. I'm just trying to look better. Turn on your Go. No, I can't see it. I hope it's blinking. I put it on way too early. Sorry, I gotta update it first. I think the new season just came out. Should I buy the battle pass? Now let's learn how to place the Go on your back. Well, I already did it, so. Attaches. Make sure your upper back is clean and dry. Now peel off the green cover. Okay, already. What the fuck? Dude, this thing will just randomly go back like 5 steps. Is it because I'm clicking too fast? And it's like, no, you're not comprehending. You're gonna have to start over. Great. Okay. Did the app crash? Or I think I broke the app by trying to use it. What is happening? It's just stuck on this black screen, and every time I exit out, it's still on the black screen. What if my posture is just so bad that the app took one look at me and was like, yeah, dude, there's nothing we can do here, sorry. This guy is a lost cause. It's not my fault that puberty gave me scoliosis. That moment when your posture app crashes, so you have to restart your phone. All right, let's fucking go, dude. I'm so pumped for this shit. I don't even know what to do. All right, last resort. I'm going to delete the app, and I'm going to download it again. I'm having a great time. This is the best thing ever. Let's learn how to place it on your back. More on adhesive. Can you...
逼出来了，逼出来了。
What the fuck?
Affirmative.
Can you tell me how tape works, please? Jesus Christ. Okay, should I watch the video? I'll watch the video. I think they got mad that I didn't watch the video they made.
Plant your feet on the ground so your knees form a 90-degree angle. Now straighten up. And imagine there's...
Deploying smoke shield. Flashbang. Throwing flashbang.
They go for it.哎呦我拦车！紧张，最后一个紧。两个一块了，一块了。
There's a string pulling you up. Next, pull your shoulders back slightly. Being upright should feel comfortable. Lastly, relax. And don't forget to breathe. Let's start by saying hello to your avatar. Every day you get a daily uptime goal. Fill up this ring to complete your daily goal.
Okay, yeah. My goal is an hour a day. That doesn't seem like that much. Like, I feel like if I'm slouching for every other hour of the day, I'm not doing a good job. All right, let's see. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ah, I knew it was.
Deploying smoke shield. Flashbang.
Molotov out. Smoking. Throwing smoke. Okay, I'm setting it down here.
Gonna happen. It's still scary. It doesn't just buzz once to let you know that you're fucking up. It keeps going until you correct it. Cool. Well, the battery life is already 50%. I'm curious to see how long it lasts. But other than that, I guess I can just go about the rest of my day and check in on this when I need to. This is definitely the nano bag because it is microscopic. Oh, that's right. I got two. They just gave me a free one at the end. This is the regular one, and this is the mini. As you can see, there's a pretty massive difference there. This is probably 1/4 of an inch taller. I feel like it's gonna be really hard to fold it up the perfect size and get it back in here. Have you ever taken a cover off of a beanbag chair, washed it, and then tried to put it back on? It's a nightmare. And I'm gonna have to do this every time I go shopping. I don't know about that. Okay, it's going in. No, this is pretty cool. Maybe I'll just leave the handle out. So. Okay, it's gonna take some getting used to.
For the next 6 days, I wore my upright everywhere I went. I wore it to Best Buy. I wore it to a thrift shop. I wore it to Curtis Connor's stand-up show because good posture takes no days off. I treated it like a boot camp. When the battery died, I just plugged it in and kept on going. And whenever my back would vibrate, I would punish myself by doing 50 push-ups. Unfortunately, it would think that I was still slouching while doing the push-ups, so then I would have to do even more. It was sort of this endless cycle. I probably did thousands of push-ups yesterday. Long story short, my arms are very tired. So this thing definitely gets in your head about how you're sitting. There's so many things you do every day that you don't even realize that you slouch during. But that also, arguably don't really matter that you're slouching. Like every day when I eat my lunch and I'm leaning over to eat my
我们打一个地方，我直接打 B 吧，直接打 B 吧，直接打 B。B 不好打。行吧，正面夹 B 吧，正面夹 B 吧。OK。
Deploying smoke shield.
food. This thing screams at me, no, that's not how you're supposed to sit. You're supposed to sit up straight. God forbid I bend over a little bit. And then the opposite of eating, which is of course going to the bathroom. Upright does not like that. Back must be pressed against the toilet at all times. This is how you poop. Although it took me like 3 days to stop thinking that I was getting a text every time it buzzed. My shirt would randomly start vibrating and I would be like, wait, is that Instagram? I very quickly had to raise the delay from 15 to 30 seconds because it was driving me crazy. The constant buzzing whenever you're so much as reading an email is, I think, more annoying than helpful. I think it was also a good idea to turn off the device while I was doing an activity that I knew I would have to slouch during. Like if I know I'm gonna be leaning over my stove for half an hour, I don't want my back vibrating at me every 5 seconds because I had the audacity to look down at what I was doing. I don't think I would feel comfortable saying that this is worth $76. But if I were to ignore the cost and just look at it objectively, I think it did have a slightly positive impact on me. At the very least, it gets me thinking about my posture. And if I'm able to transform that into more of a subconscious thought, and that's what it takes to finally fix my gamer boy slouch, then, you know, so be it.
Did someone say bag test?
I did. It was me. In an effort to review the most utilitarian product in an interesting way, I'm just gonna keep putting a bunch of stuff in it until it breaks. Don't worry though, if it does break, no harm will be done because I'm gonna do the test above my very soft and very big beanbag chair. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you think I was talking about you? Hell no. You're not soft. You're not big. If I dropped my valuable possessions on top of you, they would all break. So anyway, let's get started. The website says it holds up to 66 pounds, but I think they're talking about the regular version. This is the mini. I assume it would hold less than that. I have like 55 pounds worth of weight, so we'll see if it can do all that. The best part is I didn't spend any money on this, so if it does break, that's okay. It was free. 17 pounds. So far, so good. This will be 27 pounds. 37 pounds. Okay, so if I were just doing this test in my regular life, I would stop here because I can't imagine myself ever needing to carry more than this. If I did, I would just take more bags. But this isn't real life. This is a YouTube video. So yeah, I'm gonna do all the weight. If it'll fit. 55 pounds. I'm not stalling because it's gonna be difficult for me to lift this up at this angle. I guess I could stand on the beanbag, but then if it drops, it's gonna drop on my foot, and I might like break my foot, and I don't wanna do that. So I gotta be real careful with it.
Together we can do this. Smoking.
You go out.
Throwing flashbang. I'm throwing a grenade.
一个 B 有一个。
蓝色有把那个货。
I would find more things around my house to put in there and make it way more, but the fact that this holds 55 pounds with no issues, and I myself can't really hold 55 pounds with no issues, I don't see this ever being a problem if I'm out in public and this is the only bag I have. I'm not going to get 70 pounds worth of stuff, because my arms will fall off. I really thought this would break. I don't think I've been this surprised to see a product do what it was advertised to do since I poured Gatorade all over that shirt. Lucky for me, I have another...
We will make them regret this day. Deploying smoke shield. Flashbang.
下地2个，把人。
other tiny bag here. This one holds the cozy bag. Now, usually you would hope and even expect that a device like this would come with written instructions, but these two items were literally the only things in the box. Guess I'll just figure it out on my own. First thing I noticed is somewhat of a troubling aroma emanating from this thing, which is fine, you know, I only have to put it on my face. I wasn't sure if the inside would have actual earbuds that like hook into your ear. Looks like little speakers kind of hidden beneath the band. Oh, cool, you could have like the wire stick out if you want. Maybe that I could hook onto my ear, make sure it doesn't go anywhere. So far, so good. Kind of seems like they don't get close enough to my ears. I guess if I was laying down, it would work. Obviously, the only thing I can do is try it out. I'm gonna sleep with this for a couple nights, and I will let you know. Nighty-night. Okay, well, it's been a couple days now, and you can definitely notice the cheapness here. The sound quality's not great. It kind of seems like they just shoved two speakers into a sweatband, probably because that's what they did. If you were hoping to watch this in some capacity, you have to painstakingly remove the electronics from the cozy band and then put them back in exactly where they were, which is an extremely tedious process. This one single sentence on their website did not prepare me for how difficult it would be. It's certainly more comfortable than wearing regular headphones, although the speakers fit so loosely that they end up kind of sliding around and ending up in places they're not supposed to. So the solution for that is to make it louder, but the sound kind of bleeds out, and then I can't fully relax because now I'm worried I'm gonna wake Amanda up with the Law Dispute song that came up on Shuffle. I will say it fits really well for me specifically. So hopefully you and I have the same sized head, otherwise you're out of luck, because there's no way to adjust the size. That's why a lot of the negative reviews are either too tight or too big. For $40, you can't expect some super high-end device, so I will say that it's not terrible, and it could be worse. So we hear over the...
We must work together.
B 点过去2个。
来这，掉了掉。
The Drew Gooden channel officially give the Cozy Band a 3 out of 5. Unfortunately, I didn't get a lick of sleep after this because even though I was up all night configuring my new tripod, which involved downloading their horribly rated app, when I was finally ready to use it to record the next segment with Amanda, this happened. Oh, I know. That's what to do. All right, it's slushy time. How does it feel?
Oh.
Yeah. Based on what I saw on this person's Instagram, they did an orange juice one, they did a strawberry milk one, famously from earlier in the video, and they also did a Coke one, but I'm more of a Dr. Pepper guy.
I'm gonna shake this up before we open it.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Just do a little bit. Probably good. And then you have to like squeeze it for, the box says several minutes.
It's so cold.
I guess it's kind of already slushed it up.
It doesn't really look that appetizing.
What do you guys think? All right, bottom up.
No. It's like slimy.
It's so slimy, that's a good word for it. I mean, it looks good.
That's what you feed babies.
Mm-hmm. Mushy Dr. Pepper.
It's like chunky but slimy.
Yeah, I don't know why it's so slimy, it's weird. I think all to be honest this time. This is strawberry milk. It's not quite as pink as the one from the video. This looks exactly like a baby bottle. Oh my god.
This looks wrong.
I promise you this is what we're supposed to do. This one took significantly longer to freeze, so in the meantime, I'm going to read to you some of my favorite phrases from the box. As far as I can tell, the text on here went through one single pass of Google Translate. Frozen Magic Squeeze Cup slushifies your drink in minutes. It's that easy. No mess, no fuss. Put on the lid and squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Use Frozen Magic Squeeze Cup over and over again. The fun never ends. So is the point of this product to make drinks out of it, or is the point just that it's a fun toy? It's BPA free, it's non-toxic, it's easy make, it's no mess, no fuss. Attention, because of various brand models of refrigerator freezer temperature adjustment by different, sometimes need to put more time will be frozen. This is a normal phenomenon. This one I'm most excited about. The orange juice, I don't really give a shit. I only buy it because they did it on Instagram.
It's like eating.
It's like eating strawberry milk.
Yeah.
This one tastes good. This tastes like a strawberry milkshake that's been melted a little bit.
I would do this again.
That's pretty good.
Let's give it to them, boys. Flashbang.
有信息吗？
Flashbang.
哎，门外，门外，打了2枪。确定的 A 门外一个。
挨了我一个大狙，
中路挨了一个大狙 ，A 门外一个。
挨了我一个包匪。
Good. Honestly, the don't do a soda. It's just not, I don't think it's made for soda. This is pretty good.
Lactose intolerant.
It'll be fine. This is just whole milk. Yummy.
You got a little something.
Huh? Right over here.
You got it.
Got milk. Well, I had to wait for this thing to get cold again, but I've made myself some orange juice slushy to drink while I garject. That was a weird sentence. Oh my god. It tastes just like orange juice, but a little bit colder. So anyway, I tried using this thing once already. It kind of worked. As you can attempt to see in this extremely blurry footage, the peel doesn't exactly slide off in one swift movement as was advertised. If you leave it on like they said you could, it gets ripped up into little pieces and hitchhikes a ride into whatever food you're making. It's kind of like how if you had an egg and you tried to shove it through a cheese grater, the shell isn't going to just magically disappear. It's coming too. But you know, that one major bit of false advertising aside, it works pretty well once the garlic is peeled. See, that's the part I was hoping to not have to do. It's a shame that you still have to like touch it. You don't want to waste all the garlic that's still stuck to the thing. But then of course your fingers get all sticky, which is the other thing I was hoping to not have to do anymore. We're kind of 0 for 2 on the two things I was looking most forward to. Is this better than having to dice up the garlic myself? Absolutely. Am I glad I bought it? Absolutely. But am I, you know, a little disappointed that I can't just do everything in one foul swoop? Yeah. I'm gonna have to do like 3 or 4 foul swoops. And that's too many foul swoops. Anyway, it looks like I have a frozen treat and a pile of minced garlic here, and there's 2 of us. So I'm gonna let you choose which one you want. Yeah, I thought you want the orange juice. No, that's fine. Yeah, you can have that. I'll just
learning stuff.
Grab, I guess, a fork for this. No. You made up your mind. You can have the orange juice. No, you can have the orange juice. All right. You can't take it back now because you feel bad about what you've made me done. What you did. What you do. What you make. What I have to do. All right. I think that's enough out of that guy. Thank you all so much for watching episode 700 of Instagram by Try. We did it all today. We tried, and I think we all cried.
What's your name, Mom?
Thailand. They ain't never had a black girl in his life.
I haven't lost my beard.
You haven't lost your virginity. Are you doing this for the show?
The show.
I'm obviously into you.
How you like that right there?
I gave it a 9. 1 to 10, how would you rate me?
Definitely a 9.
I got stiff right now. Will you go on a date with me?
I will.
You know, he part Jamaican.
Yeah,
oh, no wonder I like you.
Let me say,
I'll sit on your face. But my
What's your name, Mom?
Thailand.
They ain't never had a black. Black girl in his life.
I haven't lost my beard.
You haven't lost your virginity. Are you doing this for the show?
The show.
I'm obviously into you.
How you like that right there?
I gave it a 9. 1 to 10, how would you rate me?
Definitely a 9.
I got stiff right now. Will you go on a date with me?
I will.
You know, he part Jamaican.
Yeah,
oh, no wonder I like you.
I'll
sit on your face. But my
What's your name, Mom?
Thailand.
But my pronouns are they, them, zir. They're neutral.
Randy, I have to say they, them, zir. I much prefer over.
When I tell you I was nervous for this egg port, I mean it. We spent nearly 4 hours cracking and separating all these eggs. What if we dropped the bowl? What if we poured the eggs on the floor? I was so terrified, but it came out pretty good. When I tell you I was nervous for this egg port, I mean it. We spent nearly 4 hours cracking and separating all these eggs. What if we dropped the bowl? What if we poured the eggs on the floor? I was so terrified, but it came out pretty good.
He's about to go to the military.
Really? He has to do what? He has to go against China. What is he going to do in the military? So how you shoot him? How you put your gun up?
From like here. Today, watch out.
Oh, you're gonna die.
What? Shoot again?
No, he's not going to die.
That's a real take on it. Let's be real.
I'm going to help him.
Are you prepared to fight for your life or no?
Hell no.
Yeah, he's going to die. He's about to go to the military.
Really? He has to.
One of the biggest ice cream hacks at Dairy Queen is if you love the shell, just ask for it in a cup and they have to pour a ton of it on there and it fills up the cup and you get so much extra chocolate shell. If you think about it, when the cone is dipped in there, it only coats the ice cream that's on the cone. But if you pour it over top, it fills up all of that edge of the cup. I've said this before and for some reason people don't believe me, but one of the biggest ice cream hacks at Dairy Queen is if you love the shell, just ask for it in a cup and they have to pour a
This looks like a glitch in the ocean. At first glance, you might think this is where two oceans meet, but you'd be wrong. It's actually where a source of fresh water meets a source of salt water, and the fresh water carries sediments with it and mixes it into the ocean. So what we're seeing here is a layer of sediment floating to the top and making it seem as if there's a big divide. Which side would you rather drink? This looks like a glitch in the ocean. At first glance, you might think this is where two oceans meet, but you'd be wrong. It's actually where a source of fresh water meets a source of salt water, and the fresh water carries sediments with it and mixes it into the ocean. So what we're seeing here is a layer of sediment floating to the top and making it.
As this guy was trying to leave for the day, his dog somehow got around their gates, looking at him from around the corner, wondering where he's headed.
What do you think you're doing?
Instead of putting him back in the house though, the guy just opens his car door, which is when the dog jumps in without hesitation, flopping down on the other seat just like the true co-pilot that he is. As this guy was trying to leave for the day, his dog somehow got around their gates.
This kid walked through the stands with a $100 bill in his hands, trying to buy a foul ball that had just landed in their section. But you won't believe what this guy did next. When the kid approached him, he already knew what was up. He started laughing immediately. But instead of taking the $100, he gave the ball to the kid for free. He's so wholesome for this. This kid walked through.
Ni hao Kylan.
What that mean?
I used to watch a cartoon that was
like
what the f? Nah, that's racist.
Yeah, that's okay.
He's Mandarin. Hold on. Ni hao Kylan.
What that mean?
I used to watch a cartoon that was.
This guy found an abandoned house that was so moldy that you can actually see the mold flying through the air. This guy found an abandoned house that was so moldy that you can.
This trend is getting really old. This is a 4,500-pound SUV on 33-inch tires. Oh, actually, I can do that really easily. Wow. 4,500 pounds. Body on frame SUV.
How much would you be willing to pay for this?
He's stacking American cheese and he's gonna fry it. Cheese and bacon. I'm paying a ton of money for this. Oh, he's wrapping it with salt, pepper, deep frying it, panko. It's like a donut grilled cheese.
It's a very satisfying crunch.
Bacon cordon bleu almost. Love it.
How much would you be willing to pay for this?
He's stacking.
How exactly did someone move my giant rock? What if the camera's caught? Oh, that's not good.
Won't you fly free, yeah.
How exactly did someone move my giant rock? What if the camera's caught?
Connect this air tank to this face mask and now you have the lung sub mask. It lets you snorkel for as long as you'd like and breathe underwater for up to 10 minutes. The snorkel automatically stops water from getting inside when you submerge, and you can refill the air tank yourself with this hand pump or this battery powered turbocharger. Connect this air tank to this face mask and now you have the lung sub mask. It lets you snorkel.
You guys know that you can flip things in a pan by just flipping the pan?
Did you guys know you can brush your hose coat by clamping a brush to a pole?
And just dragging them underneath it? It's just so efficient.
You guys know that you can flip things in a pan by just flipping the pan?
Did you guys know you can brush your...
Hi! Hey, is Jason home? No, he's not. He's playing golfing. Okay. I'll just What you see if he could open that. I got this. Give me that. Well, I couldn't. Come on. Cheryl couldn't. I don't have no strength left. Hi! Hey, is Jason...
Hey guys, game time. Everyone put your phone in the middle. First person phone that goes off is the call to crash. Yep, big.
The fuck?
Oh shit!
No, y'all. What?
Oh! Hey guys, game time. Everyone put your phone in the middle. First person phone that goes off is the call to crash. Yep, big.
The fuck?
Oh shit!
No, y'all. What?
Oh! Hey guys, game time. Everyone put your phone in the middle. First person phone that goes off is the call to crash. Yep, big.
The fuck?
Oh shit!
No, y'all. What?
Oh! Hey guys, game time. Everyone put your phone in the middle. First person phone that goes off is the call to crash. Yep, big.
The fuck?
Oh shit!
No, y'all.
You had got destroyed if I were a boy. I would turn off.
Oh, that is bigger than I thought it was gonna be. You were being so chill, and I'm freaking out.
You had got destroyed.
You broke you right now. Fake walked back. Back.
You're right. You're right.
On your right.
Saw him?
Fuck.
That's 4-3.
That's 16. Oh my god, that's how bad it is? We saw his shadow forever.
Yeah. You broke you right now. Fake walked back. Back.
What's up, buddy? Yeah, you made me scared. I ain't gonna lie. You made me nervous. What you doing? What you doing, girl? What's up, buddy? Yeah, you made me scared. I ain't gonna lie. You made me nervous.
Now that's a lot of damage. But with Flex Paste, you can create a watertight seal.
This guy got into a fight with himself at the bar. This guy got into a fight with himself at the bar.
Street is so busy. What is this? Let's try it. What's your name? Darren. You do not look like a Darren. Let's eat some corn. I have a surprise for you, okay? Would you rather me pay for the corn, or would you want a mystery gift?
Mystery gift.
Close your eyes. Brand new AirPods for you, sir.
Thank you.
He chose the right option. Follow to be next. Street is so busy.
Selena Gomez gave fans an exclusive tour inside her house, and fans couldn't believe it when she opened her fridge and it looked like this inside.
This is my refrigerator freezer situation. Show you the difference there. This might be where I'm at most of the time.
Selena Gomez gave fans an exclusive tour.
English? Baby, you got something in your nose. Sniffing that K.
Sir, don't talk in the microphone and win a mystery gift. Dude, you're not supposed to talk. You lost. Let's see what you could have won, bro. Dude, that's a PlayStation 5, man. I'm sorry. Sir, don't talk in the microphone and win a mystery gift. Dude, you're not supposed to talk.
You think you look like rice gum? Hey, that.
This is what it looks like to swim at 5:30 a.m. in Nice Ritz.
It's not 5:30 a.m. At 5:30, the sun's altitude was at negative 3.62 degrees. And based off the shadow of this building and the sun pattern on this peninsula, the actual time the video was taken was around 6:04 a.m.
This is what it looks like to swim at 5:30 a.m. in Nice Ritz.
It's not 5:30 a.m. At 5:30, the sun's altitude.
Please stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. Don't take these beautiful things that I've got. Please stay.
No dating, no dating, no dating, no dating. Start dating. Find a girlfriend yet? Still single? Don't get a girlfriend here. Girlfriend? Marriage when? Marriage when? Time for children? Children when? Say hi to your new grandchild. No dating, no dating, no dating. No dating. Start dating. Find a girlfriend yet? Still single? Don't get a girlfriend.
You're trash.
You think you've seen it all? You ain't seen nothing yet.
推荐优格，因为它是养乐多口味的。
优格。
对啊 ，LP33啊，就是养乐多口味的。
LP33哪是优格，哪是养乐多？
它是养乐多口味啊。
哦，所以是叫我喝优格。
我觉得它很赞。
要把它喝完是不是？
这倒不用了，我只是说好喝。
You remember the first time you ever went to an arcade and you saw all the incredible, life-changing prizes available and your mind started running wild with possibilities?
Shit, alright. I'll take the electric guitar, the skateboard, the PlayStation 2, 1,000 Tootsie Rolls, that stuffed animal that's taller than me. Hey, Toots, would you mind wrapping them up in plastic for me? I'll wet the bed.
And then 2 hours and $47 later, you realize you've only earned enough tickets to buy one whoopee cushion? Well, not to brag or anything, but I'm old as fuck now, and I'm pretty good at games, or at least better than I used to be. So for this video, I decided to test out an idea that I've wanted to do basically my whole life. I want to find out if you can profit at an arcade. If I just play the one game I'm best at over and over and over again, can I ultimately earn a prize that's worth more than the amount of money that I spent on the token? I didn't need to say all that. You read the title, you know what I'm gonna do. So I headed to the second most touristy part of Orlando, Florida, to a place called Main Event, which is somewhere in between Dave & Buster's and Chuck E. Cheese. In spirit, I should say. Geographically speaking, Dave & Buster's is in the middle. This place has everything. Bowling, laser tag, a weird obstacle course hanging from the ceiling. But I don't have time for any of that right now. The reason I dragged my wife here at 3 p.m. on a Friday is to figure out the most efficient game to play and the best prize to buy. Now, this isn't like the old days anymore, where you gotta lug around a 75-pound bucket of tokens. The first thing you do here is preload cash onto a fun card, which holds all of your credits and then also the points you earn from the game. And I gotta say, I immediately got overwhelmed from the onslaught of numbers. Okay, so 200 credits is $40, or not $40, it's $35, and 300 credits should be quite frankly, $60, but it's not, it's only $50. Everyone keeps saying that 500 credits cost $100. It doesn't, it's only $75. You save $25 when you buy that, which you can use to buy 140 credits, which is actually $28. And plus, I don't know what any of that means. If I buy this one, does that mean I can play 200 games? No. Most games cost anywhere between 7.5 and 8.5 credits, which are such confusing numbers to keep track of. Why even include a decimal at all? Who thought of this? The last time I came here in 2019, I remember each machine just telling you how much it cost in terms of dollars. But if I had to guess, I'd say they changed it to be purposely confusing so you don't realize how much money you're actually blowing through with every passing game. It's kind of like how if I saw a Fortnite skin that said, this costs $20, I would be like, hell no. I'm not spending $20 on this. I'm gonna buy $20 worth of V-Bucks because then the costume is free. As with most arcades, there are pretty much 3 types of games here. There are the fun ones, like Basketball Connect 4, Air Hockey, Flappy Bird, but big. Typically, these are the ones you earn the least amount of points for playing, but if you're just here to have a good time, that doesn't matter. Then there's the luck-based games, which can, in theory, earn you a whole bunch of tickets, but you have no control over that because it's essentially just a giant slot machine with SpongeBob on it. And then lastly, there are skill-based games where technically you could earn the jackpot every time. The only thing stopping you from doing so is your own ability. The only downside is they're usually tedious and stressful and the least fun options out of all the games in the arcade. So in other words, they're perfect for this video. Let me tell you, I was ecstatic when I walked in and saw that they still had this ball cup game. This is the machine I had in mind when I was planning this video because I used to abuse the hell out of this. While the rest of my friends were playing skee-ball and enjoying themselves, I was just standing on this machine for 1 whole hour hoping to earn the best prize out of the group. See, I was playing the long game. Sure, maybe you guys had more fun that night because you got to play Mario Olympics and Vin Diesel Simulator, but I get to have this forever. So, who actually came out on top? Anyways, back to the ball game. So the goal with this is to get all 50 balls into these spinning cups without losing any of them, and you have to do so before time runs out. You really gotta try to be perfect with this one because the difference between getting 49 balls and getting all 50 is massive. But once you get the rhythm down, it's possible to start stacking jackpots and become the queen of the arcade. When I started out though, I was blowing through tries so fast. I started sweating immediately. I got very tense and nervous. I think the pressure of the video was mounting on me. And every time I would be just 1 ball away from the jackpot, the disappointment and frustration would hit me like a ton of bricks. Or a ton of feathers. They both weigh the same. But I managed to calm myself down, gain my composure, and on my 10th try, I did it. Give me that jackpot, baby. That'll be 711 points, please. I love you now. Now I just gotta stand here for 4 minutes while the machine counts up all my points one at a time for some reason. Why does this take so long? Is there a little guy in there trying to count them up by hand? Just use a calculator, dude. It's like they're trying to discourage you from winning the jackpots by making them inconvenient. Well, while we're waiting for that, I do just want to say, unironically, I was so relieved when I won this. I think I had built this video up so much in my head over the past couple years, and I just felt it all falling apart before my eyes. When I started losing again and again and again, I started to freak out and think, did they make the game harder? Or worse, am I just dumb now? Am I gonna have to go to Chuck E. Cheese? They'll never let me in there. I'm almost 30. Oh, yeah, my points are done. With the satisfaction of 1, that's right, a single win in my belt, I decided to just enjoy the rest of my night with Amanda, knowing I was gonna have to come here by myself later in the week anyway. We went bowling for the first time in about 5 years, which reminded me that I am possibly the worst bowler in the entire world, including babies. I think a baby would do better than I did. The second game, though, I was like, wait, who are we trying to fool by doing regular mode? Let me just throw the bumpers up and then we'll have way more fun. Just kidding, I sucked at that too. Then we ate dinner, which was, it was fine. There's just something about cubed meat that makes me feel like I'm being given my rations for the day. When we were done eating, I decided to try out a few other games, but I quickly came to the conclusion that nothing was going to be as productive or efficient as Quick Draw. I should probably talk about the prizes, because that's the other thing I have to figure out. The single most expensive item in here is, for some reason, a minion named Turbo Dave. Just below that are some random kitchen appliances, some extremely cheap looking electronics, you know, the kind of headphones you buy for $3 at a CVS checkout line and they stop working before you even make it back to your car. There's a bunch of vlogging and podcasting gear. Then they've got a few plushies, which range from Among Us to terrifying, a fake wad of gum, you know, for pranks, and then finally a whole bunch of candy that you throw in when you don't have very many points left. I always find it interesting to see how they price these things because it's not like there's a 1-to-1 ratio of points to dollars. Like, I don't think that the minion on a hoverboard is worth 14 Marvel mugs or 400 blow pops, but I'm not in charge of an arcade. All right, babe, let's see that haul. That's just what Amanda got with her entree and tickets. I found out you can save your points for up to 5 years. I don't think I'm gonna be saving them that long, but I am gonna come back in a couple days. I've got about 1,700 points stocked up. $37 in, I believe. So yeah, not off to a great start in terms of profiting, but I may have discovered a loophole. You see, anytime you buy something at Main Event, they give you the option to fill out a survey on their website in exchange for a free 30-minute game card. If I could stand on this machine for 30 straight minutes, I could win thousands of tickets without having to spend even one more dollar. It's the perfect plan. So I headed back to the second most touristy part of Orlando, and I swiped my card again, and I dropped those balls, and turns out you don't actually get any points from the free plays. So, it was not the perfect plan. But I still had fun. Not that that matters for this video. I did get to play possibly the funniest game of Deal or No Deal in its entire history. Obviously, I couldn't risk ending up with only 1 ticket, so I decided to accept his offer of 1 ticket. Anyway, after farting around for half an hour, I decided to just suck it up, spend another $35, and I headed back to my favorite stress game. Took me a few tries to get back in the swing of things, but on my 5th game, I won the jackpot. Then 3 games later, I won it again, and 2 games later, I won it again, and at this point, no one could stop me. I won twice in a row, then 3 times, and 4 times before capping my streak off at 5 consecutive jackpots. If this isn't poggers, then I don't know what is. Grandma, if you're watching this, poggers is a gaming term for when someone does a good job. So, can you tell Grandpa too? Also, do you like how nervous I look filming all of these shots? I felt like the biggest idiot every time I picked up my phone to record myself winning this stupid game. The thought of someone watching me be proud of this is so embarrassing. Just looking at me from across the room like, does this guy have a job? It's Wednesday, go home. Well, sorry to break it to you, person I made up in my head, but this is my job now. The arcade is my office, and I'm gonna give myself a raise. Just when I could feel myself starting to get a little bit too cocky, the universe sent another obstacle my way. Maximum payout? So now I'm getting punished for being too good at the game? At this point, I'm pissed. At least warn me ahead of time when I'm getting close. Like, hey, you might want to slow down there, big guy. This machine's almost empty. Also, what? You ran out of virtual tickets? Just make more of them. I thought about it, and I think this might be why they count up your points so slowly. So that by the time they've arbitrarily decided to stop giving you points, you've already spent $8 more on the machine, all for nothing. I even had to watch them count up my unawarded tickets one by one. And at this point, you're just taunting me. Anyway, when the dust finally settled, I had lost about 1.5 jackpots. Very upsetting, not gonna lie, but I don't think this completely ruins my plan. I'm pretty sure this is only a temporary limit. I think it's just there to keep you from hogging one machine during peak hours, which is fair, by the way. If I had a line of kids behind me waiting for their turn and I was just like, sorry, I'm making a video, that would be pretty selfish. But I came here in the middle of a school day and there was nary a child in sight. Since I wasn't sure if I'd ever have this many points at once again, I decided to cash out on day 2 and buy myself the hot dog toaster I had my eyes on from the moment I walked in the room. Now, I'm not sure I would say that this is the best day of my life, but it's definitely in the top 5. I actually feel kind of bad because I had to get one of the employees to not only grab a ladder from the storage room, but also get like a special key to unlock the high value prize section. And he seemed really confused. I was hoping he might be like, oh, that's funny, you got the hot dog toaster. No one's ever redeemed this before. But I don't think he really said more than 2 words.
All right, babe, I know you had one door. Close your eyes. I know work's been crazy lately, but I have something for you. Open your eyes.
Thanks.
It's not for you.
If I open it and there's like crumbs in it, I'm gonna laugh.
I'm gonna cry. Oh, it's smiling at us.
Was that a thing? Was hot dog toasters
I doubt it.
All my baby boomers in the chat, sound off. Was hot dog toasters a thing? Let me know. With enough credits left to play 9 more games of Quick Drop, I headed into day 3 with a very clear goal in mind. From all the Googling I've done, I'm pretty sure this Marvel mug has the best points to potential resale value ratio of all of the redeemable items here. If each attempt cost me about $2, and I think I could reasonably sell this mug for $10, that means out of 5 tries, I only need to get 2 jackpots to turn a profit. If I get really lucky and win 5 jackpots in a row like I did yesterday, then I have enough for 3 mugs, at which point I could be potentially making a $20 profit. And so on and so forth until I've sold 1 mug to every human being on the face of the planet, and I'll finally have enough money to buy my own private island that no one's invited to. Also fine, I'll explain my strategy with the game so you too can try to win at this specific machine in Orlando, Florida. The secret is to just drop 4 balls at a time. That's pretty much it. They even show you that in the little tutorial video that plays, and yet I still see so many people try to drop all 50 balls in 1 second, like they're in a hurry to lose. If you drop exactly 4 balls every spin, which is pretty easy to do, you will end up with 48 out of the 50 balls with the time that you are given. That means at some point during the 12 turns, you only have to drop 1 extra ball twice to end up with 50. Personally, I like to get those 5th balls out of the way early so I know how hard I need to focus for the rest of the game, but if you'd rather save them for the end because you'll have the rhythm down at that point, I can't blame you. I'm just impressed that you flew all the way to Orlando to play this game. As usual, I got off to a bit of a shaky start. Probably didn't help that I forgot to take my Tom Brady brain pills like I did on day 2. I hope they don't consider that an illegal substance here, and it's not like the arcade equivalent of steroids in baseball. But after a few tries, I was able to win the massive jackpot that everybody else had graciously accrued for me. You see, every time someone loses this game, the jackpot goes up by 1 and resets when someone wins. So this means there had been about 300 losses in a row, and I got to benefit from that. That's another variable to throw into the math here, but even without that, 600 points is nothing to sneeze at. Anyway, after 3 days of mashing 1 button a million times and a hot dog toaster already sitting pretty in my kitchen, I headed to get my reward. Lucky for me, I got to ask the same guy from yesterday for help grabbing the LED sign that was just out of my reach. Instead of using a ladder though, he just kind of climbed on top of the shelves, and I really admired the creativity. Am I gonna somehow profit off of this sign? No. But to me, having a man cave that's open all day, every day is priceless. Oh, also I grabbed the mug that I came here for. I keep getting distracted by funnier prizes. As much as I wanted to race home and enjoy a celebratory cup of decaf coffee out of my new mug, it was time to get down to business. And I threw that bad boy up on the world's worst commerce website, Facebook Marketplace, and I waited and waited and waited. And just when I was starting to lose hope, my friend Cody offered to buy it from me with real American money. Sorry for the abrupt exit, Cody, but I had to rush home and count my earnings.
10?
I couldn't believe my success. I earned enough points to buy that mug with 1 game of Quick Drop. These kind of profit margins are unheard of. Jeff Bezos who? There's a new guy in town. Why did I even bother going to community college for 8 months when I could have been investing that tuition money into the school of video games? Let's go ahead and break down the numbers, shall we? I don't have a regular dry erase board, so this calendar's gonna have to do. Day 1, we spent $37. I still don't know why it was 37 and not 35. I guess the card itself, it cost $2 because when I refilled it, it was exactly 35 the next day, but I don't fucking know. We also spent $48 on bowling and $70 on food and drinks, but that doesn't count. That's not part of it. I'm just saying that that's what we did. Okay, but $72 spent on game credits, and here is what we earned. Number 1, a state-of-the-art hot dog toaster, a relic of simpler times, a rare and priceless artifact that is currently being sold on Amazon for $25. But let's say I was gonna buy that anyway, and in doing so I saved $25, which is almost like earning $25, because penny saved, penny earned. Benjamin Franklin. Last I heard, he's the guy who electrocuted himself on purpose, so I think he knows a thing or two about math. We also got the man cave sign, and again, let's say I was gonna buy that anyway. Well, currently, that's being sold on eBay for an average of about $40. At less than 2,000 points, that's a bargain. If you're wondering why I didn't just try to sell that one instead, that's because I didn't think anyone would buy it. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Finally, of course, we have the mug, which I sold for $10. Now, if you have a calculator at home and you're playing along, you may have noticed that this number is bigger than this number. I'm trying to think if there's a word for that, like a math word, you know, for when you make more money than you spend on something. What's the term again? Oh, that's right. I think it's called a profit. And that's not even mentioning the fact that I practically threw away half my tickets on day 1, and the machine stole over 900 points from me on day 2, and I forgot to get my parking validated on day 3, so I had to pay for that myself. Also, I guess if you factor in like gas and stuff, because I had to drive a lot, that's probably not like $15? You know what, on second thought, I think we're just gonna call that part a wash. I made a $3 profit, and that is a success. So to answer the question of can you profit at an arcade, the answer is technically yes. Obviously, it depends on which arcade you're at, what prizes they have, if there's a machine that you can win consistently. But for this specific ball drop machine, I have learned that if I just win jackpots over and over and over again, making sure to take breaks so I don't hit the payout limit, I can absolutely redeem my points on something that I would have wanted to buy anyway and save a few bucks in the process. Am I gonna somehow turn this into a full-time job? You never know. I mean, I would pretty much be actively crashing the blue Marvel mug market by increasing the supply so much. Absolute best case scenario, I could see myself locking in minimum wage, but I would run out of people to sell mugs to eventually. Or before any of that happens, the arcade might just run out of them, or they'll catch on to what I'm doing and nerf the machine I like, or raise the price of the prizes, or put a photo of my face on the wall that says, do not let this guy play Quick Drop, he is bleeding us dry. I guess if I had to pick one thing that I learned in this video, it's that unless you have a concrete plan going into it and you've already done the math, you're probably only going to lose money at an arcade. Also, don't do what I almost did in this video and get really excited by the idea of selling something for a profit, because I almost got like a bunch of mugs before even seeing if they would sell, and then I barely sold one of them. Remember, the value of a product is only what someone is willing to pay for it. This isn't RuneScape. I can't just throw my Avengers mug into the Grand Exchange and get a bunch of gold coins for it. I have to use Facebook Marketplace, and Facebook Marketplace is the worst. All right, well, I'm gonna go toast a hot dog, which apparently is a thing that people do, and while that's cooking up, let's hear a word from today's sponsor. I don't have much time to explain. Today's video is sponsored by Current, who's here to modernize banking and also help me give away money to you guys. All you have to do to enter is download the app at the link in the description, use my promo code DrewG, also
So, major departures from Donut Media this week. 2 major hosts, Jeremiah Burton and Zach Job, have left the brand to form their own channel, Big Time.
Great name, by the way. How did they get that?
Well,
How did no one have
they did and didn't. So like their website is bigtimebigtime.com.
Oh yeah, their Instagram I think is at 3 times.
Yeah,
Big
so
Time,
like,
Big Time.
you know.
But how do they get the YouTube channel Big Time? That's the website. Like, who cares? I don't know that many people that manually navigate to websites these days.
That's fair.
I don't think short URLs like matter anymore.
I think it's a great name.
Yeah,
I think it's an awesome
fantastic
name. Anyway, in their explanation about their departure, Jeremiah and Zach said that a turning point in their relationship with Donut was its increasingly corporate attitude, its gradual move away from passion projects, and its emphasis on growth above all else, particularly after Donut was bought out by private equity firm Recurrent Ventures, who also owns several other automotive channels. They expressed feeling disheartened by pitching creative fun ideas and getting constantly turned down by their business-focused leadership. Likewise, according to Jeremiah and Zach, they were promised equity in Donut at some point, but received no financial remuneration from the sale to Recurrent. Their departure was featured at the end of a recent, it says 2 million view video, I think it's up to almost 3 now, where they mentioned that they will still be seen. Sorry?
I'm talking about, that's my notes.
Oh, that was on Donut's channel.
That's on Donut's channel.
Got it. So it was
so Donut themselves. So obviously there's the announcement video on Big Time, but
Yeah.
at the end of the video on Donut, they let Zach and Joe actually talk about the announcement of the channel, and they linked it in the description.
That's actually pretty classy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's why I wanted
cool.
to include it because it sounded like it was all like. Meh.
They also linked to Big Time's first video in the description. I do have to wonder, and I'm not accusing anyone of anything, but I do have to wonder a little bit if perhaps in order to maintain an amicable relationship, Big Time pulled some punches on their departure video. I feel like
it didn't really feel like it.
But I gotta wonder. I guess what I'm saying is I wonder if there's like even more they could say. Because it seems
because there's still like another thing that wasn't in the notes, but I watched the video. At the end of the Donut video, not the Big Time video, at the end of the Donut video, when they're announcing that they're making Big Time, they also point out that they're still going to be hosting on Donut.
I thought that was just because they like. Oh, they'll still be seeing something. Is that just stuff that's not edited yet, though?
I don't think so. So based on how they said it, it sounded like, hey, yeah, there's some things that aren't edited yet. They're going to come out that include us. And the video after the next video features at least one of them, but I think both. And then I just don't remember much of the thing.
They're finishing up their contract. Okay, there you go.
Oh, that makes sense.
So it's clear that both sides are potentially
still trying to play ball with
each other, which I think is a good thing. But I gotta say this is something that I've wondered about a lot because as you guys know, there was an offer to purchase our channel from a very let's say a private equity firm. Let's say that
Clash of
what? Basically, they specialize in acquiring media companies, both website and YouTube. And I got a lot of assurances that nothing would change, and all that stuff, right? And as far as I knew, things were still going great at Donut until all of a sudden things weren't going great. And basically, I was reading about this, so it really makes me wonder if it was as simple as I'm not able to pitch my my ideas that I think are really good, or if this has been brewing a little heavier for longer. Because when did the acquisition happen? Was it 2 years ago, 3 years ago?
It's been a while, and that's something that's been pretty interesting to me. Is that a lot of the what is happening? Do we have extra blocks here?
Yes.
Oh, a lot of the fan reaction that I've been seeing is like, okay, so just to be right on the nose about it, they released a video immediately after the video that they announced. Okay, things get weird because it happened on both channels. The video that they announced that they were splitting off on the Donut channel was called "We Put an $8,000 body kit on a $500 Ranger." That video with 2 million views. At the very end of it, they announced that they're leaving. Then it links in the description to the other channel. The next video on Donut's channel is America Ready for Chinese Cars video.
Yeah.
That video is covered in, I guess this is the influence of the company stuff, which it definitely might be, but. We've seen this happen with the internet a lot.
We've seen this happen on our channel a lot.
They hear something happened, and then they're like, oh, this change that happened today is because of this thing for sure. And it's like, guys, they were bought out a long time ago. Like we said, probably about 2 years or something ago. Like this isn't new. And like, yes, that video might be because of contacts or whatever that this company has, and they got some sponsorship deal for it. I have no idea. I don't know.
Donut was acquired over 3 years ago.
Over 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So the change that happened the next upload, that's like that jump, the one video to the next video is not what happened.
There's apparently another video from behind the scenes editor who worked at Donut that was more critical.
Can you pass me the phone?
There you go. Yeah, November 2021.
And yeah, like I'm not surprised it's not going necessarily perfectly.
And I'm not saying that the hosts in the video, because people were saying like their delivery seemed kind of flat. Like they seemed uninterested in this Chinese car that they were doing like a sponsored video on. And I'm not saying that they were super enthusiastic. It's quite possible that they weren't especially enthusiastic about it. I'm just saying that I doubt that this change is occurring overnight in the same way that it might feel like it is because the news is breaking right now. I don't know. I know enough to know that we don't know enough. If that makes sense.
100%.
Like it is very clear to me that the stories we're getting are part of the story.
Well, I know for
and I don't
sure.
mean that in like that they're being dishonest or that they're like misleading us or that that's a bad thing, that it reflects negatively on the character. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying it's very clear that, okay, kind of like when we left NCIX and we still had a contractual obligation. I didn't have an NDA that said I can't say, or I didn't have a non-disparagement agreement. It's more like what it would be, which is also an NDA. I didn't have a non-disparagement agreement or anything like that. But obviously, it wouldn't be in my best interest to be like, yeah, NCIX fucking sucks and like their leadership is super dumb. And I didn't really talk about the structural issues with the leadership until they were dissolved as an entity, and I no longer feared any legal repercussions, right? So I do kind of wonder if we're going to hear a deeper version of this story at some point in the future, is all I was trying to say earlier.
Yeah, another thing that I want to point out is that personally, I believe that the comments that people are making under the videos condemning Donut, basically, is not helpful
if you would want to see this type of thing again, because Donut was actually very cool about letting them have that shout out in the end of that other video and linking to another channel that is not under Donut in their own video. Like allowing that to happen was very cool. And I think the coolness of that is being significantly overshadowed by people just crapping all over Donut, which is unfortunate. I'm also super excited about Big Time. their first video,
Big Time excited.
Yeah, it's true. Their first video is sick. The Fixing My Abandoned Project car, Big Time, awesome video. There's some stuff like man, what is it called? There's like 100 hours in Brazil. Donut. This video, I spent 100 hours in Brazil's underground car scene. That video is sick. And then I spent 100 hours in Australia's underground car scene was also sick. And that feels like the type of content that they were describing that they want to keep making. So like I'm very excited about the Big Time stuff. I just think you should be aware of the impact of audience comments on the relationship that they still have and the possibility of this type of thing happening in the future if this is something that you liked and wanted.
I have another thing to say to the Big Time folks.
Yeah.
You need to Big Time reply to your emails.
Yeah.
I reached out to I want to sponsor. I want to sponsor Big Time.
Nice.
Yeah, I want to send over some screwdrivers, sponsor a video, or maybe a couple videos, maybe a series.
Dude, I'm so excited about Big Time.
Let's go.
The second I heard this announcement, I was like, yes, please.
I'm very excited.
Let's go.
Yeah. So I want to hear back from you guys. Go check your inbox. Make sure that your website contact form works. It's one of those things where like you set up like a Squarespace site or whoever's powering it.
In this first video from Big Time, which I'm sure you haven't seen because it launched like today. At one point in time, he's like, the camera guy looks at one of them. He's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Oh, I'm trying to save the business, basically." He's just on his laptop. Like, I think this is legitimately very fresh.
Yeah, 100%.
And they're in like, we got to make this work mode. So and honestly, two massive personalities start a new channel that already has 1 million subscribers. Like, they probably have a lot of emails right now.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But reply to mine. All right, cool.
It's gonna be sick though. I'm really excited. I think they came out swinging with their first video. Apparently, it's number 3 on trending right now. So they're killing it. Big time.
I am glad we didn't take the acquisition offer.
Yeah.
It's been an extremely turbulent period since the acquisition offer. There's been times that I've looked at it and I've gone like, I'd be out at this point, but that doesn't help anyone else in the team. That doesn't help the audience. I don't think that is helpful to the tech community as a whole. So I'm at peace with it now, seeing this especially. I think this was, trying to think if there have been cases. Donut was honestly like the case of corporate acquisition not being the end of the channel that I thought about when I was thinking about whether to accept the offer or not. And I think maybe the conclusion just is that it's not possible. Maybe it's not possible for a channel to keep its soul. Can you guys think of an example of one that survived a corporate acquisition? And I mean, we haven't seen...
It's been 3 years. They're still dropping 2 million view videos. They survived.
They survived.
I'm not saying everything's peachy. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes.
To me...
Sounds like it's not perfect to at least be a writer/host there.
I haven't
seen the editor's video. I don't know what else is going on.
Yeah, it's tough.
Someone pointed out Smosh. They didn't survive the first one, but they survived the second one.
Yeah, but they also weren't corporate.
Doing great on the third one.
They were bought out by Mythical.
Yeah, that helps a lot.
Like, come on. That's not... Like, yes, Mythical is a corporation. Sure. But it's also... Yeah, they're... Okay, Theorist? That's still too fresh for me.
Super recent, yeah.
Yeah, it's super fresh. I don't know. When I say survive, I guess I'm talking about like the soul surviving.
I don't know if the soul is dead from Donut. I feel like people might be going in too hard. Again, it's been going on for 3 years. People weren't really pointing this out until now. I'm sure on the writer side, I wouldn't be surprised at all if it's gotten worse on the writer side. More sponsored content, more of your passion projects not being able to go through, all that type of stuff. What they said in their video resonated a lot, made a ton of sense. But the channel itself, I'm not talking about the experience of working on the team. I'm not talking about any of that kind of stuff. The channel itself has been doing well the whole 3 years.
That's fair. And it's tough sometimes too, because sometimes you'll have someone pitch a project, and I'm speaking from personal experience as an owner of a YouTube media organization, right? You'll have someone pitch a project and you're looking at it, like, guys, that doesn't make sense, we can't do that. And on their side, they might feel like, well, this is something the audience would love and something I'm really passionate about and all these things that, I can hear these guys saying. And I'm kind of sitting here going, okay, well, yeah, but that might make sense when you're doing it on your own channel and you're working 14 hours a day and, understanding that you're not going to be paid for a lot of those hours, but within an organization that has to have a proper overtime policy and has to have proper paid time off and has to have all of this overhead and all this administrative burden. It wouldn't have made sense, because while you're looking at it going, well, this is a great idea and I could do this in 2 days. It's like, yeah, sure, if you spend those 2 days in a feverish working state and do and see absolutely nothing else, yeah, sure, that could make sense. But that's like 28 hours, and I can't afford to have you out of commission for that period of time not working on other things. Like, it doesn't make any sense. We can't have a camera operator following you around like that all hours of the day. Like, think about some of the stuff that we used to do back in the day, like that Fallout bomb build where you and Brandon were here after midnight 2 days in a row getting that video done.
That was sick. I do it again.
I know.
Hell yeah,
I know.
Brother, let's go.
But part of growing up as a company is not asking that of people anymore, right?
You didn't.
I know, but
I totally did it behind your back.
Yes, I know.
Sorry, I'm just messing with you.
But also not expecting that of people, right? So I'm really excited. I'm really excited to see how Big Time does. I'm just generally really excited about people in the YouTube space like starting cool stuff, and this just seems like there's a lot of really good energy around it, and I want to support it. There, that's all I really have to say.
There's been a bunch of comments in Floatplane chat trying to point out to me that the channel's still doing well doesn't mean that the culture behind it and stuff is still great. I just want to make it super clear that that's why I drew the line between the two. I already knew that. I just like you have really no idea what it's like there.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to point out.
And one employee is not enough for me to go, yes, that is the 100% truth. 2 is still honestly not enough. You don't know the whole picture.
How many people work there?
I think it's like 40ish. Yeah, so the only way that I think I would be able to really tell what it really is like would be to work there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
the thing I know for sure is I'm super excited about Big Time. Everything else, honestly, I have no ability to impact, and it doesn't matter. Just go watch Big Time. Enjoy the content. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, more is not more better, or more is not more worse is what I was gonna say. Just more car content. Can't complain. I mean, it's there's a whole sea of viewers out there. There's enough of them for both Big Time and Donut to continue to exist.
Yeah.
Kettle. Longlinus says humble PC would not happen on bot LTT. I don't think that's true. We have been
humble PC.
Yeah, that was that like crazy build we did with like $5,000 worth of fittings or whatever it was.
Oh, that one.
Humble PC. Just ridiculous. Just memeing.
Yeah.
And no, humble PC would happen on bot LTT. That one we didn't lose money on that. However, excuse me, sorry. However, Kettle's response, I don't know about Humble PC, but April Fools definitely wouldn't. April Fools wouldn't. We lost so much money on our April Fools video.
It's also just time, opportunity cost.
Oh,
my goodness.
Dude, huge. Absolutely huge.
Once there's shareholders, the soul is dead. Shareholders exist. This company has shareholders. This is what I'm saying. It's like a lot of people, I don't think a lot of people know what they're talking about when it comes to this, which is fine, but just be careful about the anger that you're projecting, because it might hurt things that you don't want to hurt. That's all I'm necessarily saying, unless you know what you're talking about. And pretty much none of us do. I'm including myself, which is why I'm saying all I know is I'm excited about Big Time, because I don't really know what's going on, but I'm excited about Big Time because I watched two of their videos, which is the 2 videos that they have, and they're both great. And I'm excited about more. That's it. That's all.
Oh, we're supposed to explain merge messages.
And if you know what, if it blows up completely and everyone quits in 2-3 weeks or something, then we'll know.
That'll be a solid indicator.
But I don't know right now. We might know real soon, or we won't. I have no idea. That's it.
I think that'll be a solid indicator.
Yeah. And it could happen. Who knows? We've seen this type of thing happen before. It didn't happen with SourceFed?
SourceFed imploded more slowly.
Okay.
It was a very, very slow self-destruction. They basically just lost momentum, and kind of death spiraled. Yeah. There was a pretty major exodus of their primary on-screen talent that did happen pretty close together, but I don't think there were really any allegations of it being like an awful workplace or anything like that. I think it was just one of those cases where what exactly was it about SourceFed that made them have to be on that channel? Nothing. So they just didn't, and they went and did something else.
If it does go down, something I'd be interested to see is if like other people try to join Big Time, or if it turns into like a bunch of smaller car channels, or if some people just exit the scene. Like seeing how it goes down would be very interesting. But it also just might not, or it might. Who knows? I don't think speculating on that right now is all that interesting. I'd rather just watch Big Time.
Nice.
Yeah. Something taxes? Are we done this topic or no?
Oh, we can talk about taxes, sure.
You want to talk about taxes? Oh, there's more stuff in no, there isn't. Never mind.
Yeah, we can talk about taxes.
All right, what's up?
So, in our
these mics are tax write-off, basically free.
Actually, I think they provided these mics. I don't think they're a write-off at all.
They have to break them for them to become a tax write-off. These mic stands are tax write-off, basically free.
So, just a second. Can you just relax for a minute here? In the Linus Reads Mean Comments video,
he's shaking. It's vibrating.
I ended up going off a little bit at the end of the video because Elijah put up not one but many comments from people talking about how, you know, whatever, Linus just does whatever he does because it's a tax write-off. It's a tax write-off.
Yep. True.
And so I basically was like, okay, I need money. I need money. And I got a fake $100 bill. I even said it was fake in the video. The number of people that didn't realize it was fake.
How could you rip that? You're so rich, you just rip money?
Oh, you were not helping. So I was like, okay, let's say I need $100, and I ripped it in half to demonstrate that by the time you pay corporate income tax, personal income tax, and it doesn't quite work like that because I don't have to pay both personal income tax and corporate income tax. I either pay personal income tax and the company doesn't pay tax on the revenue, or I pay corporate income tax and then pay out a shareholder dividend. That works out about the same. So whatever. So by the time you pay income tax to get it into my own hands and the various, other taxes that we deal with around here, sales tax, whatever, we're down to about half by the time I actually get the money and use it for anything. And then I explained that if I use it to buy something, say for example a slate, like a video slate, then I spend $50 on that. Okay, now I have a slate, and then I still have to rip the remainder in half, and I get only $25 of my $100 to actually use and do anything with personally. Most people, it seems like, followed along pretty well, but one of the comments was accusing me of using my pool as a tax write-off.
You did?
Really? Okay. Explain to me.
Yep.
This is not financial advice. How I can use my pool as a tax write-off.
You use it for work events. It's in videos.
Do you have any idea how far the CRA would kick my rectum up into my body if I tried to write off my pool on my taxes?
Used for work events. Used very specifically for multiple videos, really. I mean, your house could be just an entire tax write-off. We've shot videos of it before. Yeah. We could be making money.
You guys are actually behaving like ignorant viewers right now. That's what you guys are doing right
That's
now.
That's the goal.
I hate you so much.
This will maybe make you feel better. Some people said that you didn't say that it was fake. I had people go look at it. You did say it was fake.
Yeah,
confirmed.
I know I said it was fake. Of course I said it was fake. Confirmed. I'm not going to admit to a felony offense on camera. I'm not that stupid.
Like writing off your pool.
Like writing off my pool. So I just want to back up a little bit here. The number of people that think, because people did point out that.
佳玉其实叫秀琴嘛。
世界人秀琴说，相同基友缘，何不吹一下？我可以接受拒约炮这件事情，是因为我意识到说，其实我觉得我是有欲望，我还是会想要上床的。哇，我好喜欢你的秀一点。我是一毕业，然后就去美国当教3个月嘛，我就从台湾带杜蕾斯过来，然后就发现就怎么套不下去。那个当时觉得说很烦，我们已经无助到。国家公园里没有卖吗？没有，它就是一个山上。
就是杀一只羊用它的长度。你最近有一个算是男朋友吗？
没有，他5月要离开台湾，他就说我们还是3个月之后回台湾再来讨论要不要在一起这件事情。
他住在哪里？
西雅图，我应该还是要找一天
飞过去。
线上飞过去太难了。
赞助你5万块，那你飞过去好不好？
准备要出发了 ，See you soon。
去了又回来了。
是我现在刚回来，他有点愣住，然后他就 ，Hello， 好久不见。
1月前就问他，他就说可以等我要办专场的时候再去吗？我就
哦，你要办专场哦？
对，快了。
什么时候
？8月初。
8月初，你现在准备的怎么样？
你很喜欢问人家这个问题。
对啊，不是正常人不懂的人就要问啊。
对，我以为，因为我其实前几个礼拜我在算，我大概有几分钟，就我现在现有大概多少，已经有80几快90分钟了。我就觉得，那好像素材是够。我现在
80几很多
很多啊，我就是想到就写，想到就写，然后就。
你那80几分钟是你就是
OK 的
，very solid， 自己觉得很有自信的。
没有，他不是 very solid， 他就是
笑话。
我有写的东西，就是
笑话是在笑人还是事实
？80分钟的 jokes 这样。
对，就是我这半年生出来的。
80分钟都是 jokes。哎，这是双关语，这怎么讲都没有办法。
也是啊，有好的也是笑话，不好的也是一种笑话。 就是自然产生。我有写出来，就是这大概80几分钟，可是还是有分好的跟不好的，有些可能不会放。
那你的目标是要表演多久？1个小时？
要60分钟啊。
60分钟。
纯单口应该要60分钟，但有些人好像会讲到70分钟。
哦，所以你还会再精简或者再修？
还要啊，只是我只是很意外说，原来我自己已经写这么多了，但我现在就是要把不好的删掉，然后再加一点。比较近期的东西。
那你这次专场的主题是什么？
名称叫做 NG 女孩，因为 NG 就是我们在拍影片的时候，不是说这颗 NG 它是 no good 嘛？但是因为我的那个英文翻译其实是 normal girl， 就是这个 NG 其实就是 normal girl 的意思，就是我觉得我作为一个
normal
girl，normal girl， 我觉得以前我们都会很在意说自己身上的不够完美，外表不够完美，但我现在觉得这都是很一般很正常的东西。
所以是有一种，就是我就是一个开心的普妹的那种概念嘛。
对，我觉得我是在传达说，在外表我要做一个普通主义者。
为什么会有这个 idea？ 你这个 idea 是有跟别人讨论吗？还是就是你开始讲 stand up 一路以来，你就是这其实就是我想要表达的。
其实他这个名称也是我跟我制作人讨论很久，但是这个核心是因为我觉得这1-2年，我就开始减肥之后，我会发现，其实。我当然也变得有自信，然后尤其是我要去什么电视台录影的时候，我就会觉得说我每次都觉得说我好不容易又变漂亮了，然后一进去电视台录影就觉得说天啊我好丑，然后我就一直在这个巡回里面就觉得好漂亮好丑好漂亮好丑，然后后来是没有，我觉得是
你认真感
觉到，我认真感觉到，因为认真在减肥，你光是瘦个2公斤，心情就会超好，
对，
而且2公斤其实很辛苦，可是今天电视台每个人都纸片人的时候就 fuck，
就他们每个人真的都很漂亮，然后我只是就是因为这2年才比较有机会进电视台，然后那个冲击力都吓到我了，所以我才就是给我一个启发，反正我写了一个普妹的段子，然后我觉得它很适合作为我今年专场的一个定调，当然它只是其中一段，其实还有很多关于其他什么我的感情生活或者我的职业心得。
不过我们开始之前，凯莉你知道佳玉其实叫秀琴吗？
我刚刚才发现，你知道吗？因为我们刚刚对我都说我很想喝冰的东西，大家都可以点这样。然后我刚刚就看说，有没有大家都点？我想这个秀琴是谁啊？我想说谁啊？
谁啊？是哪个秀哪一个琴啊？我
就是大家想到的那个最怂的那个秀跟那个琴，
就是秀气的秀，然后小提琴的琴。
真的假的？我乱打，我内心觉得这不可能是个吧？结果真是秀琴。
对啊，
你是陈秀琴，
我是陈秀琴。
可是这不是你的真名，对不对？
这不是我的真名，
这不是你的真名，
对，这是他的
佳玉是我的真名。哈，你
对很奇怪。对，所以为什么
原来名字这么好听，要取一个就是比较
就是通俗一点的
普妹普妹的名字
？20年前的
50年前的普妹，
我是故意的。其实故事来由是因为我大学同学有一次他就跟我讲说，他在捷运上的时候很常收到别人就是 airdrop 奇怪的照片给他，然后他就说，而且他说不止一次，而且是同一个人，就他已经刻意早上班换路线，但还是遇到同一个人传 airdrop 给他，
有点变态，这样有点恶
对，然后我就说你的 iPhone 的名字是不是叫什么 Shane， 还是你是不是加什么可爱的那种颜文字，就让别人一看就知道你是个年轻女生。我说你要就是改成那种阿姨那种原厂什么陈秀琴的 iPhone， 什么吴美秀的 iPhone， 这样别人就不会骚扰你。然后他就真的改了，就真的没有收到。
好聪明哦！
所以我后来我也是为了自保，就年轻女生真的可以学起来，你就是改这个名字。
所以你有受到相同的困扰，然后决定改，还是你就是？
我觉得你这个讲出来以后，接下来可能就一堆阿姨会收到很多奇怪的照片的。
不会。
当时是因为我朋友的故事分享，我就说来，现在全部人手机马上改一个名字，所以我们每个人就随便取了一个这种很老气的名字。而且我觉得取这个假名还有一个好处，就是因为我身边有听到一个网红朋友，他就跟我说，他每次去网购的时候或者叫 Uber， 他都会换一个名字，因为他很怕别人认出来。然后我觉得对，也很有道理，所以我就觉得说，那我改这个陈秀琴也不错。然后前几天我搭 Uber 的时候呢，我就是也是半夜1点上 Uber， 然后我一下车的时候，他就跟我说到这边吗？我说对，他说你是佳玉哦。然后我只讲个对，被认出来就是，然后就发现说原来佳玉的本名这么老气，很丢脸。
所以你这边要证明一下你的本名其实是佳玉，
我本名是佳玉。
那你有用过秀琴在 Tinder 或任何约会软体上面吗？
没有，这个也太解了吧？但我现在这个节目不是
有情趣啊 ，I don't know。
叫我的名字秀琴
，Say my name。
秀琴，外国人又分不出来，因为你很常约外国人嘛。
对
啊，秀琴他们搞不好觉得很 racist， 然后他们很嗨啊，就亲，
他们不知道秀琴跟
听到亲就很开心，因为我的真名里面有一个亲。
对。
然后今天白人一开始都不敢叫我名字，
白人在什么时候不敢叫你的名
字？刚认识的时候，为
什么那个亲是什么意思啊？
因为在那个英文啊，如果你比较要开那种种族的玩笑，或者是就是基本上
对华人脸孔，庆唱，
就是说你是庆唱，
这是撞声词吗？庆唱，
没有，就是因为他们在他们的耳朵里面听中文，就很久以前那些人就是听起来就庆唱，所以他们看到华人就叫庆唱，所以其实是很贬义的意思，有点像是对黑人说恩字的感觉。
早期
现在已经没有这个文化了是吗？
还是听到人家这样故意讲，你就知道他在故意找麻烦嘛。对啊，那或者是我甚至有听过有人就是不在你前面讲庆唱，就弄一个铜板在你前面翻下去，然后掉地上，那就是那种声音，也是故意，也是一种。
那我终于知道为什么那么不常被冒犯，就只是我无知。
所以搞到很多人。拉回来，刚刚说你这次的专场里面，你会聊到很多不同的东西嘛？那其中一项是说你入行以后的一些心得，对不对？
对，因为我入行也到时候就6年了。
可是因为你很久了，你在以前就卡米蒂，我们去的时候，
你还是高中生啊？
对啊，
我就记得说，怎么会有一个就是不该出现在这边的人晚上
就高中生为什么不去好好享受人生或念书？
对，你就在那边那个送饮料嘛，就是大家就是100块，对，爆爆米花，你就在后台那边啊。说为什么他在这边？尤其那时候一开始那个卡米蒂就是不好笑的时候，
没有到那么 么久以前啦？
有啦，我们去的时候有啦，很久以前就是
2018、19啊。
对啊，那时候不好笑啊。
现在有比较好笑吗？
我说那时候的 open mic， 我那时候的 open mic，
open mic 就是很容易踩到雷的一个。
不是，我要跟大家讲，那时候的 open mic 是我跟凯莉第一次去的时候都可以上台讲。
你说随随便便都可以上台，
就是路人都可以上台讲的时候，所以很容易踩雷的几率非常高，所以会很容易不好笑。那时候你就在那边了吧？
对，我那时候就是去当打工仔。
为什么？为什么你那时候高中会选择去那边打工？明明有别的地方可以赚比较多钱啊！
哎，我不知道啊，我那时候就是都不知道。
你是为了赚钱去卡米蒂吗？
不太算，但是因为我那时候大学生，大1、大2嘛，然后我好像是高中毕业的时候接触到喜剧，然后我就觉得这个很酷，所以我就下课的时候会去讲 open mic。然后后来是卡米蒂那边有在找打工仔，我就觉得说啊，既然我都会去那边，我干嘛不顺便赚点钱，然后还可以看免费的演出，才开始在那边打工。
哦，原来如此，
那确实是赚外快了。
可你怎么会这么喜欢喜剧？因为就像刚 Ken 讲的，如果你想要看免费演出很爽没错，但有时候有一半的是不好笑的，
或者是你就认识一些喜剧演员，他们就可以带你进去。
我觉得是因为我那时候大学好像没有什么私生活，因为我其实虽然说我现在的那个形象是有点放荡不羁啦，但我那时候大1、大2我是很淳朴的一个小女孩，就是有点像村姑。然后我那时候只觉得说啊，下课也不知道干嘛，然后在卡米蒂这边还可以有朋友聊天，然后可以看演出，我觉得就是一个
喜剧很怪的朋友因为喜剧人都蛮怪的，私底下都很怪。
我有吓到就
对啊，
我觉得我的价值观确实是有点崩坏的，
就很多在台上越好笑的，在台下越怪。
我觉得幸好我有加入喜剧圈，因为我现在就整个那个道德的底线就是突然低很多。
因为凯莉也是这样子凯莉以前她的道德底线很高的她现在没有。
我觉得加入喜剧圈真的是会整个道德崩塌。
可是我觉得不应该用道德底线崩塌这个字。
应该说接受度会变很高。
就是你 your mind is more open， 然后你更容易接受不同的观点，对不对？我觉得应该要这样讲，因为我不希望说道德低下或什么东西被贴在喜剧圈上面，因为我觉得这是不对。
你有时候很精准
是因为我觉得这是错误的观念，因为虽然我们开玩笑会这样讲，
对，就是很多时候有些东西会觉得好，这些题材我不喜欢，我容易被冒犯。可是现在你看到一些你觉得有一点被冒犯的笑话，你会觉得 OK， 我了解他为什么要踩这个观点，比较不会立刻就第一反应被冒犯。
你更容易的去设身处地的想说这个东西的来源，它的 intention 是什么，接受度也会跟他说哦，他的试图想要做这个，虽然我不喜欢，可是我尊重，大概是这样子。
大概是这样。
是你讲的蛮好的，因为我觉得我那个价值观被打开有一个很大的原因，是因为我以前国高中都是读私立学校，然后我们的思想都是很封闭的，所以我一开始听到什么约炮啊，什么恋童，我都会觉得说这个真的是
这可以讲出来吗？
可以讲吗？殊不知我一加入卡米蒂之后，一开始还是有些文化冲击，但待久的时候会觉得说，就是像你们讲，就是我现在就是能够理解，能够接受。但虽然说我当然笑话一定有个人喜好啊，我还是会觉得说我喜欢这些东西，但是如果其他东西我不喜欢，但我可以接受，我也可以理解。我觉得就是真的是价值观比较 open mind。
所以你家人知道他们把你花了这么多钱送进私立学校所学到的一些东西，在卡米蒂完全被毁了吗？
他们不知道。而且我以前去讲 open mind 的时候，因为 open mind 都到10点嘛，然后是在旧卡米蒂的时候，大家都会留下来聊到11、2点。我那时候就是为了想要交朋友，我都会待到最后，然后我回到家都很晚。我妈都会觉得说你一个大学生到底为什么会在外面待到那么晚？然后我就跟她讲说我是在那个爆米花店打工。
爆米花店，理论上也是没有错啦。
然后她还一直到处跟她的亲朋好友讲说，我女儿现在在那个爆米花店打工，大家要吃爆米花可以去找她。然后我就说，我害怕他们真的来找我。我妈有一段时间真的以为我是那种专业的爆米花手，但是其实不是。
那你在卡米蒂就是那个最初期，你还是很清纯大学生的时候，你交到有哪些喜剧人的朋友，让你觉得其实我觉得蛮合拍，我想要多留在这里？
应该就是 Michael 跟宜晨吧，因为我其实他们这2个人是我一加入喜剧圈没多久就认识的。
Michael 跟你同年嘛，对不对？也是大学的时候就进去打工。
而且他跟我是同年，然后同届又同校，所以我们其实很多时间是相处在一起。然后宜晨是在新开路那个旧的山，我们当时是好像一开始就一起讲 open mic，所以我们就算是有革命情感。那时候就是有时候很常 open mic 讲一讲不好笑受挫，我们都会彼此打气啦。
你第一次讲 open mic 是你说高中毕业以后就开始讲吗？
高中毕业升大学的暑假，我其实那时候去只是为了追星
你第一个星是谁？
那个嗨咖邱志恒。
哇，
吓到了吧？
你是被宜晨影响？
那时候我还不认识宜晨，我那时候是因为看电视大学生的
啊，对。
然后我就有追踪他的 IG， 结果那时候他就说什么他在 IG 发说他会去那个 2-3 讲 open mic， 然后我根本就不知道什么是 open mic， 我就想说我就是想要去看嗨咖现场讲笑话而已，我就去了那个 open mic， 结果他根本没来，然后他根本连个人影都没出现，所以我人都到，我还是看了一次 open mic 嘛。然后那时候那个地下室还坐不到20个人，然后报名者也不到8个人。
哇，以前
非常 underground。
对，我记得我那时候他们开幕就去，然后伯恩还说凯莉你要不要上来讲？没有人讲，就是可以随便走上去。
那时候真的超级 underground， 然后我就看了一场，我就哇还蛮有趣的。他们好像每个礼拜4都有嘛，我就下礼拜4又再去看。然后我那时候看的时候就觉得说，感觉改天可以上台试一下。可是
哇，你很勇敢哎！
可是那时候就是有这个想法，就我觉得很多人来看 open mic 都会觉得说说不定我改天可以试试看。可是真的要上台其实是最难的。
对。
然后到了第3次，下一次去的时候，嗨咖终于来了。然后我就跟嗨咖讲说，我是为了你才来看这个 open mic。那你知道他就是很外向的一个人，他说那你要上台你就试啊，你就上台讲讲看嘛，你今天就上台。然后他就跟我讲说，我跟你讲 now or never。
哇，他鼓励到你哎。
对啊。然后就看那个报名表嘛，因为他们都是用直接用签到的，我就看只剩下那个最后一个名额，然后我觉得很纠结，到底要不要冲，因为是最后一个，感觉压力很大。然后他一直说，那我一直鼓吹我，就说好了，我就报了，然后我就完全没写东西，
就直接上去，
我就直接上了。
记得你第一次讲什么吗？
我只记得主题，但忘记内容是什么。我就讲说我妈妈她也是个50-60岁的老人，她很喜欢把她的衣服丢给我穿，可是她衣服都很老气，就是有一件是灰色豹纹，然后 bling bling 的。我就想说我穿上去之后很像什么酒家女之类的笑话，我真的已经不太记得原文是什么，但我只觉得就是万事起头难，你做完第1次之后，你就有动力去做第2次，所以我后来就真的一直上台。
可是
你记得第1次效果好吗？
对啊，如果效果不好，为什么你还会愿意上？
对啊，很多人就第1次然后被打击，然后像 Ken
我2次，我
觉得是因为那时候人很少，所以你没有什么期待，因为其他人也都那个样子，你再烂你也就觉得好像差不多那一群，懂吗？因为那边不太会炸场，就人很少，你就想要上台自己讲一个独白，然后下台。而且 时候人少到每一次 open mic 结束之后，大家都会坐下来聊天，然后还说哇，我觉得你很棒啊，就是你高中毕业就可以这样讲，那时候大家都很温暖，然后我觉得说哇，谢谢，因为现在大家都讲完之后各自鸟兽散啊，因为人太多了。
对，哇，有这个年代。
对，不过因为佳玉那真的很特别，他真的很年轻。
对啊，
所以
大家都没有印象啊，
大家都没有印象，而且大家就真的会很想要多鼓励他。然后大家那时候都觉得说，这么年轻就开始讲，如果他真的有兴趣持续的话，未来一定会变很强。因为我们那时候都觉得，也不是在捧你，不用担心，因为那时候觉得美国很多stand up comedy 的 comedian 的演员都是可能15、16岁、17岁就开始讲，可是台湾大部分都是一堆
就是
上班族啊，
对，大家上班族。那我就觉得那种原生世代跟就是老了以后再去一定有差，对啊。
所以我那时候就真的，我觉得也是因为我那个大学下课之后，可能大概5点多，后面也没事啊。open mic 大概8、9点，我就会直接在学校的图书馆下课就一直坐，然后开始讲笑话，然后8点就去讲 open mic。
好酷哦！
我那时候每个礼拜都这样过。
可是你在大学，
你这样交到其他朋友吗？
对，我要问的是这个，
因为你的生活圈就跟大学生的兴趣会有点不一样。
对啊，是分开的。
确实，因为那时候好像还是蛮独来独往，但我也蛮享受，所以我觉得也没关系。
哦，你大学是读什么样的科系啊？
我是读公共关系及广告学系。我跟黑手是学姐学妹啊。
哦，是哦，黑手你是他学妹吗？
对啊，就是同一个科系。
哦，是啊，对 ，Michael 是
他是广电，我们是学广告行销、广告公关了。
我不太知道广告公关学校教什么。
其实就是教一些什么社会公关危机的解决方法。
哦，是吗？延上解决方法。
那以后我们出问题，
可以找你帮忙，是不是？
我可能要回去看一下课本，虽然好像没什么用。
我觉得课本救得了我们吗？我觉得我们应该被写进课本里面才对吧？
可以跟教授那个联系一下。
说失败的案例，延上怎么样乱骂回去，然后烧更大。
或者是只是走进去，然后被骂滚出来，然后什么都没做。
或者是别人延上还要帮人家讲话，害人家被烧更惨
之类的。
很棒，负面教材。
我们超多负面教材的，
不知道去哪里找。
我们就 walking 负面教材。
那我问你，你觉得第一次上 open mic 的勇气比较大，还是你原本很保守，然后第一次约炮
问得好
比较大？
我觉得是第一次约炮，因为第一次上台会有很多人鼓励你，就是去。可是约炮这件事情要自己跨过那个心魔。
哦，你身边有姐妹会鼓励你吗？还是你就默默自己做的那种？
我好像还是有纠结，然后我还是有跟其他喜剧演员讨论。那喜剧演员，我
跟哪一种喜剧演员讨论
要约炮？
我必须说，跟喜剧演员讨论任何议题都是一个很危险的事情。
而且大部分喜剧演员都是男生吧？
对，而且我觉得喜剧演员他们的想法都是大家都很开放，你想做什么事情，他们就说去，不管这件事情
不管怎么样都可以写成素材啊。
对，他们就说去，他们就根本不管你的死活，他们就想你做就对了。
对啊，
对，所以真的是不要问喜剧演员意见。
真的，
对，凯莉都是这样对我。
我那时候是好像，我好像大1、大2的时候交了第一个男朋友，然后我那时候其实还是很保守，然后是后来我跟我当时第一任男朋友分手之后，我才开始用交友软体，然后我就很纠结，说到底要不要见网友。我那时候是连见网友我都要有点犹豫，我就跟 Michael 就是我当时最好的朋友，他就说，你就去啊你。
可是 Michael 那时候应该都还是处男味很重，对不对？
没有吧？他大学他已经开始那个 PUA 了吧？
你怎么很熟啊？
因为他上过收业很多次。
没有，他有上那个啊，给
约吗？
他有上给约哦。之后大家如果看到就会知道了。
对啊，他讲话就是有一个 PUA 味啊。
他就是教科书把妹路线。
他也是在大学这4年从小处男变成 PUA。我跟他的那个成长背景蛮像，从小村姑变成一个。
这是正面表述的 PUA 啦，他是一个
他是很愿意鼓励女生，然后回应任何问题都很像课本教他的那种。
对，
不是说他是骗女生，
他不是骗女生，
他离那里非常远。
他也不是说像那个 Andrew Tate 一样在诋毁女性，不是
完全不是。
我必须要讲一下。
反正那时候我就是跟 Michael，我很常跟他聊我的感情心事嘛，反正他都鼓励我，就是想干嘛就去。所以后来我就跨出第一步，就跟网友约见面。然后约见面一开始当然没干嘛，然后第3次见面的时候，我们就情不自禁就开始接吻。然后我当时还觉得说，哦不，我还不是我男朋友，我怎么会跟他接吻？可是因为那感觉就来了嘛，你就嘴巴对上去，然后就开始已经就是一个
天雷勾动地火，
对，然后脖子开始在那边扭动。然后这时候这已经是那种前戏的那个前奏了。我那时候还是很纠结，说到底
要不要去开房间？
要不要开房间？对。但后来我可能还是让我的那个体内的那个欲望带着我的理智走。
我以为你要讲你最后还是刹车，看来没有。
哇，所以可是我很好奇，你说这第3次是同一个人，第3次还是第3次约第3个不一样的人？
同一个人第3次。可是那时候我还好嘛。我那时候还是觉得我不是跟他约炮啊，因为我觉得我跟他是约会，然后我喜欢他，然后我感觉对我才去开房间。
可至少是同一个人，不是第3次不一样的人嘛？
哦，对，不是。然后我觉得真的到约炮就是那种2个人一见面就来开干这种约炮，又是大概又过了好几个月。
你速度其实蛮快，好几个月。
你6年来的私立学校教育在几个月内就没了。
对啊，我的
私立学校是有教会的那种。
没有。可是佛教吗？就是校长是佛虔诚佛教徒，我们不用拜拜还是什么，可是我们的毕业典礼是需要去佛光山，然后跟着师父们一起吃素。
哦，哇，
对
，OK，
所以还是有一点点宗教性质，可是一点点啦。然后我觉得真正打开我觉得约炮的大门呢，是因为我那时候约会，然后约会过几个男生，我觉得说我感觉很喜欢这个男生，可是发生关系的时候都觉得说好像性事不太合，可是我很想要上，我很有欲望，我就觉得。我那一刻我才觉得，我要正视我自己身体的欲望这件事情，因为以前都会觉得说我要跟男朋友
要矜持一点这样，
对，要跟男朋友才可以做这件事情。然后后来我觉得也是，可能也是加入喜剧圈一段时间，
又变成喜剧圈，
就是你的价值观就变开放嘛，会觉得说，其实2个人要在一起，并不是说你们2个做了什么事情，而是你们的心有没有往同一个方向走嘛。所以不见得是说我一定要跟他牵手，或者我一定要跟他上床，我才可以跟他在一起，而是你们有没有想在一起这个心情才可以在一起。所以我那时候就已经放下说，不一定要交往才可以上床这个心态。然后后面真的决定说，我觉得我可以接受我去约炮这件事情，是因为我意识到说，其实我觉得我是有欲望，我还是会想要上床的。然后我才觉得说，或许我可以给自己一个机会去试试看约炮这件事情。然后我才开始约不同人见面。
然后就第一次就
我第一次约炮的时候还是很紧张，因为我第一次约炮的时候，我那时候好像心里是有喜欢一个男生，只是我觉得我跟他之间性不合，但我又很想上床。
可是你那时候经验还没有到很丰富，你要怎么判断是合还是不合？因为通常要比较才会知道，对不对？
可是我觉得身体会告诉你。
凯莉，你怎么样发现你合或不合的呢？
你说我怎么样发现？因为如果是第一个的话，通常就会不是很确定。
可是他已经有4、5个啦，
那时候大概
两三个，好像到
你到第几？凯莉，你到第几个才发现合或不合，或者是哪一个性别？
可是我觉得合不合有时候也是频率啊，就是你觉得这个人你跟他的那个性频率好像不合，或者他很容易什么乱掉秒射这种
就很
客
夸张
的，就是你觉得好像不太行这样子。
我自己好像是开始跟女生交往，然后开始有频繁的性高潮以后，因为我觉得以前有时候年纪稍微轻一点，就不要说几岁，年纪稍微轻一点的时候，好像就是会觉得说女生好比较难性高潮，然后你也会觉得这好像很正常。那可是我开始跟女生以后，就是因为女生会陪你一起探索，我觉得在那之后我标准就变超高了。
我觉得我还没有体会到这部分的那个美好。我说的是跟女生啊，
你会想吗？
我不排斥，可是就没有遇到，目前还没有遇到让我觉得。
你自己有想象吗？因为有些人会异女到，就是会觉得好像会很奇怪，比如说胸部会撞到胸部，有些人光想象那个画面，觉得好像不太适合我这样。我太具体吗？不好意思。
我觉得我应该是可以接受，只是我目前好像我觉得我对于女生好像是我对女体是有兴趣的，但我对于跟女生谈恋爱好像没什么兴趣。
那你在那个 app 上面，那你有设说男生跟女生都可以吗？
现在没有，我现在是只想要跟男生约会，但我以前会男女都看，可是我以前用 app 看女生，只是想要看其他女生的字节都写什么，
那是一个想要知道 research 的概念，就是不一样，这完全不一样。那你会不会开始约炮后，然后发现自己其实很容易晕船？你有这么想象的放得下？
有，我刚好前阵子去上那个 Peggy 的那个 podcast 嘛，然后聊完之后，他给我结论就是。佳玉，你根本就不适合约炮了。我觉得确实，因
为她是大魔王嘛。
对啊，
她是我学姐啦，我是
学姐。
你说约炮学姐，
对啊，
她现在定下来了，好不好？
对，她是学姐，因为她就是那个
退出江湖，
对，金盆洗手。但我觉得这是个过程，
而且你们都喜欢约外国人哎，
所以我就是
对啊，很
敬佩她。
切磋哎，
对啊，我要向她学习。因为我觉得我一开始是约炮，只是因为我觉得我有欲望，然后我重视这件事情，所以我才去约。然后后来就发现说，我怎么约就很常晕船。然后一直在这个想约炮跟晕船这个过程一直那个轮回之后，对，所以我后来就比较少约了。可是我觉得这是我认识自己的方式，因为你没有约我哪知道我这么容易晕船？
你晕船是会想说，要一直跟对方联络吗？还是怎么样？其实我很好奇，女生的晕船跟男生晕船有什么不一样？
天啊，这个因为我现在回想起来，感觉是2、3年前的事情。我觉得我那时候晕船好像就是我会希望这个人再更在意我一点。而不是结束完之后不见面他就不关心我，可是我知道这好像是有点太多了，
可是有点就是打破了约炮的基本守则。
可是我觉得人还是有感情啊，就是
对，我了解。我觉得
对我来说，性爱分离这件事情我没法做到100%，就我可以不用到爱这个人我才可以跟他上床，我可能对他只要有30分的爱意，我可以跟他上床。可是这30分的爱意有可能会在那个相处的过程中再滋生成60、70分，然后这个过程我就会想要更多，然后我就会觉得说不，我们只是炮友，我不应该这样问，所以我就一直责怪自己，会觉得我不应该有这样的情绪或是这样的需求。然后这个很内耗，就是如果好几个对象都会有让我这种感觉的话，我就觉得说我是不是不应该再约了？
那当你第一个觉得晕船的时候，你有办法在晕船状态下可以赶快再去约第2个或第3个，让自己跟第一个的感觉淡化掉，可以这样吗？可以这样操作吗？
我觉得其实是可以，就是有时候我会逼自己，觉得说那我现在
还要逼自己约哦，
就跟运动一样，就我要逼自己去健身。
哇，这是什么？哇，
我觉得这是
今天我要去 Webcam， 或者今天我要去，
我好不想去哦，但却就说来都来了这样。
可是我觉得这个就反而是更危险的一件事情。就假如说我要忘记这个人，然后我为了忘记他，我要找其他人，然后你找到其他人之后，你会发现说，还是原本这个最棒的时候呢？
有办法尽兴吗？
不，没办法。所以
你心会不会就是一直想着别人？
会，所以我还是觉得这样不太健康。
可是这样对方，你当下在约那个人，你觉得他感受得到你心思在别人身上吗？
我觉得他们根本不在意。我觉得
因为男生不在意嘛，因为男生只想要射啊。
对，我觉得男生，因为我不是男生，我也不知道男生的心态是什么。可是如果男生只是把你当炮友的话，他其实根本就不在意你跟其他人约会，或者是你还有跟什么其他男生，他们只是不在意，除非他对你也一样动心啊，不然你对他来说就只是就是露水情缘。
那有男生也对你晕船的吗？这个安静是怎么了？
因为我不太确定
什么意思，
可以讲到什么程度？你现在是有晕船的对象吗？
我现在我有喜欢的男生，但有人喜欢我吗？我不知道我真的不知道。
你会直接问对方吗？如果你觉得假设你现在有个喜欢男生，你会直接问对方说，你有喜欢我吗？你会直接这样问吗？还是你都用试探的？
我用试探的，我有点不太敢。我觉得我在感情上还是有点偏被动。我觉得我有点极端，就如果我要主动，就代表说老娘我忍不下去，我要直接问你。但我可能已经前面小剧场很久，然后才决定这样一问。但他可能会觉得说，我们不是才刚认识没多久，你怎么突然那么 drama 还是什么之类的？所以我觉得应该以前也有一些男生喜欢我，然后
在约炮的过程的时候，
我觉得好像不是，可能是约会过程中，然后跟他们可能有示好，然后我还是觉得说，好像我那时候好像还是不太确定，说我到底想要定下来，还是想要继续玩。我那时候就还不是很确定。我现在回想起来，觉得对他们来说有点抱歉。
不要检讨自己，
不要检讨自己，你又开始检讨
自己。
结果好奇，你开始约炮之后，你会跟同性的或者是同年龄的女同学或女性友人聊约炮这件事情吗？还是你只敢跟喜剧演员聊这件事情？
我好像看人当然跟喜剧演员聊这些，我都会觉得说我不用先下警语，就是我接下来跟他聊些什么东西，因为大家都很开放。但如果是要跟我大学同学或是高中同学，我就会看人聊。就如果我知道他跟我很熟，或者是我知道他是比较开放的人，我就会聊。然后后来因为我开始做 stand up 嘛，所以
大家都知道，
对，所以我也不用下警语，他们直接来跟我，他们要提前做好心理准备，
这也是蛮好的啦。
对，而且我觉得很棒的地方就是有些人 我的同学他们可能看起来很保守，然后他们遇到性方面的问题，他们不知道跟谁诉苦的时候，他们会现在找我，就是我刚刚根本不熟，可是他们知道说跟我聊是 OK 的，然后觉得说哇，我觉得我现在这个
你是小老师了，
对我觉得我这个 persona 做的还不错，
我觉得这样蛮好的，就像现在所有欲求不满孕妇好像也都会私讯我一样，我会收到大概有没有50封，
真的50封很多
至少，而且我是没有算哦，而且是怀孕期间，就是觉得好像很难打炮，然后互相交流感受这样，也有男生就是老婆怀孕的男生，
你男生也有跟
那也会私讯我说他们的状况是什么，然后都是很有礼貌的那种，
你看我觉得很棒啊，
是不是很棒？
一般来说大家都不敢讲这些东西，
我也觉得啊，我们两个突然喝水，
你要不要开一个 podcast？
孕妇有约，
我其实很乐意耶，因为我觉得这是一个很大的需求。我觉得你说那种年轻人约炮是一个坎，可是我觉得已经越来越主流了。可我觉得孕妇打炮这件事情好像要再踏步一点点。
对，
所以要在婴儿限定里面再加，因为这婴儿限定可以聊这个，
这很婴儿限定啊，我说很适合那个节目，不是婴儿。
可是要找一个人啊，因为这件事情我没有在。
马来西亚那你就问我问题就好了，我有很多人可以分享，而且有些很有名的人，那我都因为他们看起来不能公布，那我在私底下跟你说，就蛮酷的，很乐于分享。
我觉得孕妇的这个姓氏也是需要讨论的，这个就越多人讨论之后，它就是变成越正常的一件事情。
那你的爸妈、你的家人，就是你开始在那边大方的讲这些性爱约炮，他们有办法接受吗？
我觉得
他们会听这期 podcast 吗？
可能不会，也可能不太确定。看他们现在的3D 进步到什么程度。
对啊，你的短片很多，就是讲跟什么一样。
确实，我爸妈自从就是知道我开始全职做喜剧之后，他们会因为他们身边的亲朋好友会跟他们讲说：“哎呦，我看你女儿最近很红呢。”然后他们就说：“啊，我女儿怎么了？”然后就会自己去 Google 说佳玉在干嘛还是什么的。然后我妈看到之后，她就是
你应该叫秀琴的。
对啊，我的艺名就应该叫秀琴，我妈又找不到，我现在很后悔。我明天就会开始，大家好，我叫秀琴，秀琴脱口秀。我妈看到之后，她就跟我说：“哦，我佳玉，你讲话怎么会那个样子啊？啊，你讲那个都真的还假的？”然后我就会说：“哎，
重点是后面那个问题。”
对，我就说啊，那个剧本啊，哈哈哈哈哈哈！
你现在讲出来，那我这段你要吹了，
希望妈妈不要看。可是我觉得还是有些灰色地带，就是看我妈要宁愿相信这是一个剧本，还是她女儿就是个荡妇。我觉得这个，
可是我也不觉得这是荡妇，而且真的第一有欲望这件事情没有什么不好，因为
我真的觉得没什么不好，但是对那个年代的爸爸妈妈来说是一个很大的。
其实我觉得不只是那个年代，
而且他们有很大的 peer pressure。我必须要说，他们真的非常辛苦。
我必须老实的讲，因为刚刚我听佳玉在分享你刚刚内心的一些纠结啊、约炮啊这些事情的时候，其实我都一直在想着我
你的女儿吗？
这件事情。
哦，
对，
你的想法是什么？
没有，我一直在想说，当我女儿走到这个年纪，然后在做这些事情的时候，因为我相信她未来那个年代这种事情一定是更 common。然后
而且可能还有更多花招，
然后男生
AI 啊什么的，
男生一定是更多的花样来骗人。我说实话，男生就这样子。
Michael 已经进化了。
对比 PUA 更恐怖的招数一定有了。所以我在想说，我要用什么样的心态来跟他聊天聊这些事情？
就与其怕他被骗，还不如把他教育成一个会骗人的女生。
也不是，就是因为我一直在想说，要怎么跟小孩聊性这件事情，
很难。
对啊，而且要让他觉得说我是可以信任的，然后愿意因为是父亲嘛，跟母亲我觉得还宝宝比较好。
对啊，会不会母亲会再简单一点？
对，
或者是很有经验的阿姨。
之类的，因为我
最后就是只好把他送来给我，
对，或给佳玉，送给佳玉，或者给 Peggy 都可以。
我之前跟凯莉才聊到，就讲说，就是以后如果有，因为我妈是一个很保守的女性，所以我就会变成说，哦，我想要叛逆，就是保守的母亲有个叛逆的女儿，就会变得很就比较狂妄嘛。然后我就讲说，如果凯莉她以后有女儿的话，
她生出来一定是一个尼姑之类的，
就是很保守。
对，
所以我也不知道，如果我真的有小孩，我当然是很希望可以跟他去谈性这个话题，但我也不知道该怎么做才不会感觉好像太过，或是太 desperate， 就是说，来吧，女儿，我们来讨论看性爱这件事情，
这可能也会让他不舒服。所以我一直在想这个，因为你在讲说我要怎么面对我女儿开始约炮这件事情。而且假设像你一样，或者他甚至大学假设出过都，那他遇到黑人会不会？他遇到黑人以后会不会永远不回来了？
我不知道但我觉得我现在长成这个样子，就是因为我爸妈完全不管我啊，就他们很保守，可是他们也不管我，因为我跟我爸妈几乎不会聊任何我的私生活，他们只在意说我有没有去上课，然后有没有谈恋爱，那我也都不跟他们聊这些东西，所以我觉得我现在的样子好像就是我自己，我自己跟身边的朋友，就好像只能放牛吃草嘛，我不知道，
一定会有方法的啦。
我也不知道，
因为你不跟他聊对话，就是去问 ChatGPT。
哦 ，ChatGPT 最恐怖。我宁愿他跟凯莉阿姨聊，
我比 ChatGPT 好，对不对？
相对，一切都是比较。
好像真的是就是爸妈身边的亲朋好友比较愿意聊这些东西。因为
有阿姨跟你聊这个吗？
我阿姨是没有，可是有我妈妈身边的那种朋友，就是她的那种亲朋好友，然后就会看着我的影片，就说哇，佳宇，你讲的东西真的好好笑，阿姨笑得好开心，然后我也会觉得很惊讶，就说哦，原来
阿姨可以接受，
但我是没有正面跟我爸妈谈论过我的，
所以他们还没有跟你对质过，他们来看过你现场吗？
还没，我是希望
我刚刚差点掉到那个。
你专场会邀请他们吗？
应该还不会，我觉得我现在心态还没有就是强大到这个程度。
如果你爸妈主动提出说他们想来呢？
或他们自己偷偷买票，你看到他们的，你那场会怎么办呢？
会爆！
那我这是这个天啊，这一口塞下去就让我想一下，哎呦，如果我爸妈真的来了，那我觉得到时候你身为演员还是要专业嘛，就是你在台上还是要撑住。但如果爸妈来，他就是个很好的笑料，一定要
支持他们啊，对啊。
而且我会觉得说，爸妈，如果你真的走进来，那你应该是已经做好心理准备，要听到接下来的东西了吧？
我必须要说，就是我爸身为他第一次去年才开始看我专场的长辈，我觉得他做再多年的心理准备都没有用。
他的反应是什么？
我不知道，我当然不会去看啊，我当然不去看，因为别人会告诉我说，你爸有来，然后说天哪，我爸有来，因为我妈她每一场都会看，我妈再不舒服，她都勉强自己去看，我觉得她非常了不起。然后可是我爸真的是去年我第一次做专场的时候他才来，然后我不知道他的状况怎么样，但是我周围有认出他的人都说你爸一直在那边假装讲电话，
有我有看到，我从上面往下看说，凯莉爸怎么这样啊？
我觉得他一定在掩饰内心的尴尬，说不定根本没有人在跟他讲电话。
他坐在后面还是坐在很前排啊？
中前吧，
中前。
因为我觉得坐在第一排真的是有点太干扰我。
没有到第一排啦，但可能第5排之类的。
对，差不多。
因为我也不想把我们真的排太后面，但就是那个灯光开始暗的地方就可以开始拍。
对。我觉得我爸还好，因为我意外的发现我爸蛮开放的。
意外的发现你怎么发现？
就是因为因为我爸他退休，他现在没有住在台北，然后我刚好上个月回去宜兰就是看他就跟我讲说其实那个故事是。只要母亲节的时候，他就一直很介意我之前把我的脸书封锁他，因为我之前在更久以前，我还是大学生的时候，我有时候还是会在脸书粉专发一些演出的资讯，然后我就不希望我爸妈看到，所以我就会封锁我爸，因为我妈没有在用社群。然后后来是有一天，我就在那个IG 发现实动态的时候，联动到忘记是联动到哪里，反正我爸就看到我发了一个动态，说我封锁我爸爸就自己看到了，对，然后他就截图，然后传到家庭群组，他就说我看到了然后我就一个压起来，然后后来我爸就开玩笑跟我说：“哎呦他说你可以封锁我，但你不要封锁我朋友，因为我之前有时候我爸比较好的朋友我也会一起封锁，我就很怕他们那个亲朋好友交头接耳，就说就看到他女儿在干嘛嘛。他说你可以封锁我朋友，你可以封锁我，但你不可以封锁我朋友，因为这样很没有面子。然后我就想想也对，我就把他朋友解封锁，可是我还是封锁我爸。然后直到
你爸这样讲的意思应该就是说
他不要封锁他，
对啊。所以后来母亲节的时候，我爸就讲说你到底把我解封锁了没有？然后对，然后我就深吸了一口气，我觉得好，我觉得我要豁出去，我现在做到这个程度，我这妆也装不下去了，我就打开我手机，然后直接在他面前我说我把你解封锁，你现在可以看我的粉专喽。所以他就发现新世界嘛，然后他就开始日以继夜的狂追我的那个影片，
好可爱哦。
然后在下次见面的时候，他跟我说：“吴佳玉，其实我比你想象中开放很多啦，你讲的笑话我觉得很好笑呢。那个什么 give a head， 怎么那么好笑？”然后我讲一个，
他反将你一军他让你尴尬，
对我超尴尬。
在 roast，
他说那个 give head 原来是口交，然后讲说你是不是遇到可乐狗这么小？然后我坐在汽车后座，我就说：“那个爸爸，你有喂狗狗吃饭吗？”我就
想要转移话题，
你比他还尴尬，这个好好笑，
太尴尬了。
爸爸很强，心脏很强
我在想是不是男生还是比较对于性的尺度比较开放？
我觉得不是，就是爱你而已。
是吗？
我觉得是，我觉得是爱你，他想要融入，
他想要让你知道没有关系，他可以承受。
对，你可以 be yourself。
我
觉得是这样，我觉得是这样子因为如果我是这样的话，我自己的解读啦。
所以你之后可能会变成像我爸这样子的反应。如果你女儿是我的话，
他一定会逼自己这样，不然怎么办？
对啊，我只能接受啊，不然呢，他都在那边 give head 了，不然。对啊，不然呢？原来你现在用词是这个，
就是凯莉，我好尴尬。
对，凯莉，天哪，我跟你讲，我今天居然去 confront my daughter，
我真的吓到。但是也是因为那一次，我才觉得说，我爸好像可以接受。所以我觉得我现在对我爸要看我影片，我是比较放得开。但我妈，我觉得我还是有点怕，因为我觉得我妈应该还是不能够接受，她连我讲干都不行他觉得讲脏话就是不好听。
我跟你讲，爸妈他们自己会找到出路的，因为不然怎么办？
对啊，
不可能停止爱你啊，就是这样子啊。
对啊，
对啊，
所以而且你都全职了，
对啊，就说所以你妈说讲干是我最温柔的干法，
你是最温柔的了，
不是最温柔的了，对吧？
但是我人生中第一次听我妈讲脏话，她只是在转述我的脏话。但我觉得我爸妈会接受，就是如果他看到女儿就是已经可以养活自己的话，他们应该可以慢慢。就觉得算了吧，算了。可是我不知道他同才会不会给他压力，
他的朋友们
会不会给他压力，会觉得说你女儿都讲这些东西，不知道，
可能多少会有人这样讲，
可能
对。
可是我觉得你爸给我感觉是说，你看我女儿超好笑吧，就这样讲了以后，那些人基本上就会停了。
他们知道你现在蛮红的了吗？短片流量都很高，他们有意识到这件事吗？就是你已经有知名度这件事。
我觉得他们应该有意识到，因为就是像母亲节我们一起吃饭的时候，就突然我们去吃那种什么高级的铁板料理，因为他那种就是很高级，它的分量就很小嘛。然后那个服务生帮我们服务，他就说你没有吃饱吗？然后我爸爸就说哎呦没有啦，我是乡下来的，就是要吃很多，就是开个玩笑。然后结果过没几分钟，那个服务生突然送上了那种5只那种生的虾子，然后我说不可能，因为我爸说一声然后就送5只虾子过来，然后他就说你是那个佳玉吗？然后我说我是。我妈说你怎么会知道他？然后
你妈妈真的很可爱。
他就说我看那个他的影片，然后就说这个招待你们吃。然后那一刻，我爸妈突然有种荣心雀跃，懂吗？就说哇，跟女儿出去吃饭有招待耶，他们才觉得可能有意识到说真的女儿有小有名气这样子。应该是没有造成他们的困扰了。
不会，他们都会很高兴。只是你就要让他们知道说，都是我靠讲这个才红的啦。
有点配才有龙虾吃哦。
听起来好怪哦。
好，休息一下，我要尿尿。
好，我们回来了，孕妇 OK 了哈。
OK， 尿完了，
太好了。
不过你刚刚有讲到说你会担心你爸妈心理状态吗？
对，
是什么意思呢？
因为我觉得我一开始发影片的时候，大概1年多前开始经营自媒体，我当时真的是也没有想太多，我只是想说以前有很多影片都没有发上去，那时候就是给亲朋好友看嘛，那时候 IG 才可能1、2千追踪，都是好朋友。然后我觉得也是到某个阶段，然后他突然很多人看的时候，我才发现，天啊，好像有太多不认识的看到我的笑话，然后慢慢延伸到说我的一些师长。看到
就以前的佛光山的，
对以前的老师，然后同学他们看到之后就会讲说，这个真的是我认识的佳玉吗？就是他
会在下面留言这样子，
不会，可是他们会交头，他们会跟其他朋友聊说，佳玉怎么现在开始讲这些东西？然后我的老师也会跟我讲说我觉得讲笑话当然很好啊，但是不见得每次都要那么多新三色啊，叭叭叭叭之类的。然后因为他们是我的同学或者是老师，所以他们如果都有这样的想法，我爸妈一定是有更多这种疑虑的。所以我觉得我当时是没有多想，我就把影片发出去。可是我也没有想到其他人会怎么看我，因为我觉得我可以处理好我自己的心理健康嘛。可是我不知道我家人可不可以接受，有可能是我想太多。
你会想要直接问他们吗？
我现在是不敢问， 因为现在看起来他们俩都蛮快乐，因为我爸现在已经退休，就是住乡下，然后还有一条狗，就是过得很快乐。然后我妈就是工作得要死要活，好像也没空管我，所以我觉得只是我一个人想太多了，就是我巨蟹座小剧场。
有可能是小剧场啊。
对，
可是我该怎么说呢？我们的百灵果算是做蛮久了嘛，然后我们其实风波一直都有，可是最近的风波比较大嘛。其实我爸妈都会看到，其实我内心都会在想说，
怕他们担心。
对，我
也会，
尤其是这一次的事情弄比较大，就是比较多媒体在用各种方式在写嘛。然后其实我也很担心说，因为我爸在群组可能比较多深绿的，所以我担心说他旁边的朋友会不会说，你儿子怎么就出卖了什么之类的。我其实会担心这种事情，我就觉得说，有时候我就要跟他们沟通说，其实很多时候是怎么样啊，事情是怎么样。
所以你们会直接公开讨论？
对，因为他们都每天会上来玩我女儿嘛。其实我就没事，这也是我跟他们一个交流或聊天的机会。我就最近发生什么事情啊？至少在这一点上，他们都算是比较开放。然后说做网络就这样子啊，那有些人就是要怎么样为了流量，然后
反而是他们安慰你，
他们是我爸妈，其实是相对会安慰我的。我觉得透过这些交流，也可以让他们看到说，我们这个产业到底在做什么。所以其实他们也是蛮开心，说，你愿意跟他们聊这些事情。我自己的感受是这样子。
我可能要一步一步来，
只是因为你这个可能就牵扯到性嘛。
我觉得我把我爸解封锁粉专那一刻，我已经跨出一大步了。这下一步我再慢慢走好了，就是之后可以跟他聊这些东西，可能要再过个几年。
可是搞不好你爸有 IG 追踪的你也不知道啊。
可能。
有看过他手机有没有 IG 吗？
有，然后我
他有 IG 对不对？
他有，
那一定是拿来追踪你的。
你知道他的使用者名字吗？
我不知道。
你其实要不要现在打开，然后打他中文名字在你的 IG，
然后把它封锁吗？
没有，你直接看啊。不要封锁他，我想知道说，你就打中文名字嘛，使用者你搜寻嘛，然后看他有没有追踪你啊。你其实你有想过可以做这件事情，然后你一直不愿意做。
我就一直很逃避啊。
对不起，我在逼你，我不是故意的。
我现在找不太到还是我爸其实很少在用。没关系，
他名字也是一个蔡琴，他名来对不对？
就他本名啊。
他本名
应该
60打下去，然后就没有什么。
没有，不可能他取一个什么杀鸡野小白吧？不可能，
杀鸡野小白。
没关系，爸爸让你看吧。我觉得他都已经看我段子，他看我的 IG。我其实更怕他们听这一集，因为因为我觉得影片那个 stand up 影片你都可以说这个是表演，可是 podcast 或者是那种 YouTube 的影片，就是那是很生活的日常嘛。
那我们只好标题下秀情了，
实际人秀情了。
他们可能就不会。
你最害怕他们听到的是，就是这些都是真的，对不对？
对，
但没有全部都是真的啊。
还要救他？那我们来聊聊你去美国的时候发生什么事？
其实刚刚都是假的啦。
因为你很多故事其实都是你去美国那时候，那是美国嘛？对不对？我没记错，是打工留学、
打工度假、
打工度假的时候发生的嘛？那你还会想要再回去美国打工度假一次吗？
对，不然段子用完了。
我很想。
你需要补充
新的素材。
我有在想，可是很麻烦，就是美国打工度假门槛比较严格。
又变严格了吗？以前没有那么严格吗？
我不知道以前是怎么样，可是现在就18到26岁才可以去，然后你要再学生，所以如果我现在要去，对我一定要再读研究所才可以再去。
那这样成本有点太高。
那可以去那边读个语言学校这样吗？
其实也可以，但我是想
语言学校有各国的人可以收集哦。
有点心动。我明年想要去墨尔本打工度假，我觉得打工度假本身是一个很好玩的事情。然后因为我那时候是一毕业，然后就去美国打工度假3个月嘛，其实我工作只有2个月，然后后面有1个月是在自由行，然后我觉得我觉得去美国工作跟去美国旅游或是游学真的是不同的体验，因为我觉得工作真的会看到很多很黑暗的一面。
你是做什么？
我一开始是做那个饭店的国家公园的前台，就是帮大家 check in check out 的，所以我那时候要讲很多英文，然后我就那时候英文也还没有那么会绘画，所以我就觉得压力很大。然后他们又只把我排一个人，就是在柜台，我没有人可以救我。那时候每次只要接电话，然后我听不懂，或是别人来跟我讲英文我听不懂，我都要冲去那个餐厅叫服务生出来帮我跟他对话。然后
压力好大哦，讲电话压力超大。
我最讨厌，我以前最讨厌的是
讲电话，
因为电话不知道那个电子仪器传出来的声音会让音波
而且假设打电话来的人又有口音的话，完蛋，对不对？
没有嘴型，没有口气，什么超难的，
什么都没有。
我那时候最喜欢用那个经理球，就是说什么我的经理大概怎么3点之后会到，请晚点再拨，就直接挂断。他们一定觉得我很雷，可是因为我那时候真的觉得我是一个很雷的，就是工作人员，所以我后来就是在出去吃饭或者出去那个当消费者的时候，我都要菜，我觉得没事，对我就懂那种压力很大。然后后来是因为我工作一直被砍时数，所以我就辞职。
因为你太雷了，所以是砍时数。
不是我太雷，是因为那时候疫情解封后，那个
人流还没回来，
对，可他们还没有雇太多人了，所以我就一直被砍时数。然后你知道去美国打工度假，我们一定要存钱才可以旅游，所以我那时候钱是一定是不够，我就是狠下心，我就辞职。然后因为辞职之后，本来的代办帮你找工作，你要自己一个人找，他代办不会再帮你处理，因为是你自己要辞职，所以我也是很辛苦，就是跟我朋友就是真的是就是到那个市区，然后
挨家挨户的问，
然后到最后真的是刚好我朋友之前去一间台湾餐厅吃饭，然后认识老板，他们刚好有缺人，我们才过去那边工作。然后我觉得到那边的那个环境工作的时候，因为真的就已经不是打工度假人，就真的是工作的人，然后就发现他们每个人的生活背景都很可怜，对，很辛苦，因为很多人他们可能都是10几年前来美国，然后没有身份，然后就是为了要养家糊口，就在美国待个10几20年，然后把钱赚够回他们的国家，可是就再也不能进去美国，因为他们就是黑工。
对。
你是在哪里的台湾餐厅？
哪一州啊？
在 Virginia
感觉很偏的感觉，
所以那些人他们都已经在美国
对，是老移民的
30-40年，还有一些墨西哥人，然后他们也是很多都是黑工过来的。我就觉得他们真的都活得很辛苦，因为他们都不能出去玩，他们的生活就是工作，他们休假就是在家，顶多开车到什么地方，他们没办法拿着护照出去玩，所以他们的一辈子就是没有身份的在过。然后我那时候在美国，我就觉得真的是大开眼界，因为我在台湾我是台北小孩嘛，我几乎没什么工作经验，我就觉得说我那时候在美国真的是看到太多太辛苦的人，然后他们很多都是底层，他们生活就是又不会英文，完全不会英文，然后工作就是像个机器人一样，每天日复一日的过，就是为了要给他们的家人更好的生活，可是他们自己的生活非常的很凄惨啊。所以我那时候真是告诉自己说，我回台湾我一定要好好的工作，我一定要好好做 stand up， 因为我觉得我在美国看到
你好好的工作的结论是做 stand up，
对，因为
stand up，
因为我那时候就是每天就是早上9点去工作，然后晚上9点下班，然后就每个礼拜工作 6天，只休1天，然后我就觉得说
太超累。
对我那时候生活完全没有娱乐，就是一直工作一直赚钱，就只是为了赚钱生活。然后我觉得天啊，这个生活真的受不了。我就觉得说我回台湾我一定要做我自己想做的事情，然后才给自己推一把，然后才开始全职做。
也是去那边体验人生。
我觉得去美国那几个月真的是改变我很多想法，
你价值观也改变了。那我很好奇，你是什么样的契机让你决定说，我在美国要打开 Tinder 看看呢？
其实在美国我。我觉得打工度假，
我只是按照这个思路继续问。
你们知道打工度假的宿舍都很淫乱吧？
我不知道，我们没有打工度假过，跟我们分享是什么状况呢？
因为我在国家公园是比较 free 的，因为总没砍时数嘛，不用工作。然后因为都是世界各地从不同地方来的年轻人，大家都是19到22岁。
天哪！
因为大家不是上班的时候就是一起玩，我说一起玩就是一起 hang out 这样子，所以你就会认识很多人。然后那个。我们山上又没有什么时间可以下去市区玩，所以大家的那个感情是很紧密的，然后就很容易谁爱谁，什么 A I B B I C C I 什么这种三角恋啊，什么四角恋都有，
就很多 drama 吗？
对，很多 drama。所以我那时候在宿舍的时候，我也是
晕成一团，
也是 drama 其中一个。
我就是 drama 本身。
不是很多人爱你，还是你很爱很多人？我超好奇的。
我爱一个人，但有几个人爱我这样子？
可是你爱的那个人有爱你吗？
有，
那就 OK 啦。
对啊。
那可是发生什么事呢？是其他爱你的人，你也跟他说好，那不然你们来试试看好了，是这样吗？国家公园什么都可以发生。
对，因为那个宿舍可能就是20-30个人，就小小的嘛，就是这个 community 很小，然后大家互相认识。可是我从刚到，我根本就不知道。然后我刚到的时候，
破坏了平衡。
有一点点，我不知道大家都互相破坏平衡，那个酸碱中和会慢慢的自己稀释一下。所以我刚到的时候，我就先滑 Tinder， 因为就很无聊啊，就先滑 Tinder。
可是你在国家公园没有别人，你怎么滑？
对，然后重点了，就是每一个人都50公里以外，我不知道怎么认识这些人，我又没有车，然后就滑一滑看有个人3公里以内，这一定是国家公园的人。然后我就看一下，我觉得这个人好像也不是我的菜，可是他是国家公园的人，那可以交个朋友吧，就至少交个朋友啊。所以我就先右滑了嘛，然后右滑之后没几天，我就见到他本人了。然后他就跟我讲说 ，Janice， 我有配对到你。我说啊，这我知道。可是因为他那时候也是被砍时数，所以他就是说，他要离职了。所以等我认识他的时候，他已经过没几天就要走。所以我们最后3天，我就觉得说啊，既然他都要走，我们就好好认识一下彼此。所以我们就很常睡前就会去国家公园散步啊，然后就是在那种灯光美，不是灯光美，那种月黑风高的，
所以在打野炮，
没有打野炮，只有打野 give head 这样子，就因为都全黑，所以其实就我觉得
你都不怕那边会有那个野生动物，像 cougar 山猫这种？
有很多那种小鹿。
对啊，那不会遇到吗？
要保护一下自己啊，就是不要太大的动静，惊吓到小动物。
就发出比他们更大的声音就不会来了。熊是这样嘛？要发出大声音，熊就不会跑进。
要组合技，然后变很大。
就是像在走路有铃铛的话，熊就不会来。
对，那时候我就跟他就会一起散步嘛，然后就是会有接吻。可是因为他有个问题，就是他不是有问题，就是他是那个伊斯兰的穆斯林，他是穆斯林，他就跟我说，还是我没办法有性行为，因为我是穆斯林，可是你可以帮我追。然后我现在还是不懂，这个界限是什么？我不知道，
明明这样也是性行为，
我不知道，可是他们有自己的标准，
我不知道，又知道基督徒是不能插入，
我也不知道，
很传统，我不知道，都是他们自己讲，
到时候就变 anal。
我身边是有人这样啊，
对啊，
这个那是基督徒，
因为我也不知道，所以我说好尊重人家信仰，
就不能接受。
那这样子你就没有被满足到啊？
对啊，
那你为什么还要服务他？我无法理解。
服务型人格啊，
对啊，我就台湾人，亚洲人去外面工作是认真工作，
什么工作都做，什么 job 都做，
我就很不会拒绝啊。然后我确实也觉得这可能气氛也对，就觉得
3天而已，
反正对3天而已，然后
再辛苦也3天，
这是一种缘分啊！你看人家从中东到美国了，我们在这边相逢极有缘，何不吹一下之类的。
这些都不是剧本哦，
这有些真假假，真秀琴
好秀琴，然后
秀琴继续。
这个中东来的人离开，
他离开之后，我就看到他的那个脸书IG 就发一篇他的那种拜拜文嘛，然后他就发很多他跟他朋友合照，我就看上有个照片，有个男生，好帅，我的菜。然后可是我觉得奇怪，为什么我从来没有在宿舍看过他？因为这宿舍就这么小。然后我就过了没几天，我就在路上遇到他，他那时候就跟他朋友聊天，我就加入他们的话题，他就刚好那时候刚养了一只小猫咪，就那种3-4个礼拜的小奶猫，他就只是问他朋友说，要不要去他房间看小奶猫？然后我就在旁边，因为他就顺便问说，你要不要一起去看？我说好啊，然后我就心里想说 yes， 然后我就去了他房间看那个小猫咪，然后我就觉得。这个人是我的菜，然后之后我就一直在想说我要怎么更接近他。可是因为他那时候是那个他会带吉他，他是有在那个国家公园驻唱。
哇！
然后有一天
有吉他，
太晕了
！Oh my god！
所以有一天他就是在那个国家公园的酒吧驻唱的时候，我就过去看嘛，然后就故意待到最后，就是大家都走完了，然后我就过去跟他讲说，我觉得你今天唱很好听，然后你要不要？我们宿舍有泰国带来的奶茶，你要不要喝？
他是哪里人？
他是美国人，然后他就是
在地的人，
他从不同城市飞过去，然后他说好啊，所以我就赶快回房间，我赶快泡一杯奶茶过去要给他喝。然后那时候我的室友是跟我一起过去的，然后觉得我怎么？
你的室友是男生女生？
是女生，
他是也喜欢他，
糟糕了，
应该是没有。大家真的是有朋友不能找喜欢同一个菜的。
对啊，那他干嘛去？
因为他也想看猫咪，因为猫咪真的太可爱了，
真的想看猫咪。
对，但我是想要看人，想看主人，但他就跟我一起去。然后后来呢，我们就3个人，我跟我室友，因为我室友他是喜欢亚洲人，所以我知道他不是他的菜，我就还是过去一起去房间。然后结果我室友因为不会喝酒，所以他喝一喝就好醉好醉，他就先走了。然后就留下我跟
很棒啊，
好朋友，
他懂
他懂啊，他其实他可能也没有意识，他只觉得好醉，他就走。然后我觉得很好，我其实有点醉，但我觉得我要盯下去，然后我就留下房间，我就跟他聊天，然后我们就开始在玩那个
spin the bottle 那个吗？不是，
不是 Truth or Dare， 对 Truth or Dare。然后我们后来就玩一玩，就开始玩说
2个人在玩那个有多明显？
是谁提议要玩的？
我忘记了，我太
前的男的其实也本来可能也有意思了吧？
一定吧，不然为什么要玩什么大冒险？
可能他可能只觉得说我 OK， 可是我不知道有没有到心动，因为才刚认识第2天。然后我们后来就玩到就是说什么去喝猫的水还是什么的，我们最多只有玩到喝猫的水，因为我觉得我们好像还是有点怕讲什么你亲我哪里，所以后来就
线还抓不到嘛。
对，我就后来就说时间晚了，我先回去好了。但我就先回去之后呢，我就觉得中了，我要想要怎么更接近，因为至少那天晚上已经很
OK 非常亲密啊。
然后后来是有一天他刚好要出去跟他朋友2天1夜，就是几个男生。他要请我帮他顾猫，然后我说 OK， 我还特地在那个房间等他回来，然后回来之后他真的很有心，因为我们那个宿舍山上的讯号很差，我们不太能看影片，他就特地在山下帮我下载那个什么 stand up 的 special， 然后有中文字幕的，他就为了我就是下载中文字幕，我们就在房间一起看那个，就躺在床上一起看影片，然后看一看之后呢，
有看完吗？
没有，因为我们本来是我们一开始很拘谨，我们就先坐在床沿就看着一台手机，然后后面就觉得坐在床沿好不舒服还是我们坐到床上看呢？
是你讲的吗？对不起，我好老人哦，对不起。可是我相信在听的人大家都想要知道这个事情，
可能是我讲的，我忘记了，然后我们就一起坐在床，就已经躺在床上了嘛，然后他就这样子慢慢的就手就开始勾到我的肩膀上，然后他的手就在这边嘛，然后我当下我不知道是哪一根筋不对劲，
你就直接亲他了，
我含住他的大拇指，含住大拇指，我
黑手，我怎么在笑出来？黑手就还笑那么大声，因为
他的大拇指就在这边了，
就在你的脸颊旁边，
对，就在脸颊旁边，然后就是那个口腔期不满足就含住了，
所以大家各位就是要满足口腔，
然后含住之后就一发不可收拾。然后后来就才诞生，就是我有个段子讲说台湾保险套很小的原因，很小这个段子，就是因为那天晚上我好不容易就是很兴奋的，我就从台湾带2个杜蕾斯过来，因为这个本来就紧急用的嘛，然后就发现就怎么套不下去。然后我们就是那个当时觉得说很烦，因为已经欲火焚身，但是又套不进去。然后我本身是很讲求安全性行为的，所以我们就2个人就是忍住。然后我就跟他说没关系，我还有带一个，明天试试看。然后明天再来的时候，我再试一样套不下去。然后我们就已经连试2天都快不行了，我们已经无助到。
国家公园里没有卖吗？
没有，它就是一个山上，它就是阿里山，连 7 都没有。然后我们还在想说要不要去跟
就是杀一只羊用它的肠子，以前不是用动物的肠子，那边那么多鹿，杀一只鹿用它的肠子，
好烦，这好烦哦。
我们还想说要不要去问朋友有没有人有，可是太尴尬了，问朋友太尴尬了，所以后来我们就忍住，我们就再忍一天。对，我再忍一天，
你这样子他会冲脑
就是要保护自己，
这是很好的示范，
对，很好的观念。
对，所以隔天他马上冲下去市区那个 Walmart， 然后赶快买一大堆，
也是蛮可爱的。
可是后来抓马原因就是因为我刚刚就有讲说我要离职，因为我一直被砍时数，所以我等于是提早1个礼拜要离开那个国家公园。然后我觉得在打工度假很麻烦的一个地方就是你一直在跟大家说再见，然后因为大家都从世界各地来的，
大家的时间不一样嘛，很多人就是中间离开。
对，你一直在 say goodbye， 然后每次 say goodbye 你都不知道下一次会不会跟这个人见面，所以我都会觉得每一次跟他们道别都像是最后一次见面。然后我那时候就是一直很犹豫要不要辞职的原因，是因为我知道如果我走了，我可能
再见不到他。
对，然后我觉得我们那时候感情已经很甜蜜，然后突然就要走会不会不太好？就是我也会舍不得。可是我后来就是因为现实考量，我必须走，所以我就跟他讲说我想要离开。然后他一开始也是说我不管你。然后之后我就开始去找工作，然后那段时间他就变得非常冷淡，就是有点拒绝跟我见面。我觉得很奇怪，为什么不能珍惜最后1个礼拜的时光？可是我当时就不懂，我当时就觉得说我只想要跟你好好相处完最后1个礼拜，可是他其实会想要保护自己的感情。
对啊，
所以他就
这样听起来他用情说不定比你还深有没有这种可能？
当时可能有，所以他那时候
艺术家
对啊，当时他就完全不跟我见面。可是我那时候太无助，我太想要跟他要一个答案，所以我就一直去烦他，一直去找他说为什么不能跟我联络？因为我们宿舍就很近嘛，我就很常去他房间敲门，就说你可以出来跟我聊聊天。可是其实是件很可怕的事情，就是你能想象有一个人一直在你房间外面一直敲门，一直在跟你聊天，但你不想要面对他，
就有点像那个什么麋鹿宝贝，
没有那么严重，那个很严重，你没看对不对？那个很严重。
对不起，我不应该用那个比例。
但就是因为我很难受，原因是因为我们的距离这么近，但你却不能跟我聊聊到底发生什么事，所以我就一直很想要跟他，
他就爱你啊。
但我当时太渴求一个 closure，所以我就烦到他，然后后面他就突然传了一大堆讯息，就说 Janice， 我觉得你这样真的严重影响到我。然后我觉得虽然说我们住在宿舍，但不代表我不能有私人的空间，然后他就说什么这一切都已经结束了，请不要再来烦我，就讲了一些很重的话。然后我当时就坐在他房间门口的地板上，我就看着那些讯息，然后就是在房间门口大哭，然后就是一切都很抓马。就
其实大家都知道嘛，宿舍其他人他
们都知道，因为宿舍很小，就大家都知道说 OK Janice 跟那个男的现在经历一些什么。对，所以后来我离开前一天，我就是觉得说至少说再见吧。我还请我朋友跟他说，要不想跟我道别。然后他就说，我觉得还是不要好了。所以到最后一刻，他人就在我前面，可是他还是没有跟我说再见，我就走了，然后我们就没有联络。然后这个事情我离开之后，我就一直放不下，因为我就觉得就很多遗憾跟很多困惑。我因为这个人，我好像还花了1年多的时间在疗伤，就一直想到他还是会哭的那种。然后结果就在去年圣诞节的时候，我那时候刚好在发那个 stand up 的影片，然后尤其是影片刚好是有英文字幕，他就看到，
我有看到你，
他就看到，他看到之后他就有帮我点赞，然后就是他只点赞而已，我就觉得他该不会原谅我了吧？我就主动私讯他，我说嗨，你最近过得还好吗？然后他也就是冠冕堂皇几句之后就又没联络了。结果在圣诞节那天，他突然跟我说 Janice， 我很抱歉，我之前用这样的方式去处理我们之间的感情，我们就把话讲开。然后我就觉得哇，就是我很开心，过了1年多之后，我们还可以有这个和解，所以现在是 happy ending。
他那时候几岁啊？
跟我一样的22，我们那时候都22岁，
很年轻。
对啊，就是我觉得这种 summer fling 真的很扎心啦。
那可是说到这些 fling， 你最近是不是常常写诗？为什么你常常写诗？
哦哟，天好吧！我现在
有一个结束嘛？那你觉得这是结束吗？就是你最近有一个算是男朋友吗？你觉得
没有
他喜欢的
对象，
因为我们已经就是约会可能10个月有了，断断续续有10个月，就从刚认识到现在已经有10个月。这半年从今年1月开始，就是一直很频繁的在联络，然后会固定见面。我们前阵子一起去澎湖5天4夜，因为他就说他5月要离开台湾，然后觉得说啊，既然都要走了，我们应该要。
你都是那种要 closure， 你的 closure 都要很爆，就场面很大的感觉，
好烦的，对啊，
浪漫啊！
我觉得我生性浪漫啊，所以我就一起跟他去澎湖流浪。然后澎湖完之后，我觉得哇，我们的个性真的很合，然后旅行什么价值观其实都很合。可是为什么我们不能在一起？但因为他就说他5月要走，然后可是他说，但我3个月之后就会回台湾。可是在我听来，我就觉得说，谁知道你会不会回来？因为外国人来来去去，你怎么知道他在美国会不会又发生什么事情，然后就不回来了？
对啊。
所以我就一直我就觉得我们应该是最后一次见面，所以我就还是觉得说，我还是要鼓起勇气去跟他讲说，我对你的想法是什么。所以我就跟他说我很喜欢你，然后我想知道。
你有讲，
后来有讲。我觉得我这个人还是有点憋不住，就是我想讲的话，我还是要讲。
其实我觉得很好啊，我觉得直接讲出来才不会有遗憾呢。
对，就是要讲，就是有想讲话一定要讲。然后他就跟我讲说，他很谢谢我提这个话题，因为他自己也想提，可是他不知道该怎么提。然后我就说，我不
是在澎湖的时候提，还是澎湖离开之后？
他出国前一天。
OK，
对，所以就最后一次见面的时候，他就说，可是我很快就要走，但我很快就回来。可是我觉得我们还是3个月之后回台湾再来讨论要不要在一起这件事情。然后我就觉得，我在想，
他如果都觉得自己会回来，还是他怕你？
我不知道啊，然后我当时也觉得说，因为可能就是如果一在一起就要面对远距离，确实是一个，也是一个坎呐。然后我想说，好，那就3个月之后再来讨论好了。然后结果我就发现，他一离开台湾之后，我们还是很频繁的在联络啊。那我就觉得说，我们的感情既然没有变淡，我们为什么不原地在一起呢？所以我现在就是在想说，我应该还是要找一天直接
飞过去，
线上飞过去太难了，我现在没办法直接要飞就飞。
他住在哪里？
他现在住西雅图。
西雅图过去
有直飞啊，
有直飞，可是
我可以赞助你。
你说
我认真，我赞助你5万块，让你飞过去好不好？我认真，
你认真，我就认真，
我认真，我等下直接转钱给你。
用公司赞助吧。
那拜托就是跟我们分享后续好不好？
可以啊，
我认真哦。
好哦，
我没有开玩笑哦。我们等下直接转哦。
我吓到，我以为
我认真啊，
旅行社是不是？
没有啊，I just want to know what happened afterwards。
但有可能是悲剧收场，
有可能悲剧，什么事情都可能发生，所以大家有看哦，不要跟喜剧演员当朋友。
吓到没有，因为如果我没有飞过去的话，我可能就是视讯问他。
好，可是你什么时候有空？因为我是希望说你下礼拜就飞。我就认真，你看一下 schedule，
看一下你的时间
，4天3夜应该来得及。
4天3夜，
你不觉得很好玩吗？
我会心疼他。
4天3夜我要
飞过去以后，
对，我会心疼他。
凯莉说心疼，让我有点
bad
feelings about this。
没关系，但他可以自己做决定，给你24小时决定。
这个很热血，
不会啊，
在拍电影
没有啊，就是
你不要有压力，就是怎么样都没关系。
对啊。如果假设你有拍 shorts 的话，记得 collab 我们。
他本来是很浪漫的故事，然后突然就变很商业。
如果假设你有拍嘛，没有拍就算了。或者是后续写成段子的话，后续假设这些故事有写成段子的话，记得说百灵果赞助。
你想个方法啦，你想个合法的方法。
我这个只是开玩笑，不过我真的是想要，我看你这样子，我其实想要知道说后续。
你现在真的把我当你女儿是不是？
也没有，我只是
没有，他就是一个喜剧演员的心，但是不愿意上台讲 open mic 而已。
所以我只能当一个赞助者。
好，谢谢你的赞助。
好，你想一下。
因为我觉得这是我相信很多人都想要知道故事的后续发展嘛，大家不想要等3个月啊。
确实，有必要等3个月吗？
你也不想等3个月，
我也不想，我快等不住了。
你看，这是几天前的事情，
我们已经分开3个礼拜了。然后哇，我们都每天联络，然后因为这3个礼拜
你们会视讯吗？
目前还没，但我有提出这个要求，他说可以早一天，我们可能过几天会视讯。
我觉得有视讯有差，因为我就是身为远距离达人，
一定要视讯的啦。
远距离很难的，我以前刚去上海的时候真的是
很可怕，对不对？然后我跟我老公就是远距离，然后最后定下来的。有共识就没有问题。
对，因为可是他们现在是什么都还没有嘛，就
对
远距离。
对，可我跟我老公那时候看完也是乱七八糟。可是我觉得要有共识，如果你觉得我自己一个阿姨的过来人，如果你觉得那个共识没有很强的话，我觉得机会就不高。我自己觉得要有很强的共识。
好，
加油。
那不好意思，我要拉回来另外一件事情，就是因为你上一次来跟我们聊天的时候，你其实有讲到说，因为他要离开，所以你常常写诗，对不对？
我觉得我们想要听诗，
其实有很多首。那
你为什么写诗？因为我想不是所有人都有听。
我就刚好是接触到伯恩之前推荐一本书，叫《如何写一首歌》，然后。我在看那本书的时候，我就会开始做一些写作练习，然后那时候就刚好唤醒我对文字还有词曲跟诗词的兴趣嘛，所以我就开始会透过写诗或写歌词的方式去抒发自己的感情，因为我觉得像这种思念一个人的情绪，它其实很难转化成笑话，但我当然希望说可以，可是对我来说就现阶段我没办法，所以我就觉得说那就不如用诗或是词曲的方式存活下来也不错，所以我那段时间我就是每天睡前我都会很想这个人，我就会写诗词。那我现在来看一下，我其实有一个，我觉得我这个人真的是很做作，因为我那个记事本的title 还叫做 The Torture Poet Department， 就是泰勒斯新专辑的那个名称。
没有，不会很棒，泰勒斯很棒。
其实因为大家的心情都在面对这种事情都不一样。
对啊，
因为我很喜欢泰勒斯，
我很怀念，好不好？
对啊，我们都
对啊，就是对啊，这创作最爆发时期最棒了。
我离暧昧包
对啊，你看我都要靠什么怀孕还写不出好段子，累死我了。
对啊，我弄个美食也会被演上。
你不要自己突然插入一些自己真实的抱怨，不可以剪，不可以剪。
我只是想要听你写的诗，你自己有哪些得意之作呢？
我真的是爱给人家 戴一个高帽。
我真的不敢说德意制作的，我写了好多，请凯莉帮我念。
我觉得自己念可能
因为我觉得
特别痛苦。
有中英文主持人还是交给他好了。
别这样，多久以前事情 ？Long distance missing. What time is it in Hawaii? I'm missing you till I fall asleep. Thinking, have you ever missed me? Searching your time zone. I'm still in your friend zone.
哦，这不错哎，还押韵哦。
对啊，好厉害
押韵。
这是有看完伯恩说的那本书就写的。
Guess I'd better live by my own. If you say yes, I will stay, but you give me blank space. When I call you my babe. 4 a.m. starting at Taipei 101. Wondering maybe you are not the one. If there is no long distance, would I be chosen?
哎，你写的蛮好的
耶！
是啊，想不到我是
这可以变歌哎！
你在找人谱曲，你自己有在？
你有在找人吗？
我想找人谱曲，但我不知道要找谁。
我觉得你要谱成曲，然后唱给
你找一些喜欢的，你找一些喜欢人的。
我想啊，因为我试图用那个一些 AI 的词曲嘛，可是他们可以帮我谱成一个曲，但我不知道该怎么把这些词放进去，我没有这个音乐天分，所以我一定需要有一个就是有
你有找宜晨讨论过吗？
还没有，我应该要联络一下宜晨。
对，我觉得这可能是女生的心，可是我会觉得如果谱成曲，然后
很好，
对啊，
还是要找金耀王也可以。
我刚才去拍照，就 in your friend zone，
这性爱是大运，
比较短，然后有一篇
这不错哎，
有一篇很长，是因为那天太 emotional， 然后那篇我也很喜欢。
还是你如果有听到这个的人有音乐天分，
欢迎私讯佳玉，看你们可不可以合作。
哎，好哎，
我觉得很不错哎，
这篇也可以，可是这篇就是有点长，
没关系，来，
我们现在都上瘾了。哎，你是很好的。
Be brave to be selfish. You are leaving in May. I wish you would stay. Wait for you to say yes, but you always take years. I've already lost tons of tears. Now I live with all my fears. End it quickly. I have to do this for me. You may think I'm selfish, but you don't know. I have to be brave to be selfish. I have to be brave to lose you and me. I gave you all my heart. You gave me question marks. I'm waiting for my birthday card. Thought it's gonna fix my broken heart. Never knew it would be so hard. I'm staring at stars, asking what we are. Maybe what we had was an art. Until your tears this apart. You were my sunshine, but now you're paint the whole sky gray. Your perfect Sunday is my blue Monday. I stay up late just to say hey where you're awake. Just to say hey when you're awake. You don't know what to say, the commitment we never made. It's pushing me away. I just want you here, but you never made it clear. Maybe I should disappear, better than shedding my tears. I probably should go on a date to meet someone new. The faces I never knew. But they are nothing like you. You are the one I choose. Once you said I'm your muse, now you're looking for another shoes. Why don't you just give me a shoot? My heart is blue. You always make me confused. Maybe it's true that I'm not the one you pursue.
好棒哦！
鸡皮疙瘩
哎，你很强哎！你要出诗集吗？
我日以继夜在写这些东西，没有在写笑话。
我觉得
你很有才华哎！没有，我认真觉得你蛮有才华。这些东西当然是要变歌再改一下吧。我觉得
I think it's great。
对，我觉得那歌
而且很 authentic。
就是对，讲听了就觉得说啊 ，We know where you're coming from。
好了，我不要管结局，你现在就订机票。我刚刚想太多，I'm so sorry，我道歉。我刚刚自以为是妈妈想那么多。
对啊，我就说下礼拜
谁给你24小时？
看完之后就被感动了，是不是？
对啊，因为这是真心呐，这些是真心的啊。
我真的是
你后来你还是没给他看过的，
这些他都没看过，这些都是我自己私下一个人写出来的，因为这个感觉很强烈。然后
可是要去的话，应该要跟他讲一下啦，不要突然 show up。
当然了，
突然说很
就像之前那个在敲门在国家公园，
突然说这个很这个不行，这个不行，对，
但我觉得用英文写比较不会让我觉得听起来不会让我觉得尴尬，因为中文的话
要 ChatGPT 帮你翻成中文，ChatGPT
翻中文很尴尬。可是因为因为用英文写，然后有押韵，所以他翻中文就不行
啊。对。
我觉得我现在就有点犯贱，就是我很喜欢我因为这段感情这么有创造力，但我同时也很痛苦。可是我又对这种痛苦很上瘾。
对，
就是我觉得这个就是创作者一定能够理解，就是这种我们在冰度的东西，它是很强大的一个动力，可是同时也在摧毁你的身体。我不知道很难讲，
我完全理解，
这很棒哎，佳玉你好棒哦！
谢谢，
对吧？这个我真的看到一颗钻石的感觉
哦！哎呦，你好会讲话，
你不觉得吗
？I don't care， 你什么时候订机票？
没有，我来电跟这个拿去。
对，送来。
凯莉跟 Ken， 我准备要出发了，请祝我好运。其实我到现在我还是觉得这一切不真实，因为我完全不知道到时候结局会怎么样，但我相信一切都会是最好的安排，所以就 see you soon。
所以佳玉。你有飞美国吗？
我去了，
你去了对不对？你去了又回来了。
是我现在刚回来不到1个礼拜。
我们必须要知道，
这几天佳玉都跟我私讯，但我都不敢问他任何问题。然后佳玉刚刚来录音室，然后坐在那边，然后我也不敢问他任何问题。我跟 K 就一直聊一些工作的事，然后都不看他。
对，然后我说佳玉你面壁。
对啊，
我什么都不敢问，我不知道发生什么事。
对，好，佳玉 ，We need to know。我们一步步来，所以那天我们跟你讲完以后，然后你真的就去买机票了，对不对？
对。
然后你还要去办美签，对不对？
对。
所以你在短几天内就处理完这件事情。
大概3天内。
3天内，
签证，
然后你就飞了。
对，签证、住宿、机票一次用好，而且还顺便找宜晨做的歌。
啊，就之前的那个诗，对不对？
对，我觉得就是一切都是很命中注定，因为在我订机票前的时候，有一天刚好宜晨他就突然私讯我，就问我说要不要去看演出，然后我就觉得说，难得聊天，我就跟他讲说，你今天晚上有空吗？我有件事想请你帮忙。他说我今天晚上有空，然后我就杀去他家，我们就花了1个晚上的时间把 上次朗读的诗做成一首歌。
哇，
我觉得就是命中注定。
好，
那请问你怎么跟对方说？哎，不好意思，
你一步来，
这个不是这个前期。
对，你说那个在私讯上面跟对方说你要过去，对，
因为我觉得直接杀过去有点突然嘛，
对，
所以
太恐怖了。
所以我就是当天一录完音，我心里已经确定说我要去的时候，我就先跟他讲说，嗨，我知道这个很突然，但我突然收到一个机票的赞助，我可以去美国一趟，你可不可以到时候当我的导游？我就先这样问。
哦，你用另外一个方式来跟他，
但我也没有说，
没有说这是追爱之旅。
对，没有，我不想给人家压力。我就是说，你可不可以当我导游？
这样很棒，对，这样怎么凯莉开玩笑这样子，这很棒吧？这很有礼貌吧？
我觉得很棒啊，
而且我没有说谎啊，
你没有说谎，你只是揭露部分事实而已。
对，
然后他听不懂中文吧？对不对？他不会看这集，他说哦 shit。
他用 AI 吗？
我觉得他的中文程度有限
，OK，
但他是可以听得懂一点点的。但 whatever 随便让他听，我也不介意。好，我就这样跟他讲，然后他就觉得说 what the fuck， 怎么会那么突然？我就一直跟他讲说，他就问我说是什么样的赞助？你是要来这边演出吗？我说也没有，我就是有人想要有个品牌想要赞助我机票，然后就把它宣传很模糊，我讲很模糊，
对，的确是一个品牌。
对 ，a show and you are in，you
are the show。
对，没有跟他讲得那么清楚。然后他就说很困惑，我说没关系，我到时候我再跟你解释。我就是先留个悬念嘛。而且我在找住宿的时候，我就说，干，美国真的是太贵了。我还就是
你还先找住宿啊？
对，因为我觉得
住他家不方便。
对，我觉得要做好这个最坏的打算。所以我觉得女生我们要独立，就是一定要凡事都先准备好，所以还在找住宿。然后我找住宿，我就觉得天啊，真的太贵了。我就还是问他说，不好意思，我到时候可以借住你家吗？然后他就说 ，Janice， 你很幸运。我爸妈那一周刚好出去旅游，我家里没有人。然后我说天哪，就是一年365天这么多天，他爸妈就刚好那个礼拜不在家。然后
命中注定。那时候原本还拖什么7、8月？
对。然后我就凡事就是都准备好了，我就直接飞过去西雅图找他了。
所以他有到机场接你吗？还是你自己过去？
他没有，因为那天我到美国当地的时间刚好是美国的父亲节，所以他在跟他家人过。我觉得没关系，爸爸比我重要，所以我就一个人到机场。
那所以过完父亲节，爸爸就跟妈妈就出去旅游了。哦，那你自己有在那边先做一些自己的 sightseeing 吗？就是旅游吗？
大概只有2小时，先到青年旅馆那个就是 check in， 然后在附近晃晃，
就这样。
第一天晚上我就跟他碰面了，
所以他爸妈一出去玩，他就立刻迫不及待来找你。
是你迫不及待找他，还是他迫不及待找你？
你觉得谁比较迫不及待？
对，
他比较迫不及待吧，因为我到西雅图啦，我已经就是做好任何那个万全准备去见他了，所以
心脏真的很强壮。
我觉得我最紧张的是那个从我家到桃园机场那一刻，我会觉得说 Oh my god， 我真的要去。那时候是我最紧张的。但是到了西雅图之后，我就没那么紧张，因为就是
来都来了。
对啊，
对，最糟能怎么样？
好，所以是他到青年旅馆跟你见面。
那请问你们第一眼看到的时候是发生什么事？
就先抱一下，
姨母这样。
我那时候在青旅吃晚餐，他就突然默默坐下来，然后就说嘿，然后就抱了一下，然后就说哇，我没有想到会在西雅图见你，然后我们突然就去码头那边，就是沿着海走路这样子。
他给你的，你看到他的感觉的 vibe 是很开心，还是说他是不是疯了，还跑过，还黏到这边来？
你察觉到的 vibe 是什么？
我觉得他很开心，就是因为他应该也是看到我很开心，所以而且我也没有跟他讲说我是来这边跟你什么表白的。我觉得他对他来说就只是觉得说这个 Janice 就突然有个赞助，然后就可以来西雅图一趟，哇，好开心这样子。我觉得他没想那么多，因为我也没有跟他讲那么多，
所以是就是很开心，2个人跑去约会的感觉这样。
对，
那多久以后就开始舌吻啊、make out 啊什么的？
当然就是一见面就开始，还不是坐下，没有，我们在码头，就是人少少的地方，
夜黑风高没有了。那我好奇，那接下来你有跟他沟通这件事情吗？就是说，我想要确认说我们的关系。
有，我一定还是要沟通，不然我拿你们钱过去，然后只是旅游，
没有。假设你真的没有，假设你真的没做，我们能拿你怎样？我们也不能拿你怎样啊！我不知道，算了，
对不起你们，我
没有没差，就回来就说就打几个炮，什么都没讲。
我真的打了很多炮，我真的就是失心疯，可是忘了，那么就fine it's OK。
我只打炮没问个清楚，那我不就很像？
其实你也浪费了自己的时间嘛，自己的钱。不对，不是因为我是我们付钱的，不是他。
对啊，
就是你帮他付钱啊，
就是我们没爽到而已，这样。
有了，我们节目有，
我们被你白嫖了，应该我们才是我们是被白嫖的那个，
而且我还多赚1万块。
那你飞什么航空？
我飞 Delta。Delta 才3万多，而且因为那个我太稳定了，我还自己升级 ，offer 4万块，我说哇shit，我还多1万块，我就包吃包住，200零过，
因为住宿结果是住他家嘛。
对啊，我是靠你的能力赚来，那1万是你靠你的，
那是你的，你找越便宜，其实你不升级你赚更多，只是这样。
就觉得说这趟旅行真的是蛮爽的，有种伴游的感觉。所以我其实真的也是到那边很紧张，因为我时间真的不多，我就只能去4天，我已经扣掉搭飞机的时间，我就只有4天的时间，而且应该只有3天，因为我第4天早就
对，因为飞机要扣掉1天嘛，时差关系。
对，所以我实际在西雅图玩乐只有3天，然后我觉得这3天我要怎么安排，说我要什么时候去跟他谈，因为这一讲就是不是大好就是大坏。
对，所以你有想过吗？你在飞出去之前你就计划说我要第1天讲还是第3天讲？
我本来的计划是最后1天讲，因为我觉得我宁愿就是前2天就是开开心心的过，如果真的结果不好的话，我第3天再默默一个人搭飞机回台湾，我也觉得 OK fine。但是就是事与愿违，我大概到了第2天的时候
就忍不住了，
因为我们刚好是在一个很漂亮的一个大草原，
就像 Windows 的那桌布的那种感觉。
更漂亮，就是有一个很大的那种美国西北部那种很壮观的山脉，然后我们就坐在那边野餐，没什么人，
所以他就等于是把3天的时间都给你这样。
对，
他在那边到底干嘛？现在回去那边？
他现在就是回去要找工作，因为他之前在台湾读书嘛，然后他现在是想要回美国去找工作。
那他为什么之前还跟你说，在几个月后他又要回台湾？
因为他在美国只需要赚3个月的钱，他就可以在台湾住1年了。因为他们那个时候
物价有差。
对啊，因为他们那个 西雅图刚好也是很多科技业，什么微软啊都在那边，所以他们有钱啦。好，我就第二天我就真的忍不住，因为我想要在一个漂亮的地方，就是心旷神怡的地方跟他讲这件事情。然后那时候我就跟他开了口，我就说，我其实真的很紧张，因为我觉得这个真的太需要勇气了。所以我一开始就是我们还在那边野餐，然后还在那边吃东西，我就突然说我们为什么要等3个月？然后他就说什么？然后
你忍不住，你这样子这个放下，对他讲，
我把那个激流放下，然后就直接
好炫。
然后他什么嘛？然后就说我们为什么要等3个月才可以问要不要 inclusive？ 我就用 inclusive， 我就觉得这个比较精准，就是要不要1对1的关系。然后他好像有点愣住，他当下应该是他当下没有给我一个明确的回答，他只是问我说你为什么会想要 inclusive？ 反正他就在开始在躲嘛。然后他就说他需要想一下，他说他很开心我不是在最后一天问，因为他这样就有时间想。然后我说好，可是你要记得要在我回台湾前你要给我一个明确的答案。
你这样你很不错哎。
难不成我都飞过来了还要再等呢？那我飞过来干嘛？我老娘这次来就是要直接打破砂锅问到底。所以呢，等到第3天也就是最后一天晚上的时候，我就想说这个人怎么一直还没有跟我开口？
但中间都正常打炮跟约会这样。
Yes， 可是我其实当然我在野餐的时候，第2天讲的时候我就已经在哭嘛，因为我本来就是一个泪腺很发达的人。
所以你是讲完再哭，还是边哭边讲？
边哭边讲。我没办法，我真的忍不住。我每次提这种东西，我就是还是会哭。可是我觉得我讲完之后，我的心里就放下一个大石头，因为我觉得就是我现在老娘已经下好离手了，我该讲的都讲了，接下来就是你的事情。
等他开牌，
你自己纠结，你自己想都是你的事情。所以我第2天讲完之后，我轻轻松松，然后我只要等第3天我离开台湾前，他给我一个答复就好。然后到第3天就是最后一个晚上的时候，已经准备要睡觉了，他还是没有讲。然后我直接问说你的答案是什么？然后
哇，
他就说，然后他就讲了很多，可是我就直接跟大家讲一个就是总结就是他觉得他对他未来有很多不确定性，因为他就觉得说我之后回台湾读书6个月，可是6个月之后他又不知道下一步是什么，然后他就觉得他现在人生就是有太多不确定性，然后他一直不知道他是不是真的准备好进入一段稳定的关系，然后他也不确定说他是不是真的想要这个英文叫什么 monogamy， 就是1对1的关系，他就说他一直在思考这件事情。
我居然会在想 monogamy。
对，因为我是跟他讲 inclusive 嘛，然后其实讲到这边的时候，我就觉得说，哎，我的心都已经凉了。然后他一直说，可是我就觉得你好特别，然后我觉得我们之间的感觉很强烈，然后他就说什么，他真的很矛盾，就他心里一直在拉扯，觉得说要不要
settle down，
要不要给我一个机会，就这样试试看。然后他就说，可是他心里有一个声音，就是觉得他现在还没有准备好进入一段关系。我当然就是边听边哭嘛，因为我觉得这个心情还是蛮沉重的。可是我觉得我已经飞越千里，然后排开我所有的工作，我就只是来问你一个问题，然后我已经就是这样展现我的决心了。然后你还在那边跟我不确定，我就觉得我也不会想要跟一个这么不确定的人在一起。然后我就说，那我觉得我们就是可能还是要结束比较好。就我觉得这对我来说就是一个一翻两瞪眼的东西。所以后来反正最后一天他就送我回机场，我们在路上他就一直在讲。说他说他很痛苦，他就觉得很纠结，他就觉得他不想要从此之后再也不跟我见面，可是他也不想要就是随便给我一个承诺。然后可是我觉得我那时候大概第2天一讲完之后，我就已经调试好我的心情，就是我跟这个人就现阶段可能就是没有缘分。所以后来我就是在机场拥抱，然后拜拜，我就一个人搭飞机回台湾。所以我就是在这边正式跟大家宣布，就是 Janice 回归单身生活了。
天哪，那你们还有在卢小你说要联络吗？
没有了，
所以现在就没有每天的私讯了，对不对？就是因为之前你说几乎每天都会聊很久嘛。
因为我后来就是我最后就跟他讲说，我觉得我们还是不要当朋友，因为我觉得我现在真的做不到。maybe 过个一段时间之后，如果我 move on 了，我可能可以跟他当朋友，因为我觉得他也是一个蛮好的人。但现在对我来说太难了啦。可是我们还是有约好说可以寄那个生日卡片，因为这个是之前的约好。然后我觉得如果只是张卡片应该也没什么。
所以目前的状况就是这样子了。
对。
那他给你一个不清不楚答案，你们有就是打一炮 goodbye sex 之类的吗？
还是有的，因为我还是要打好打满的。跟我已经飞过一个太平洋了，就是要把握时间，把握当下。有一句话我觉得很中肯，就是 life is too short to not be fucked， 所以就是还是要打好打满。
不过至少你心中的那些压力，之前的那些不确定，你现在都至少有一个结尾了嘛？
对，我觉得我现在心情就是异常的好，因为我觉得我该哭我都哭完了。我从西雅图飞回台湾的那个12个小时的那个航班里面我就是一直哭，然后而且我因为我不想要当那种
空姐都没有人来看说你怎么了吗？
我是用很优雅的方式哭，因为我想要当那个飞机上的那个打扰别人的那种人。
我可以看一下优雅的哭是什么？
没有影片啊，就是那种默默的流眼泪，就是然后不发出声音。那如果真的忍不住的时候，有时候还是会去那个厕所，然后就这样。然后我还在飞机上拿起我的那个诗集，开始在那边写。那12个小时真的是过得蛮情绪化的。
你在飞机上写的诗，跟后来我相信你回台湾以后，你应该还有在写诗吧？
多得了，天啊，这个男人给我太多那个诗集的灵感了。
你觉得有差吗？你飞机上写的跟你最近这几天写的，你觉得那情绪上或写出来内容有差吗？
我觉得差蛮多，刚好分3阶段，就是去之前嘛，去之前是一个比较不确定的心情，然后在飞机上的时候，就是在路上那个心情比较像是很期待，然后想要知道答案，然后回来就是刚好就比较难过，然后现在刚回来快要1个礼拜，现在进入一个比较愤怒的阶段，会觉得说这个男人竟然不要
去死吧！
愤怒的阶段，
什么都要啊，烂死啊！
对，我觉得是这样。
对啊，就又想要比较好的才会理解。
他比我大，他31了
，31这样，
但我觉得
年纪不一定有直接关系啊。
我没有
会因为自己30后定下来，就觉得大家都要30后定下来。
但老实说，我觉得我是可以理解，因为他之前有个交往4年的女朋友，然后他们现在分手1年多。然后我觉得人在就是结束一段关系的时候，前2年都是处于一个很不确定的阶段。然后因为我自己之前分手的时候，前2年也是不太想定下来，可是也是会遇到一些很喜欢的男生，然后就会很纠结说要不要跟这个人在一起。可是后来因为一定要把自己放在优先顺序嘛，所以我觉得还是要听自己的心。我觉得追根究底就是他不够喜欢我，因为我觉得如果真的很喜欢我，他如果够坚定的话，他就是会给我一个机会。而且我后来就是也觉得说。 我觉得我在去之前，其实我真的太了解这个人，因为我在去之前写的诗，完全就是100%对应他后来给我的答案。就我之前那些什么脑补的小剧场，其实都是真的
他给的东西。
对。然后我觉得，如果真的是一个对的人，他根本就不需要我花这么大的努力，然后费这么大的力气飞过去找他去问个清楚。所以我就觉得，我现在就是看得蛮开，因为我觉得
完全认同啊。
最伤心的阶段已经过了。
那你对接下来下一段感情，你觉得第一 ，Are you ready for a serious relationship？ 第一个是这个，那第二个是你对交往对象的那个要求有因为他而有改变吗？
血统这是种族，不要再教外国人了。
就是 criteria 或有没有因为他而改变？
因为我觉得他的犹豫跟远距离跟不同的文化一定多多少少也会有点关系嘛。就必须要下比较大的决定的感觉。
他其实一开始我问这个问题的时候，他就问说，他问了一个问题，就是他问我说，为什么你要现在问？为什么你不能等我回台湾之后再问？他就一直很不解为什么是现在。然后其实我也觉得说，其实也不一定要现在问，就当1个礼拜后问，或者是3个礼拜后问，对我来说都没差。可是我就是不想等，我就等到等不下去了。
对啊，就把自己放 priority 就是这样而已啊。
然后他只是觉得说，他不想要人就是在那么遥远的地方有被限制住的感觉。那我就觉得说，你这样不就只是想要就是
他就只是想爽而已啊，
一样。然后我觉得说，你连这2个月都不能等嘛？就是你这连2个月的自由都不能牺牲吗？他就觉得说，
他就只想到他自己了。简单讲就这样。
可是我觉得人都自私，所以他如果这样选择，我就成全了。
对啊，就是你想要答案嘛，那他想要自由，那就是对，就这样子啊。
然后我觉得确实聊完之后，让我更改变我很大的一个地方，就是我觉得我现在就真的是准备好进入一段关系，因为我觉得我在可能这几个月我都一直还不确定说，我是不是真的想谈恋爱？可是因为经历过这段感情之后，会觉得说，老娘就是我现在就是想要好好谈一段感情，我就是想要爱人跟被爱，我就是这么简单。我现在没有人想要那边跟人家那种不认识的人然后一夜情，然后做完之后隔天不见了，我觉得我好像就过了那个阶段。
那
之后可能还会再想念那个阶段，
对，
人生不同阶段都会想不同的东西啦。
这是阶段。
我好奇，假设3个月，现在可能就2个月了嘛，他真的假设真的回来台湾，他真的私讯你的话，
他如果真的私讯我真的要先问清楚说他现在的那个
所以你有答案
需求是什么？他如果跟我说
他就想你而已啊，
那就是叫他滚。那
真的
如果只是想我，那干嘛？因为我都已经讲那么清楚，如果他好，假如说他回来，然后他觉得说他真的想要谈恋爱，他已经准备好就是 be inclusive，然后想要再跟我重新联系的话，我觉得说不定有机会。可是如果他还是一直保持着那种犹豫不决，然后不清不楚的话，我会觉得说，那不就是旧事重演嘛？因为这个事情已经发生2次了。我跟他认识第3个月的时候，我就已经先问过1次，然后他就说他不确定，然后后来我就断联2-3个月之后，我们又再重新联系上，然后又过了6个月，我再问1次，然后就是又不联系。那如果他回来，然后又来一次，我觉得就是。我不可以这么笨呢，就我当然知道人有时候在感情会笨笨的、笑笑的，可是第3次就我真的不能怪任何人。
对，
第3次我们可能就没办法再站自己跳。
对，这又屁眼想都知道结局，为什么还要再做1次？
对啊。
好了，那在这边我要非常感谢黄豪平，知道吗？因为黄豪平在你要飞去的这段期间，然后你不是原本有答应要去主持 Open Mic 吗？
对，
然后我原本想要自告奋勇帮你主持，因为我觉得这是我们自己的坑自己挖，但我觉得我可能撑不住2个小时。然后黄豪平就说他可以帮忙，怎么样？你们2个就是接到什么好的工作业配要一起去啊什么的，很棒这样。黄豪平 is so nice，
对，他都往好的方向想，有没有想要说这是打炮之旅？
然后结果我就是给他一个含糊不清的答案，这样，没有就没讲清楚，这样。就是我没有不是就算是工作，但之后还要去这样，我就给他一个这个答案。然后就主持 Open Mic 当天，我跟豪平正好有个工作一起在汐止，然后我们去就是彩排陶晶莹的活动这样。然后结束之后，他就说：“凯莉，你们等一下回进台北吗？可不可以搭车？因为那汐止那里有点远。”我说：“好，没有问题。”然后他就是好像喉咙非常不舒服，他从头到尾在车上都一直轻弹。他就说：“哇，这个前一天他那个直播到半夜，喉咙好不舒服。”然后就说：“是哦，那你等一下要主持 Open Mic，你辛苦。”他说：“没事，这个小事。”然后我就觉得我应该要告诉他吧。我跟他讲就是前因后果，他就说你们觉得你们是欧普了吗？他说你们就自以为是欧普来。
那我们跟大家讲一下那个豪平接下来有专场，他的 Taylor 真的很酷。
我要去赎罪。
谢谢豪平 ，We love you。
他就是帮他无偿宣传。
对，然后相信就是这段东西会成为很好的创作能量。我非常期待你的专场，
未来的新东西。
天哪，我现在就是我已经做了大概2-3首歌了，因为我现在已经开始会用 AI 谱曲了，所以
AI 很好用吗？好用吗？可以听吗？
好用，可以啊。我不确定能不能在节目上播，因为我不知道有没有版权问题。
AI 还有版权问题，我以为有 AI
好像
真的
如果要商用的话，好像是要跟他们付钱。但是你们可以听宜城的版本。
好啊。
但 AI 做的真的蛮好听，我被 AI 的歌声感动了。
真的假的？
我认真，因为我就是给歌词嘛。
你用哪一个网站？
用 Suno， 之后说不定可以找宜城来那个现场唱。
好，
感谢他，那我直接放了。
好。
Never knew it would be so hard. For my birthday card, so it's gonna fix my broken heart.
好，先听一段一组一副这样子，
不错，我起鸡皮疙瘩，我认真，就有种以前小时候在看 Smallville 的感觉，
谢谢，
很好听哇。
然后我有帮你们准备那个美国之行的礼物，毕竟你们也是这个干爹干妈，但是完全是没有办法同等价值的回归，
没关系，
时间吃的太赶了，我真的来不及帮你们好好
去多打炮比较重要。
对，希望不是那个凤梨酥就好了。是，一看就知道回来在机场买的，我会疯掉。
我精挑细选了，因为你们现在都是家长了，所以就买了一些婴儿的玩具，就是呢，来1、2、3，
哎，这还蛮可爱的。
这从这里看，我刚刚傻眼，想说是什么飞机杯之类的东西。
说这种小飞机是谁买？原来是狗狗，很可爱。
还有，
这个很可爱啊！谢谢。
这是吉娃娃对不对？类似。
它是拉布拉多。
拉布拉多。
但如果你压大力一点，它眼睛会变大，就像吉娃娃。
对。
然后还有另外一个就是婴儿筷子。因为你们小孩现在都还小，之后就是因为我们那个常常用筷子吃饭，这是我在西雅图。
我超好奇，在西雅图买筷子哦。
对啊，其实是有点愚蠢，就是在台湾买可能只要60块，可是在美国买到200多块。
不过很谢谢你啊，谢谢你，这好酷哦。
有点就是一点点心意啊，总不可能空手而归。
是不会了，你的故事就已经很棒了，这些都是多的。还有哦，
就是一些小零食啊，就是那个 Teddy 什么好像只有美国才有的一个小饼干，我不太确定，台湾很少看到。然后这个 Oreo 的软饼干，
我们才吃一下 Oreo 好了。
我真的很抱歉，来不及买那种。
不要这么说，这样就很棒啦。凯莉，你年轻的话有这种机会，你应该也会飞吧？
我也很常这样，你在说什么？
可是那个钱，你很常都是自费吧？
对，绝对没有用爸妈的钱在那边飞来飞去谈恋爱。
你在说什么？看凯莉，你这样有点
很疯啊，我很疯啊。
里面3个刚刚好，一人一个。
谢谢。
哇，真的谢谢。
好啦，那我们就吃饼干啦，谢谢 Jenny，
谢谢干爹干妈，谢谢。
11 gigabit.
Today we're reviewing Noctua's brand new NHD15 G2 coolers, and there are 3 variations of them, which is why we have them in our laser scanner, because we are evaluating Noctua's claims of having a special curvature to the cold plate to better accommodate the different CPU integrated heat spreader styles, or IHSs. You can already see the impact from the cold plate tuning that Noctua has done. The LBC model, or low-based convexity cold plate, has one of the flattest contact patches we've ever seen. This should be good for AMD CPUs, and likewise, HBC, or high-based convexity, is visibly more convex than the LBC variation. This should tune well for Intel's platform CPUs, which we've previously scanned and shown as heavily concave in our custom cold plate design video. We'll also be testing acoustics in our hemi-anechoic chamber, because a lot of Noctua's last 10 years working on the D15 to get to Gen 2 has been focused on the acoustic, the thermal response. So that's what this is for. And of course, we also have thermal testing on our new Intel 14900KF bench, 250 watts for that, and we did a bunch of pressure testing on these because these CPU coolers have those special cold plates, and we needed to be able to show how they affect the different contact patches for the CPU IHSs, and that was done with a special chemically reactive paper. And then we have the classic AMD test bench that we use with dozens of coolers now run through it, and because this is apparently something Noctua only does every 10 years or so, launching a flagship product, we wanted to make sure we built a review that can withstand the test of time. Because people might be referencing this review in 2033 or 4, and that's kind of painful to think about. Before that, this video is brought to you by NZXT's C1500 Platinum Power Supply, which has passed the cybernetics titanium standard for efficiency. NZXT has been certified for efficient operation upwards of 94% and uses a 140mm fan to help run quieter under load. This 180mm form factor power supply is fully modular, using capacitors rated for 105 degrees Celsius. Learn more at the link in the description below. It seems complicated, but it's actually pretty straightforward. First of all, this is $150. It is very expensive. It includes in the box 2 of the new NFA14/25R G2 fans, so those are the round edition G2 fans. It also has washers for potential washer mount on Intel, all the mounting hardware for the various sockets and motherboards, and some accessories. This is the most expensive air cooler we have ever tested, so it's gonna have to perform. There's no elephant in the room here. Everybody knows it's expensive. Noctua knows it's expensive, and everyone's already talked about it for the last month because that's when it was announced, for the price at least. The cooler itself was announced many years ago, and then again, but it's here now, and that price is at this point established. So that puts the NHD15 G2 as about $30 to $40 more expensive than an Arctic Liquid Freezer 360 Black Edition, meaning no LEDs, depending on the time you check the price of that liquid cooler, just to set the stage for this. So it is expensive. So there are 3 coolers, and there's only one difference between them. It's really simple. It's the cold plate. The cold plate is this part. This is the original D15, same idea. So the cold plate is the part that contacts the integrated heat spreader, the IHS, that is attached to the CPU. The IHS can be either flat or it can have a curvature to it. And so that curvature is something we showed in a separate engineering video if you want to learn more about it, something we experimented with. But basically, Intel CPUs right now, especially because the way it clamps with the ILM, or the independent loading mechanism, which is basically that socket clamp, that will deform the CPU slightly down and in to create a concavity on the Intel side, which means if you want to get the perfect cold plate for that, you would theoretically have basically a mating convex cold plate to sink down into that concave deformation in the IHS. So that's the difference between the 3 of them. The 3 models are called HBC, LBC, and then just G2. We're calling it G2 standard to be clear. HBC is high-base convexity, LBC is low-base convexity. So moving from the G to the LBC, you would optimize AM to the D. Sorry, just LBC and Snoop. The point is, LBC is preferable for AMD, HBC is what you buy for Intel, and then the standard model is kind of the all-arounder. It'll work fine on everything. We validated it. That's the one where you're maybe not sure what you'll use it on, or you want to use the cooler for the next 10 years while you wait for the G3. And in that case, you buy the standard model to just hedge your bets. This review is really dense today. I don't want to hold up getting to the data to read a brochure and spec sheet. We're going to give you some highlights and then move on rapidly. If you want more detail on any of the core specs of the product, go to the website or watch our Computech News coverage video. The new NFA14/25R G2 fans use Noctua's PPA and PPB design, which offsets the RPM of the 2 fans intentionally by about 25 RPM each by using a driver IC feature called Super Torque. This feature allows Noctua to basically eliminate the chance of encountering a beat frequency phenomenon, which we discussed at length in a recent technical interview with Noctua. If you want to learn more about what that is, it is something that we have observed in our own testing. It's basically when you get an annoying noise that occurs because of 2 fans that are effectively interfering with each other. We've got some graphics on the screen. Right, the fans are also made of a liquid crystal polymer, which is a relatively expensive material. It's used in high-end fans, and that is intentionally used to allow the blade tips to be about 0.7 millimeters away from the inner frame here. This should maximize the performance, but LCP is expensive, and it was used to retain the fan's shape even when under those centripetal forces as it spins. It's also supposed to help for long-term endurance and aging. And then finally, another quick feature is that the heat pipe count has changed from the NHD15 original to the G2. It's gone from 6 heat pipes now up to 8 heat pipes. Go to the website if you want more of the basics, but we're not here for basics. So the cold plates are the first engineering feature to look at, and that is because they're supposed to be curved specially for each IHS. We can validate that with a 3D laser scanner. So we're going to jump over to that for high-resolution scans and evaluate the cold plate curvature of each model. This is a scientific testing machine that we bought for $60,000 with support from our community by buying our mod mats, solder mats, and toolkits on store.gamersaccess.net. The laser in this machine has a repeatability of 0.5 microns on the vertical axis, which allows us to measure the point-to-point depth. Here's a scan of the standard NHD15 G2. Magnifying 100x helps to illustrate the curvature. You can see that the plate is slightly convex, protruding down towards the CPU IHS. The central spike can be ignored. That's from an anti-reflective coating we use where it accumulated, but this is a very slight curvature, and it's comparable to competing coolers of basically all price ranges. Here's a scan of the high-base convexity plate, built mostly for Intel's concave deformation under the stock ILM. At 1x, you can already see that the center is going to protrude more than the last one. At 100x, that protrusion becomes immediately obvious as compared to standard. It's not just marketing. They really are changing the cold plates. And now we're on the LBC. With so much drama in the LBC, we can see what is actually the flattest cold plate that can be. It's impressive how flat Noctua got this plate, to the extent that it caused us problems when we were trying to contemplate, when we were trying to remove it from AM4 CPUs, since it basically suctioned itself to the CPU. That's a testament to flatness, and in a good way, for AM4 and AM5 alike. So I'll cover the cold plate stuff with the laser scanner. If you're interested in this topic and you want to learn more about it, we have a whole separate deep dive video where actually we didn't even know Noctua was working on different cold plate styles when we started that project and published it. It happened to align really well as educational material for something that they hadn't yet announced in terms of like what they were doing. So you check that out. We're getting to thermals now. So the AMD test bench is our classic bench. The methodology has been published forever. We've also introduced a 14900KF bench that is running at 250 watts for the CPU package power. The actual EPS 12 volt power consumption is around 270 watts. Obviously, depending on how cool the CPU is, there is more or less leakage there, more or less inefficiency, and so that number moves a little bit, but we've talked about that in the past. The types of tests we're doing are going to be 100% fan speed and noise normalized, and that's on the 2 different platforms, the 200 watt AMD, 250 watt Intel. We have 200 watt Intel numbers as well. They're not that interesting, mostly because to truly show the difference between high-end coolers, air or liquid, you need the highest possible heat load they can handle without being unreasonable. That allows you to see a bigger gap between them. So that's what we're showing here today. For the testing, when we did tests where we swapped the different LBC, HBC, and standard coolers to determine how well or poorly they might perform with a different CPU IHS, we kept the same mounting hardware and we kept the same fans. And so in those specific tests, all we're doing is swapping the tower itself, and that's because what we're trying to do is isolate the variable of the cold plate. Now, you can't perfectly do that. There's some heat pipe binning differences. There might be differences in the manufacturing quality of the total solution for the heatsink, but the point is minimizing those variables so that we can just look at the base convexity and how much that impacts it to the extent reasonable. The other thing we did, we have some old versus new fan testing where we took the old D15 fans, threw them on the new cooler, and tested them A to B. For that one, we had the exact same mount, so not only the same cooler, the same tower, the same hardware, but we didn't even remove it. And then we did that multiple mounts. We did multiple passes per mount. So for a lot of these, we're looking at as many as 6 to probably something like 9 test passes, and that's at the high end, and that allows us to get the resolution we want for testing. So let's get into the numbers. On to 200 watt AMD testing, we'll start again with only the full speed Knoxville results in the chart, so we can compare a lot of variations at once. This test uses the older acoustic test methodology, so these noise levels are presented differently, despite representing the same thing as previously. They can get louder from the Intel testing. It's all the same, just tested different ways. Then HD15 G2 LBC is the best result here, which makes sense. Tested with the same fans and mounting hardware as the others, it ends up functionally tied with HPC and the standard results. This isn't too surprising. We saw a similar result on AM4 with our prior cold plate flatness testing, so that represents here. Despite having a theoretical best match with the flat plate, AMD isn't as sensitive to the designs as Intel. This is because you can't end up with a massive gap centrally, which you can with Intel. With AMD, even if the base plate is highly convex like on HPC, it'll still apply massive pressure dead center and relatively close to the chiplet dies. In the case of HPC, it ends up lining up over the silicon with an offset mount applied. These numbers all make sense. Using the non-offset mounting produced the worst results of the G2 cooler so far, though it's still better than the older D15. The G2 without an offset landed at 52.5 degrees Celsius over ambient at 200 watts here, or an improvement of 0.6 degrees Celsius with the offset mount on LBC. The D15 that we bought in 2023 landed at 52.3 degrees Celsius over ambient at about the same noise level and slightly lower RPM. Standard is therefore about 1 degree improved, and LBC is about 1.4 degrees improved. That's a lot, considering the fan speed and noise are so similar. The old model D15 from 2015 or 2016 or so runs a little louder and faster, but has worse thermals. This cooler has been around for years, and it's been through a lot in our testing. While the metal theoretically shouldn't age much, this can be explained by things like potential manufacturing refinement over the decade of production, fatigue or weakening in the metal fan clips or the rubber corner of the fans from age that may soften the connection with the towers and the flushness, or if any changes have been made over the years. When noise normalized, the G2 LBC ran at 55 degrees over ambient, leading the standard model by 0.5 degrees Celsius. We didn't test HPC in this heat load, but we already saw those results. The D15 we bought last year allows the G2 a lead of 1.6 degrees Celsius, and our original unit falls much further behind again for reasons we mentioned in the previous section. Before getting to the comparative test, let's look at some feature tests on Intel isolated as well. This is a 250 watt heat load on the 1400 KF and noise normalized. So the test uses our hemianechoic chamber, so the noise is collected a different way than you saw in the AMD testing a moment ago. The distance is further at 1 meter, and the noise floor is lower. That's why the numbers are different. Looking at just the Knoxville results here, the NHD15 G2 HBC with the new fans ran at 57.8 degrees Celsius over ambient P-core and 50.8 all-core. Attaching the old fans from our 2023 NHD15 unit, we end up noise normalized with a slightly slower RPM, since the newer fans are marginally quieter when they're matched with this tower. And that's important because free flow noise is one thing, but how it interacts specifically with the tower it's attached to is what ultimately really matters. The older fans ran 2.4 degrees warmer with the same heatsink, the same mounting hardware, and in fact the same mount itself, so it wasn't removed between the fan swap. And that means that the test between new and old fans was exactly like for like, because it was all done on the same configuration without any changes other than the fan swap. And we did multiple passes as always. With the old tower, that one was running about 3 degrees warmer when noise normalized as compared to the new one. And here's the Knoxville only Intel data at 100% fan speeds, also for 250 watts. In this test, the HPC model posted an improvement to 53.3 degrees from 55.9 degrees on the NHD15 that we bought in 2023, which is a 2.6 degree change in P-core average. Noise levels are equal between old and new in this test. Adding the washer mod brought the result down an additional 0.8 degrees Celsius, but we wouldn't recommend using it for the reasons that we'll talk about later. It does work though. It actually does something here. Now for the comparative 250 watt Intel results when noise normalized in the chamber. The Liquid Freezer 3 predictably leads the charts here and is currently the only liquid cooler we have in this new data set. At 48.1 degrees over ambient for P-cores, it leads the NHD15 G2 HPC by 9.7 degrees. That is a huge advantage and shows where liquid still rules, which is dealing with high heat loads. We'd still recommend liquid for running Intel at full tilt. The NHD15 G2 does well though. At 57.8 degrees P-core average, it's the coolest air cooler we've run through this new testing approach when noise normalized on Intel. It's outperforming the ID cooling A720 by 2.9 degrees Celsius here, which is great since the A720 is a relatively massive cooler and it's a lot cheaper than the D15 G2. So it's important that the G2 is ahead. And ultimately, this is actually a huge gap for air coolers and is bigger than most of what we saw in our flatter AMD IHS test at 200 watts. Larger gaps form at higher temperatures and with more concavity of the IHS. The G2 HPC leads the Peerless Assassin by a somewhat impressive 4.4 degrees here. Now that's still over $100 more expensive for those 4 degrees on the G2, but it's important again that Knoxville is at least the best air cooler that exists at these prices, and this specific comparison it achieves that. The lead over the AK620 and A620 from Deepcool and ID cooling respectively is noteworthy, with the A620 underperforming in this test as compared to some of the other results. Our next chart will be for 200 watts on AMD for comparative thermals. We'll move to the full comparison chart at 100% fan speed now. The G2 LBC model with the offset is our reference point. At 100% fan speed, the NHD15 is only outperformed by the louder coolers on this chart. The Assassin 4, which is no longer available in the US due to sanctions we covered in a hardware news episode, is about tied with the G2 while running 2 dBA louder. The ID cooling A720 with dual 140s and a tall tower ends up better than the G2 LBC by 1.4 degrees Celsius, but is also a considerable 5.1 dBA louder. That's definitely a noticeable increase in noise. Typically, most people notice at 3 dBA, but you can definitely notice less than that. Just depends how sensitive you're hearing it. The G2 LBC outperforms the $45 louder ID cooling frozen A620 marginally. The Thermalright Peerless Assassin, meanwhile, is a similar noise level to the Noctua G2 and holds a 53.4 degree result, allowing Noctua a 1.5 degree advantage. The Peerless Assassin has a massive price advantage though, at around $120 cheaper, tends to be about $35, so that's huge and it can't be ignored. In the vast majority of use cases, it makes way more financial sense to buy something else and put the money towards silicon or just your savings. Cooler Master's MA824 is also new to the chart and underperforms massively, so we'll skip that one. The Arctic Liquid Freezer 3360 is one of the most noise efficient coolers on this chart and is liquid. It's at 39.8 dBA for a 45 degree result, so a lead of 6.5 degrees. This cooler is currently $117 or $33 cheaper than the G2. As you'd expect, liquid remains superior in pure cooling capacity despite other limitations like radiator size, the introduction of a pump to the system, things like that. The noise normalized results on the 200 watt AMD heat load have the G2 cooler as tied with ID cooling's A720 for the best result on the chart. That has the G2 ahead of the smaller Peerless Assassin by 1.2 degrees when matched on the same noise level and ahead of the Assassin 4 by the same. The Liquid Freezer 3360 runs at 47.3 degrees when noise normalized, a 7.9 degree advantage. As expected, liquid tends to start pulling ahead even more when noise levels are brought down. The last one for CPU thermals, at least for core temperatures, is back to Intel at 250 watts, but now with full fan speeds. In this test, the NHD15 G2 HPC ran at 52.3 degrees without the washer mod, allowing the Liquid Freezer 3 a lead of 7.1 degrees, or 6.3 degrees when against the washer mod. The A720 closes the gap here by running louder, with a 4.4 dBA climb and under 2 degrees of difference. The Peerless Assassin is in the 57 degree range, giving Noctua's G2 roughly a 4 degree advantage once again. The Liquid Freezer 3 is the most impressive overall, with a 32 dBA result and chart-topping performance. It's quieter and cooler, but it should be, because it's a 360mm radiator that's relatively thick and also filled with liquid. For air, Noctua is leading what we've run through so far. This chart is for the core-to-core deltas on Intel with 250 watt tests at 25 dBA normalized. For this, we're measuring a range of the hottest to the coldest cores. This is a useful measure for both overclocking and borderline TJ Maxx boosting behavior, because it informs you how much your hottest core will limit your total CPU, especially for an all-core OC. Although the actual CPU soldering and lid affects this, the cooler's hotspots will likewise influence it. Hotter overall results will lead to a higher core-to-core delta in general by nature of just how these Intel CPUs behave. Here, the Liquid Freezer 3's core-to-core delta is 15.8 degrees Celsius, which is actually pretty great. The NHD 15G2 HPC has a 17-degree range, and sadly, we would still consider this good for Intel. Sadly, because we'd like to see lower, but as the Liquid Freezer 3 shows us, Intel eventually steps in to bottleneck it with just the differences of its manufacturing process and IHS thickness. The A720 has a 19-degree delta, with the Peerless Assassin at about 20 degrees. Noctua is doing well in this one. We'll look at the pressure distribution now. This evaluates a mixture of the cold plate design and the mounting hardware. Intel is up first. On the screen are columns showing HPC, HPC with washers, LBC, and standard. Here's the HPC mount. In this one, you can see relatively good pressure application across the center of the CPU, which is where the die is. It's a little weaker on the top edge. The washers were a little more variable in what they produced as a result of the mounting difficulties that Mike will discuss later. One of these scans shows nearly perfect pressure distribution though. It hits the central die area, but also applies more pressure across the whole IHS. The other washer mod scan is less impressive, but still good overall. Here's LBC. This one is cool and shows exactly what we'd expect. The flatter cold plate has effectively no pressure centrally. It's still contacts, but it'll rely more on thermal paste, and it lacks firmer pressure to pull heat effectively from the die area. You should definitely not buy an LBC G2 if you're using it exclusively for Intel. Just wouldn't make sense. Noctua has better options with HPC. Finally, for the G2, this is standard. This one has overall even distribution of pressure. It doesn't show as much in the colors here, but the pressure is slightly higher in pascals or PSI for with the HPC solution than standard. Even still, though, standard's doing well overall to contact most areas of the IHS. This is the cooler you'd want to use if you might swap it between AMD and Intel in the future. And this is similar to the original NHD 15's pressure distribution, which you can see in our test here. Just quickly, here are the AMD pressure maps. In these, you can see that the HPC solution applies high pressure in the chiplet area, which is the only reason it works okay. Clearly, though, the LBC option is a better fit for AMD. The standard solution is lower pressure overall, but still good contact. If you're buying exclusively for AMD, LBC makes the most sense. Now for some acoustics. So the testing you're about to see is performed in this hemi-anechoic chamber. This chamber was a $250,000 construction project, so we spent $250,000 on this last year, built it out. The noise floor in here is 13.6 dBA, and so the whole construction project allows us to really increase the accuracy of our testing and the quality of it, and get you some good noise samples that are controlled day to day. Actually, if we can bring enough support through the GN store over the next year or two, our hope is to further increase the capabilities of this, because we're actually not limited by the chamber that I'm standing in, but we are now bottlenecked by our measurement equipment, so we can get sub 10 dBA if we can spend the relatively high amounts of money to upgrade that equipment. So for now, we've got a really solid chamber. Let's get into some cool acoustics. For this testing, we're measuring at a 1 meter distance from the front center of the fans away from the exhaust. The measurement methodology was created in partnership with Mike Chin, formerly of Silent PC Review, and a leading PC acoustics expert whom we hired for consulting on the test methods previously. We also have a separate build-out video of the chamber for those curious about how it's constructed and why it works so well. That features an interview and technical discussion with one of the build-out engineers. This frequency spectrum chart shows the Noctua NHD 15 with the G2 fans mounted and running at 100% speed. This includes the RPM offset that Noctua is applying via its PPA and PPB fans. We observed a repeatable higher noise level in the low frequency range of about 216 Hz that appeared in 2 separate tests. This looks to be a real result. Lower frequencies are generally regarded as more acceptable to the human ear and less annoying. We also observed a plateau around 800 to 1500 Hz with a gradual reduction in acoustic power across the higher frequency end of the spectrum. Adding the original D15 to this chart, including the original fans before it, we see that the prior higher volume spike has shifted. Instead of occurring around the 216 to 230 Hz range, it now happens around 330 Hz on the older model. Both coolers had a similar spike around 680 Hz, with the original D15 spiking louder. The older cooler had a few higher frequency and repeatable spikes in the 3000 Hz area as well, but overall had lower volume levels in this test in the higher frequency range of the chart, despite a few acute breakouts, and those are probably what Noctua was mostly trying to squash or shift. Ultimately, these fans are remarkably similar to each other in total volume level and in the acoustic profile. And now we'll get into some A-B comparison of playback. We won't tell you which is which fan until you hear both, so try to identify which you prefer. This helps to eliminate bias, such as towards the newer product. We'll play the first cooler and then the second cooler tests uninterrupted. There'll be a brief mute between them, but no voiceover, so you'll know which changed. Note that these are not the exact clips we took for our frequency spectrum plot, and likewise, we had to boost the level so that it's audible at a similar volume to my voice in this video. You should be listening for the type of noise, not necessarily the volume. The first recording sounded lower pitched overall, or at least it has a lower emphasis or lower total volume on some of those higher frequencies. If you listen carefully though, you can notice a higher frequency, almost rattle-like noise that might be a motor, bearing, or electrical noise, but you have to listen pretty closely. So here, we'll isolate that frequency for you. This is from the first recording. The second one you listen to sounds louder in the higher frequency range overall, but lacks this potentially annoying higher pitched rattle. We'll play them one more time in the same order, but with the names revealed. The first one is the D15 original, and the second one is the D15 G2. The G2 does end up with louder, higher frequencies in total, but it eliminates that potentially annoying noise that we observed and isolated. Generally speaking, the acoustic profile of these is relatively close, but Noctua has shifted it on the G2 to try and better accommodate human factors, like getting rid of that high frequency noise or just bringing down some of the spikes to lower frequencies where possible. So that was all the thermals. Let's get into the installation process. For this, I'm gonna go over to Mike, and he's got some praise and some critiques of the installation process and of the washer mod.
It's finally here. Let's install it. So we're gonna take a look at AMD first, and then Intel, and then after that we'll go over our feedback on the cooler. So first step here, we're gonna remove the stock brackets that come on the motherboard. Won't be needing them. Next, let's jump right into our headline topic. GeForce now just got a pretty significant upgrade. It now, wait, is this not in the thing? No. Okay, well, whatever. The point is that GeForce now supports variable refresh rate, which I have to confess, having not been briefed on this by anyone at NVIDIA or done any research into it whatsoever, I have no idea how that would work. Knowing that in order for your monitor to know what refresh rate to run at, it talks to your GPU, and the fact that your GPU is streaming over that there internet, pretty freaking cool. Now, it sort of seems like it might have something to do with NVIDIA's own drivers, because right now, variable refresh rate is limited to people who are running a relatively modern NVIDIA GPU. So GTX 1650, RTX 2000 and up, which sort of raises the question why you're paying for GeForce now in the first place, because you already have a decent GPU. But then, hold on, that theory gets kind of thrown in the garbage and lit on fire the second that you realize that on a Mac, you have support for variable refresh rate on Apple GPUs, or, get this, AMD GPUs on the older Intel-based Macs. So what the heck? That would seem to suggest that NVIDIA is just kind of arbitrarily locking Windows users who don't have GeForce GPUs into fixed refresh rate operation on GeForce. Now, then again, you know, if the market share numbers that I was just looking at earlier this week are anything to go by, that's basically nobody.
Matter, yeah.
NVIDIA's market share in the discrete GPU space is unbelievable. And what's really wild about it right now is AMD has a pretty competitive lineup. If you're not looking at ray tracing, if you're not looking at
which most people aren't,
AI powered frame generation, where they do still have a significant advantage.
People do care about that.
They do.
Yeah,
they do.
That one, the ray tracing part.
But if you mostly care about rasterized gaming performance, traditional gaming performance, AMD actually has a pretty competitive lineup between their older 6000 series and their newer 7000 series cards.
I will say that if you look at like settings guides for games, everyone's turning that stuff on these days. Everybody.
Yep. And it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Anywho, it is now $10 a month, and that gets you a premium rig with RTX on, up to 1080p resolution, up to 60 FPS, and up to a 6-hour session length, though you can start a new session at any time.
Weird.
Well, I get it. I mean,
just in case you're idling.
Let's say you were a popular, streamer / YouTuber, and were gaming when your heart unexpectedly stopped beating. Well, then this way, GeForce Now or NVIDIA would not be on the hook for streaming all that game data over the course of an entire weekend.
Sure.
It's not hypothetical.
Oh, wow.
This guy knows.
I don't.
It was a whole thing.
Wow. Oh boy.
So, anywho, the point is that Ultimate is $20 a month and gets you an RTX 4080 rig
I'm up to speed.
with RTX on, up to 4K resolution, up to 120 FPS, and 8-hour session lengths. I really don't see the 6-hour session length as
why is there a differentiator
that big of a problem in the first place. But hey, you can game for 8 hours straight with GeForce Now Ultimate.
The weird part to me is that it's only 2 more hours.
Of course, none of this is what I'm upset about. All of that is pretty cool. There are some limitations around the variable refresh rate support. I don't believe it works with multi-monitors, for example. But overall, I think that is super cool. The thing that I'm kind of butthurt about is their priority day passes. Now, in fairness to NVIDIA, I am not super supportive of the free month concept. Okay. Give us your credit card and you get a free month.
Yeah.
However, I don't think that this is the solution. A priority
question.
Yes.
Would you enable that for Flipplane if there was trials on Flipplane?
Yeah.
You said you're not a huge fan?
I'm not.
Sounds good.
Sorry,
Right.
it's well enough established practice at this point that I'm looking at it going, as long as it's very easy to cancel.
And super transparent.
That's our bar. So when we're working with sponsors, for example, sometimes community members will flag for us that a service is difficult to cancel.
Patterns, whatever else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's where I draw the line, whereas a free trial is a free trial, especially if it gives you very real access to the service. And in our case, this isn't the kind of service that is effectively useless for the trial period. Like, you look at some services, like, I'll pick on a long-time sponsor. I'll pick on Squarespace. Squarespace, their trial exists.
Oh, yeah.
Not so you can actually, have a website for any amount of time.
Set it up to see if you're satisfied.
So you can dink around with it a little bit. And, right, so something like that, honestly.
Someone could, if we had a trial period, someone could queue download the entire site.
If Squarespace had a paid trial, I believe their trial is free. So if Squarespace had a paid trial, I'd be a little annoyed by that. Let me just see. Yeah, get your trial started, no credit card required. So because theirs is kind of useless during the trial period, they're doing the right thing and the trial is free. So for our part, if we're taking payment information, my expectation is that the service is very unfettered usable during that time.
Yeah.
So I don't know that we would offer a 1-month trial. Maybe we would offer a shorter trial. But what I can say is
like a week or less.
We probably wouldn't be doing this. Yeah. For a 1-day pass, for the regular tier or the priority day pass, you're going to pay $4, which I guess is fine, except that a full month is $10. What exactly is NVIDIA trying to achieve here with a $4 day? Okay, so Ultimate is going to cost you $8 compared to $20 a month. Why would anyone in their right mind pay 40% of the price of an entire month for 1 day? And again, in fairness to NVIDIA, I'm not a huge fan of the whole take your credit card now and then hope you forget about the subscription model. It's become the standard.
You know what would be cool?
Everyone knows why they do that. And this is something, but why not? It's obviously just, who cares? It should be $1 or $2.
This idea is free, and I love this idea.
Sure.
What if it contributed towards your first month?
I would be far more okay with that. But
it's a pretty brutal percentage. But if you do subscribe for the month, it's like, well, I got to try it now. I still feel like it should be cheaper, but I would like it if it contributed to it.
Honestly, I think it should just be, I would be happier with a free month trial.
It shouldn't be $1, it's too cheap.
Or just have me subscribe for the full month and prorate me a partial refund if I'm not happy with it or something. Like if the idea, I just don't really understand what NVIDIA is trying to achieve here. If the idea was to create a very low barrier of entry so that I can try it before I buy it, then it should actually be cheap.
Yeah.
The barrier is way too high.
Process a bunch of $2 payments.
Which is fair enough. But if processing that $2 payment locks someone into a subscription, if it turns them into a subscribing customer, mission freaking accomplished. And I can understand NVIDIA not wanting to just give away GeForce Now, because it, as we know, is extremely expensive for them to run, both in terms of processing, like actual power, and in terms of bandwidth. This is a very premium service. Even on NVIDIA's side, their costs are high. So I get that they want to cover the costs and they don't want to do free trials. But this is such a weird non-solution that I'm having a hard time imagining the sort of the penny pinching that was going on in the board meeting where they were making this decision. Like, are they actually worried that on a 1-day pass, someone is going to do 4 6-hour sessions in a row to really get the maximum out of it, and so they have to charge $4 versus $1 or $2? Like, come on, you guys. If the idea is just to get the credit card, which realistically, from a marketing standpoint, is 90% of the battle, is getting someone to create an account and enter their credit card.
There's a free tier.
That's worth a few dollars. Yeah, it's ad supported.
Yeah.
So realistically, is it really your concern that you're going to lose money on people who want to try Priority and Ultimate if you don't charge them enough? I can't really follow. I just don't really follow. Yeah, we've got people saying like the $4 should get you a week. Yeah, if $10 is a month, I could totally see $4 being a week. And then at least we're kind of talking about people kind of paying approximately the same amount per time used. And we're talking about a period of time when you could actually potentially, when you have a vacation, binge a game. Like, it's actually useful. We're at $4 for, I don't know. I have nothing else to say other than that I just don't really get it. I think it should be a lower price. Yeah, it should be a lower price. The day pass idea, I actually love. I think that's really cool. If we could do a Floatplane day pass, I'd be super into that. We haven't built the mechanisms for trials and for.
I don't think it works very well for our service, to be completely honest.
I mean, it could. I don't think
unless it doesn't include download.
I think something like that could work.
Might be all right.
Yeah. There's definitely some stuff that we need to explore in terms of driving people to Floatplane. We're going to be trying something new today. We're going to be doing, hopefully. Are we not?
Doing what?
Floatplane exclusive after party.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We're playing Super Checks.
I already forgot about that.
That was like 6 minutes ago.
I immediately started to think like some feature launch or something. I was like, oh no, what am I not ready for?
We're back to Linus-led development.
Yeah. Oh man, the fear in his eyes. Yeah, I legitimately was like, what am I not ready for? I don't know.
You actually looked extremely frightened. I lulled inside.
Oh man.
Let's talk about the first time that I have rage quit a game.
Yeah,
like ever.
I actually think this should be somewhat interesting.
I recently purchased an Apple TV and an Apple Arcade subscription for
Also,
one game.
Talked about it many times on Wayne's show.
Yes.
There's a lot of excitement for this.
Yes.
It was the follow-up to what?
It was well, it's not a follow-up to anything, but it's a very like traditional style RPG, like JRPG, and the team behind it, which includes Hironobu Sakaguchi of Final Fantasy VI fame, sort of like one of my favorite games of all time. Also Nobu Matsuda, I can't remember how to pronounce his last name. I'm sorry, but the composer for basically like every Final Fantasy game ever. So they're on it. A bunch of other folks from sort of that era were like, okay, for both of the two headliners, they're kind of going, this could be our last game. Let's do it traditional style. It's called Fantasian, and it's Apple Arcade exclusive. I eventually gave up on it ever coming to anything else because I realized, holy crap, Apple funded the whole thing. This wasn't a licensing agreement. They actually just funded the game.
It's also, just for user context, on the Apple App Store, it's rated 4.7 out of 5.
Yep.
On RPG site, I don't know what that is, it's rated 9 out of 10. And then Google users have given the game a rating of 94%, or 94% of users liked the game. I guess it's a Rotten Tomato style.
And it's absolutely beautiful. So the environments are actually done in dioramas. So these are all miniatures.
Oh, wow.
And then the characters and elements of the game that you can interact with, like chests, like even like the fight environments are all done in diorama form. It is gorgeous. It's utterly unique.
Is this an actual diorama?
Yes.
Then you have digital characters.
But then they
around
scan
it?
it, and then digital characters move around with it.
That's
in it.
pretty cool.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
It's a cool idea.
It definitely has some problems. I wouldn't say that it takes a particularly enlightened approach to its female characters. So for better or for worse, it's a very traditional JRPG. But that's, frankly speaking, not what put me off of it. What put me off of it was the fact that it was mobile first. Now, you might be wondering, if that was the issue, why did I put over 30 hours into it? And that's a fair question.
Well, you're pretty dedicated, right? You were excited for it for a long time, and you bought the whatever.
I bought hardware in order to play it.
Yeah.
But the problem is not anything to do with controls. It had full support for controller. Everything was perfect, and I actually spent the vast majority of my time playing it, or actually all of my time, because that was where the Apple TV is, in the theater. So I was playing like on a big screen, no problems. Yeah. But I reached about the midpoint. I think it's the midpoint of the game. I think it's late in part 1. I mean, I don't know because I am never going to finish the game. I reached the point where the boss fights started to become hideously unfair. And the vibe that I'm getting is whether this is because it was designed for mobile to keep you playing endlessly so that you'll keep your Apple Arcade subscription, or whether it's because it was designed for an all-you-can-eat platform instead of to be sold for $59.99 or $69.99 on a platform like Nintendo Switch, where they'll actually get like an enormous amount of revenue that's really easily attributable to this game, or whether it's because Apple just doesn't really understand gaming and didn't invest money in certain critically important aspects of the development process. Whatever the reason is, the game basically falls apart in terms of difficulty curve. And it's not just difficulty. I don't mind playing a difficult game. I don't mind sitting in a boss fight for 45 minutes. But what finally made me just put down the controller, turn off the system, and walk out of the room was this fight with some spirit wolf thing or something like that, that basically, I kid you not, you can be half an hour, 40 minutes into the fight, and just with a couple of bad RNGs, be at a non-progression bug, essentially. Because one of its abilities, okay, so it's got a few abilities. First of all, a problem with the game in general is that your party is 3, which means that if anyone gets knocked, it is now 2 turns to be back to health, which is a full cycle of your buffs wearing out and their debuffs wearing out, where you cannot do anything, right? Plus, whenever anyone gets knocked, not only do they lose any buffs, but they also get knocked in terms of their turn position. So they lose a turn. You can't just pick them right back up and then go, okay, but they get a turn now, they can heal, and you're back in the fight. So this particular boss has a 1/2 where it can knock one of your characters, then take another action. That other action can be to summon minions. Those minions then get turns right away before you can pick up that knocked character, where they can also summon minions. I believe it can summon up to 9 total minions. And then randomly, that boss, or not randomly, but every once in a while, and it does seem to be a little bit RNG, it can cast a barrier spell on itself that takes 20 hits to wear down. Now, what's really interesting about this barrier spell is that when it casts it on itself and all minions at the same time.
Oh, God.
Now,
you have a lot of your attacks like cleave everything?
You have multi-hit attacks.
Yeah.
The most you can do is 8. But in that fight, one of the characters is locked. So normally you can actually cycle your characters during a fight. There's so many cool game mechanics. Like the ability to use your entire RPG party in one fight is super cool. And there isn't like a turn wait penalty to it or anything like that. You can just use your entire party in any combination you want in any battle, which is kind of awesome.
If one of them gets knocked,
no,
you can't swap
them. You have to res them and then swap them.
Yeah.
And so I can see why they make you wait after someone's res, because otherwise that would be a super cheap move or whatever else. But honestly, the boss fights are like so long that, I don't know. I'm pretty sure they could have balanced it if they really wanted to. Anyway, the point is that you have one character that can hit for 8, and that character is not the one that you are locked to in that fight. So you must have at least these 2. And then you can essentially swap out the other one. And then the most you can do with anyone else is maybe 3 or 4 in one go. And that would be to sometimes multiple targets, sometimes to a single target. But that 8 one is a single target. Now, you can only do that, obviously, if you haven't had someone one-hitted and then have to spend a cycle picking them up.
How often does this one-shot happen? And is it avoidable?
Pretty often, no, it's not avoidable. And you were asking about cleaving the barrier. The answer is no. You cannot eliminate the barrier. You can cast barrier. That'll absorb up to 5 hits, but most enemy attacks, other than just like a basic strike, will eliminate your barrier. It'll absorb some damage, but it'll be gone. So it's an imbalanced barrier mechanic. It can cast it, as far as I can tell, whenever it wants on its entire supporting party. And so what happened was, I knew about the barrier thing. I knew that it could hit itself and the other wolves around it, but I'd had pretty good luck clearing out the crowd and making sure that it couldn't hit a large enough crowd with this barrier thing. And then finally, I lost it a couple of times, even though I am at the recommended level. And finally, I had one where it actually cast barrier. I should have taken a picture of it because it would have been kind of funny to show you, but it's this entire army of completely invulnerable opponents until I can hit them each 20 times. And I'm just sitting here going, if they play tested this at all, that's not fun. That's not fair. There are strategies you can use. Like I looked it up, old school style, right? Okay, how do I beat this boss? And it's like, oh, okay, this one character has an ability that if you happen to invest in that branch of the tech tree and you've played around with it, you'll know can be useful for this. And it's like a vacuum. It's like a suction ability that takes all the enemies and puts them in one place so that you're multi-hit, so that essentially you can hit them all in one go. Except even that didn't solve it because I cheesed it. I looked it up and I was like, okay, I'm going to use vacuum. But now I must have a fixed party. I have to have the guy that's locked, the guy that can actually hit for multiple hits, and then I have to have vacuum buddy, who's essentially a chemist, just like. Fine, but not great DPS. And oh yeah, did I mention the boss has like a ton of health? So it's gonna be a long fight no matter what you do. So you can cheese it with this, but guess what? Vacuum doesn't have 100% hit rate. So even when I cheesed it, I missed like 3 of them on a vacuum, and then it cast barrier. And at that point, it's unbeatable. And I'm sitting here going, well, okay then. There's another cheese you can do. Apparently, one of the guys has like a payback capability. So if he takes a bunch of damage, he can pay it back. But that just counts on you managing to crowd control and stay alive long enough. Now, the obvious solution to this: grind a few levels. Once again,
which is why you think it feels like it was incentivizing staying on the subscription.
Oh, it's worse than that. Once again, the mobile subscription nature of the game rears its ugly head, but this time because it was intended as a multi-part release, right? Like I waited, I'm like, I'm not playing part 1, then part whatever. I don't know how many parts there are. I don't want to sit down. I want to play it in one go. But because I'm apparently getting close to the end of part 1, what happens is the leveling curve changes, and the experience that you gain for fighting sort of this tier in this version of the world, this part enemies, goes dramatically down. So if I was to try to grind it, I could be playing for hours and hours and hours just to do a little bit more damage against this thing, when the problem isn't even that I'm not doing enough damage. Like, that might help with crowd control a little bit, and okay, it could make it beatable. But the real problem is that this is an utterly imbalanced fight, and it's not fair.
Guys, he didn't mean cheesing because he was using characters' abilities. He meant cheesing because he looked up how to do it online.
Yeah, that's cheesy. I like figuring things out. Like, there's one boss that also is pretty gross. It gets to cast poison on you every single turn, not its turn. Every turn, it gets to cast poison on you. So unless you happened to get a bunch of like poison resist stones that you can equip or whatever else, you are poisoned literally the entire time. And there are other things you might want to equip that aren't poison. And at that stage in the game, you can only have one of these gems for each of your characters. But you know, I figured it out. I figured out that you can block poison with that barrier spell. It'll block poison. So at least my entire party wouldn't be poisoned all the time. Just whoever got their barrier knocked down. Like, okay, fine, I can work around that. But when there's a one hit, and it's like a way overkill one hit. Like, there's no amount of leveling up that would make it not a one hit anymore. It's just not fun. I don't want to just sit and res and just use Phoenix Downs.
I find completely random one hit mechanics to be very lazy game design in my opinion. Unless there's things that you can do, then it's fine.
And there isn't.
Yeah.
Like there's another one where I had to look this one up too, where you can blind it, and there's like some gaze move that it uses. But at least there were hints. Like I looked it up and I was like, okay, that kind of makes sense or something.
Yeah.
So if you blind it, it can't use its gaze ability. But this one, as far as I can tell, it's just immune to everything and one hits you and casts barrier on everything. Kuzan Chick says, honestly, it feels like when I play many Japanese games, the problem is not the difficulty. The problem is the unfunness of the way that the fight is balanced. And what's really frustrating is I feel like they were almost a victim of their own ambition here, because a lot of the game is really creative. They've done an incredible job of making boss fights not just feel like a grind in a lot of cases. And even the random battles, they've got this awesome mechanic where random battles do hit you randomly, but you can enable this device that you carry called a dimension that will absorb anywhere from 10 to 5 random encounters, and then you fight them all at once.
Piles them all up. Tell me about that. That actually sounds super cool.
Yeah, so you get way more time to just experience the environments, and
then the fight is probably like really epic.
And the fight is actually way more fun, especially because so many of the abilities can be chained or can pierce or can be curved and arced and stuff. Like, it's actually really fun when it's really fun. It's just that it's obvious that it didn't get proper QA, because when you reach a non-progression, I consider a non-progression point if your whole party is up, and all that happened was you had an ability that RNG didn't grab enough of those guys, and it just can RNG cast this ability that completely ends it, and you're like half an hour into a stupid fight.
Lots
That's
of
bad game
Japanese
design.
and Korean games expect you to farm.
Sure, but
so
if I can't even
problem
farm
because the curve is so low at that point. That's the core problem.
Yeah, so I can't just grind.
Yeah, because the curve's so low. Okay.
Like, I don't even mind grinding once in a while. Like, okay, so that's another issue. There was another one I ran into, which is in this place. For those of you who have played it, as far as I can tell, not many people have. There's not a lot of discussion about it. But there's a section called the Triangle of Calamity that I accidentally wandered into at some point.
Sounds cool.
I didn't think there was a way to get out of it, so I had to look that up as well, because I ran into a boss fight there where even after spending like an hour or two just grinding, just leveling up, because the issue there was that one of my characters, who I really needed because their abilities are the weakness of the boss or whatever, was way lower because I rescued her way later in the time when the party splits up. Anyway, the point is, I did a bunch of grinding there, and that was when I figured out that the higher level ones were like basically not moving anymore. These lower ones were leveling up.
Yeah.
But I went into this fight and I also couldn't win that one, even with grinding, because it also had a cheap mechanic where it splits into 3 of itself, and it's randomized which ones do what. And so if you happen to hit it with an ability that like marks it, so you can taunt them. If you happen to hit it before it splits, then you can tell which one is real. But if you don't, and you hit them, they hit you super hard to the point where it's like 1 or 2 turns wasted in order to like pick up the guy again. It's like, this is ridiculous. So I went straight from that one over to the other one, and then this barrier thing. I was looking at 9 wolves with 20 hit barriers on it, and I'm just like,
I don't even want to play anymore.
Yeah, I don't even want to play
You might be able to get
fun.
through this, but it's just like, oh man.
Yeah, why am I bothering? This isn't fun.
This is one of the reasons why I actually like FTL so much. Is the final boss fight? It's very satisfying, because like there's 3 stages to it, and in between every stage, it's a spaceship game. In between every stage, the boss will like warp away, so you kind of have a second to like lick your wounds and get everything kind of back in order. But you can't like travel because it's going to come right back, and you're trying to defend the space.
Right.
So you have enough time to like, if there's literally like fires and holes on or in your ship, you can like patch it up.
Yeah, Foundation has bosses like that. It's running away from you, and you can kind of if you wait too long to start attacking it and like catching up to it, then it like gets away. But if you don't wait too long, you do have a little bit of time
like
to
take care of yourself for a second and re-engage. Yeah, I think that's really cool, and like the ways that the fight evolves over time as you fight it is interesting. I have always wanted like an FTL 2 to come out. Instead, they worked on another game called Into the Breach, which was cool. I'm not particularly super into it, but it's cool. I do hope that they make another iteration of it at some point. I've always wanted it to. If I remember correctly, there's 8 zones in the game. The 8th zone being where the boss is, and I kind of wish at the end of every zone there was like a mini boss of some sort.
Right.
I think that would be cool. But yeah, I don't know.
CW says LTP is the only channel I've ever seen that claims they can't read super chat. Sounds like a little bull to me. We've shown screenshots of it lots of times. The dashboard didn't work. It actually does work now, but I'm just over it at this point. Yep. There you go.
If you super chat, it'll show up at the top thing for people that are watching on YouTube.
Yeah, so that'll be cool.
That feels really well balanced. Yeah, like with pretty much any game, there's things that are stronger and there's things that are weaker. But I personally find the balance in FPL to be fantastic. And I really like how, with all the different ships and stuff, you can have these really interesting different feels to the run that you take.
Okay, here we go. Citizen Bean posts on Flipplane, straight from Reddit. Like, excuse me, 20 barriers? Question mark, question mark. A basically guaranteed instant death attack, 10 plus allies on the battlefield at once that can all receive 20 barriers? This fight is a total cluster. And even with Arrow Rain plus Samadare to try to handle the barriers, it is still ridiculous.
Yeah, those mechanics don't sound fun to me.
Like, I tried every possible combination of things to try to break the barrier. If you could break the barrier, no problem, let's go. But an unbreakable 20-hit barrier is just stupid.
I always hate if you're playing like some type of MMO or even just like there's a bunch of these like 4-player RPGs and there's a boss fight and the boss has an ability where it just like targets one of your party members at random. And it's like, you're dead in 10 seconds. It's like, okay, I guess I'll do what I can for 10 seconds and then just not be able to play the game. Like, this isn't a fun mechanic. Like, please, like, try to find some other way to add difficulty to this fight. I don't know what it is. You can split the party. Like, there's interesting things that you can do to reduce the amount of party members. But when you take one or two party members, don't just kill them. Put them in like a different scenario. Make it so that there's like some hallway they get like teleported back or something. They have to solo fight through this hallway and to regain the party, whatever it is. I don't know. There's other things that you can do, but like
Twitch chat's having a pretty good moment over here, asking if I tried suplexing the boss or casting Vanish and Doom. You know what? Yeah, sure. There might be like a bugged way to beat it, but I'd rather not play a game than do that, quite honestly. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. It made me really sad because it was a game I really wanted to play, and I feel like it was doomed to not be as good as it could be because of what it is and because of how it was funded.
Okay, so I was going to say, if you had to pick one or the other, do you think it's more the funding, lack of time, lack of QA?
Absolutely.
So you don't think it's more the mobile design?
No, the creativity was so high. The mobile issue is, well, they're part and parcel, right? It's built for the subscription model where revenue cannot be easily attributed to that title, right? So yes, you can see playtime, but that doesn't necessarily tell you. And like, I don't know how many people are subscribed to Apple Arcade, right? I suspect that it's a lot less than this would have sold if it had come out as a dedicated release for Switch.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of revenue, I mean, these are industry legends. And
I would buy it if it was on Switch.
And the demand for traditional style JRPGs, warts and all, is pretty high. Like, you look at the number of kind of smaller indie games that are sort of chasing that older sort of SNES era style, right? Like, there's a couple that are on my playlist that I'm super excited about. But it was an utter disappointment, this one.
That is sad. Game development's hard.
And it just had so many good ideas.
Yeah.
Like, really, I was really enjoying it. Music's so good. Like, just everything about it was awesome.
I know you sort of already answered this, but if you had some way to just delete that boss, would you do it and then keep pushing forward?
Yeah, I'd like to keep playing it, but I'm just worried that it's just not going to get any better because it's just such an obvious QA problem. If they had had enough people play through this, they would have found this error. It's an error. Like, it is.
With how their development path went, they might have had to crunch really super hard to get that first act out and had bad QA because of it.
Yeah, that's what I suspect.
And then, but they might not have had to crunch as hard for the further acts.
Yeah, maybe. Thunderclash says some of the bosses are ridiculously hard to the point that Hironobu Sakaguchi had to release videos in his channel showing how to beat some bosses.
Oh, wow.
I mean, as long as there are hints, in the gameplay that tell you, then fine, okay, I had to look it up.
I don't mind. I would rather, like, if I can't figure out how to beat something in a game, which happens, and I have to look it up, I would rather I look it up and go like, oh, yeah, I'm stupid.
Yeah.
Instead of I look it up and I go, there's no possible way I would ever figure this. You were supposed to look at the symbol in the bottom left-hand corner on the bottom of the physical box when you took it home. Like, no, I don't. Screw off.
I looked up two things in Breath of the Wild. In the cult headquarters, I looked up how to get through this wall. I was stuck in this room. There's this like stealth section. And did you play Breath of the Wild?
Gonna eat some food and come back later.
Wild? You
I never part of it.
You didn't finish it.
I adopted it as my I'm going to play this on planes game.
And then travel stopped. I get it.
Yes.
Cool. Okay. So anyway, there's this like stealth section, and I would get to the end room. I'm like, this has to be where I couldn't figure out where to go. And then so I finally I felt like an idiot because you just have to switch to like your Sheikah something. Anyway, one of the walls is magnetic and you can like, move it or something. Or you can throw things. I can't remember. You can blow it up. I don't remember. But if I just turned on, like it's like it would be like playing Batman Arkham Asylum, not being able to figure out what to do and not using detective vision or whatever. Right? Like just felt like an idiot.
I don't mind stuff like that. It's way easier to absorb because I can deal with just me being dumb.
But the second thing I looked up in Breath of the Wild is like it was some quest or something where you have to find the thing between the thing that looks like a thing, and I found somewhere in the game that matched the description perfectly. And you know how big that game world is. And so I spent all this time like wandering around there, just like fighting things and looking for, I forget if it was a chest or an
I never actually
entrance to a
played this
thing.
game either, but I do know all the things you're talking about so far because I had to benchmark it.
Right.
And I had to find like a benchmarking section. And eventually there was this like room that you could fight in that would spawn exactly consistent enemies in exactly consistent positions. You could do the exact set of moves against them every time and it worked fine. So I remember that.
Wait, from Breath of the Wild?
No, Arkham Asylum.
Oh, Arkham Asylum. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about Breath of the Wild again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so there's this like quest. You have to be like on a mountain, and it has to be night, and it has to be this, and it has to be that, and something. I found a spot that actually matches the description. So I had to look that one up, and I was like, I wasn't even mad about that one. I was mad at myself about the stupid hideout though. Yeah, super mad. Yeah, Giga Clan hideout or whatever it is.
Try the demo, see what you think. If you're talking about Breath of the Wild, I've played a decent amount of it and I enjoyed it. I don't know, my brain never shifted to like, hey, I guess we should play this not on planes. Because my whole thing was like, I'm enjoying this, but I don't want to like sprint through the game. I'm just going to play it when I'm on planes and then we're good. Because I would notice like, I have an 8-hour flight, start playing Breath of the Wild, feel like I've still just barely started playing and I land. I'm like, oh, this is great. I want to keep this superpower. I don't want to finish it.
I'm curious to ask, I think I know what you're talking about. Is it the one from a crossover with another game? I think so. I think it is.
Oh, that's kind of annoying.
Yeah, this is a really good comment from Cornosian over on Floatplane. If you could delete the boss, if the game gets to the point where the only way to advance is to actually cheat, the game instantly stops being fun for me because I know if it gets inconvenient again, I'll just cheat again. I don't want to cheat. I want to play the game. I want to play the game, right? I don't want to just put in cheat codes. That's not fun for me, right? It's kind of like oh man, I mean, it's like anything. It's like in sports, right? Like if the only way to continue to play is to just cheat, are you playing? Are you competing? Are you? What's the point even anymore then?
In this video, I'm going to be repairing this M2 Apple Mac Mini. Now, by just looking at it from the outside here, it looks pretty much completely normal as you'd expect, and in fact, the machine works exactly normally as you expect too, pretty much. But if we go ahead and take a look at the back of it here, you will immediately start to see what the issue is. So if we go ahead and take a close look here, and you start out by looking at those two USB-C ports there, you can see that they have been completely destroyed. Now, the HDMI port next to it, of course, is no exception. Both USB-A ports have also been attempted to be destroyed. However, looking at them, it looks like they would probably still work, even as they are. And of course, the Ethernet port as well has also been intentionally destroyed. Now, I don't really know why somebody would destroy the ports in something like this, because this was obviously intentional. There's no way, this was done by mistake. But it's still kind of puzzling what they were trying to accomplish here. Now, I have seen many of these Mac Minis on eBay with this damage just like this. So obviously, it's something people have decided on as maybe, I don't know, an effective method of disabling the board or destroying the data on it, even though there's still data on here. I really don't know. Now, this isn't my machine. This was actually sent into me by a friend of mine who actually bought it off eBay for $200. And obviously in this day and age, $200 is a really good deal for an M2 Mac Mini. And I have checked the serial number on it, and it is not iCloud locked. So definitely got a really good deal on this one, other than, of course, the ports being completely destroyed. So before I get started here, I am going to plug this machine in and show you that it does work. Now, of course, I'm not going to connect it to any keyboard, monitor, or mouse or anything with these damaged ports because I don't want to risk, causing any more damage by actually plugging something into those ports in that condition. But we'll go ahead and take a power cord here and just plug it in, like so, and we'll just power the board on. And as you can see, it chimes as you expect, so the machine definitely is booting. So go ahead and unplug that, turn it off, and the next thing we need to do is I'm going to get this board taken out of this chassis, take a close look at it, and then we will begin the process of sourcing some donor set of ports to install onto this board. Alright, so as you can see here, I've gotten the Mac Mini logic board removed from its chassis here, and just at first glance here, everything looks really good. You can see that the board itself looks like it's in perfect condition. There's not a single flaw on it anywhere. So literally the only thing that's a problem on this board are the intentionally damaged ports. So that is a really good sign. So with the board out here, let's go ahead and take an even closer look at those ports, and you can see exactly what I mean here by intentionally damaged. So you can see that Ethernet port there is really damaged with all those, all of its pins all messed up and mangled up there. Obviously both USB-C ports, as I showed you earlier, that HDMI port, and then of course those two USB ports there, which like I said, actually would probably still be usable as they are. But I still am going to replace them because the plastic is a little bit damaged. So yeah, like I said, I don't really know what someone did to damage these. It looks like they just stuck like a screwdriver or maybe some pliers in the ports and damaged them that way. But nonetheless, we need to replace all of them, as I said. Now, luckily for us, we actually have a very good source for these ports because one device that happens to share the exact same port layout as this Mac Mini and the M1 Mac Mini and pretty much any Apple Silicon Mac Mini, unless of course it has 4 USB-C ports there, is the developer transition kit. And I just so happen to have a ton of those that are unusable. So let's go head over to the DTK graveyard and find one that we think is suitable to steal its ports. Well, here it is, the DTK graveyard. You can see I've got a whole box of DTKs right here, full pretty much up to the top. And these are all drilled, so unfortunately these are all completely unusable, as you can see right there. But in this case, they are perfect for using for parts. So let's just go ahead and find one here that has some good ports on it, like this one right here. And we'll use this one to steal its ports to fix the M2 Mac Mini. Alright, so as you can see here, I've got our donor DTK out on the board for here, and I do not expect it to be very easy to remove these ports. These ports are big, they've got a lot of shielding and metal on them, so they have a lot of thermal mass, and that's going to make this process pretty difficult. But first thing we need to do is just get the board warming up on the preheater here, and then we'll remove all of these little EMI stickers here to expose the legs of the through-hole ports. Well, to make it even more difficult, looking at it closer here, you can see that there are actually little components in here intermingled between all these pins, so that's going to make this desoldering process extremely difficult. Maybe I'll get lucky enough and I can just use like hot air to just heat and just pull them out. That would be ideal, especially on the target board that we're actually repairing here. But first, let me just let it warm up, and then I think first thing I'll do is just try that hot air method, just kind of blast them with hot air with the preheater as well, and hopefully I can just kind of take them and just drop them out that way. Hopefully I can get this hot enough to where the ports come out. So let's get that warming up, and then I'll attempt that and see if that actually ends up working as expected. So one thing I didn't notice is there's these little black plastic pieces here that come through from the ports, and they are definitely trying to melt, but I think I'm just going to let them melt off because they really aren't needed, and doing it this way will just be a whole lot easier than manually desoldering all these pins with solder wick and such. I just want to make sure, of course, that the ports themselves don't end up melting. Okay, so that actually worked really well. Let's get the port just kind of away from me there. So yeah, if you take a look at that, that actually looks pretty good, minus those two plastic tabs that I melted. The rest of the port is perfectly intact, so that'll definitely work for our uses. So that's awesome. So let's go ahead and start desoldering the rest of the ports in the exact same manner. There's the Ethernet port. There's the HDMI port. And this will likely be the most difficult port here, but this will be the audio jack combined with the two USB-A ports. And that's it. That's all the ports removed. So now I need to get the M2 Mac Mini logic board up here and just attempt to do the same thing again. All right, so as you can see, we've got the M2 Mac Mini board up here now. So of course, now we'll just do the exact same thing. Soldering iron. The first thing I want to do is apply some flux and some fresh leaded solder to all these pads, and that way it'll make the lead-free solder a lot easier to remove. So we'll go ahead and just start applying the flux here. So that's a good amount there, and then we'll take the soldering iron and just apply some leaded solder. Okay, we'll start with that there, and we'll just hope that I can simply wick all that solder out of these holes. And I have a feeling it's going to be easier said than done, but we'll see. Alright, so yeah, it's not really wicking very easily, so one trick I found that tends to work pretty well is if you actually use hot air to aid in the removal of the residual solder. So I'm going to put my hot air on again, and we'll use that alongside the iron to remove all the residual solder, and usually that works a little bit better. Actually, first thing I'm going to do is just get as much of the solder off with just the wick as I can, so that'll make it a little easier. Alright, so as expected, that was extremely difficult. I'm still not done, but I'm going to finish the rest of it off camera, and hopefully, it'll go a little bit smoother. I would say just use the hot air and do not add extra solder, because that actually made it a whole lot harder, which is actually usually not the case. So for the next ones, I'm just going to leave the original solder there, just add flux, and use the hot air with the iron on the solder wick to remove it that way. So I'm going to finish it off camera, and come back, and then we'll begin the process of installing the new ports. Alright, well, as you can see here, I've gotten all the pads wicked, and let me just tell you, that was an awful, awful process. That took so long. Through-hole stuff just absolutely sucks to work with. I would much, much prefer if these were SMD ports, because that would make this process way easier and way quicker. But regardless, I've gotten everything cleaned up here, all the pads wicked, as I said. If you take a look at the bottom here, you can see that it is a little bit messy under here just because of all the flux that went through the holes, but it's still, clean enough to, use in this condition. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to solder on the Ethernet port, and the reason for that is, as you can see right here, it's got 3 SMD ground pads here and 3 SMD ground pads back here, and I'm going to use the preheater with the hot air to seat this connector before I solder the through-hole parts of it there. So let's get it back on the preheater once again, and we'll get this Ethernet port soldered on. Alright, so as you can see, I've got the Ethernet port section here on the preheater, so let's go ahead and just apply a little bit of flux on there like so, and then we'll just tin all of these SMD pads here. Alright, and with those 10, we will take our good Ethernet port right here. You can see all of the pins in there intact from our DTK. Take that, get it in position there, and then I'm just going to heat it with the hot air to get those pads soldered. Alright, I think that's good right there. So now it should be pretty much on there. Yep, so now it's not going anywhere. So now I'm going to take it back off the preheater, and then we'll just begin the process of soldering all of the through-hole components. Alright, so as you can see, I've got the board ready here, so now all we need to do is just install all of the through-hole ports here that we took off of the D here. Just a tiny bit of flux on there, and then we'll just take the soldering iron and solder each pin into position. Alright, and it looks like it will actually be a lot easier to do this on the preheater because the ground plane in this board is so thick that it's sinking way too much heat from my iron. So let's get it back on the board preheater once again, and we'll finish the soldering process on there. Alright, so as you can see here, all the ports have been soldered on successfully. Everything looks good. All the ports are even, flush with each other and, flat against the board as you'd expect. So if we go ahead and flip it over here and take a look at the bottom, all the pins here are soldered. Soldering all these actually took quite a long time, but I got it done and everything looks really good there. So yeah, now one of the USB-C ports. Okay, that's a good sign. Oh, and look at that, we've got video. So that means at least that USB-C port works. Let me try the other one real quick. And that one works too. That's a really good sign. So it looks like this has a fresh copy of Ventura on it. So let me go ahead and set this up, and then we'll take a look and test everything else, make sure all the ports work, and then we'll reassemble it. All right, so as you can see, I've gotten the copy of Ventura set up here, so let's go ahead into About This Mac. You can see there, this is, of course, a base model M2 Mac Mini with 256 gigs of storage, and activation lock is indeed disabled. That's good. We'll expect that since it was a first-time setup there. But yeah, everything looks good so far. So let's go ahead and connect Ethernet to it, and we'll make sure the Ethernet port works as intended. Okay, we got Ethernet connected, so let's check the status of that. And we are connected, so Ethernet's working with that new Ethernet port. Let's go ahead and open up Safari here. And yep, that works. We've got an internet connection now over Ethernet. So the only thing left I need to test is HDMI and the audio port, but I'll do that later off camera before I reassemble it. But yeah, I'm very happy with the results there. So now let's get the board back on the workbench and we'll reassemble it back into its chassis. We'll install this one, of course, it's the same as the M1 Mac Mini. So we'll put that on just like so. And everything looks good there. All the ports are aligned, so that means, they're soldered in their correct positions, which is good. So now we'll just route all these antenna cables and get the rest of it reassembled. And there we go. That is a fully repaired Apple M2 Mac Mini. So let's hook it up one more time and give it a final test. All right, so we've got the M2 Mac Mini hooked up again, so let's power it on. And there we go. Everything is still working. Yep, got working USB again. And I have tested the other ports, including HDMI and the audio port, and both of those work as well. So that has been the full repair of intentionally damaged ports on this M2.
Japanese distributor, and so much has happened since then. I think most of us know that GoPro went on to essentially define the category of action cameras. For anyone looking to film themselves surfing or snowboarding or racing, anything along those lines, it quickly became the most popular and most practical option. They're small, lightweight, durable, have all the appropriate accessories for whatever you might need it for. I mean, action cameras have become synonymous with GoPros. Even if the camera happens to be made by a different company, all of us still call it a GoPro in the same way you might call a tissue a Kleenex, even if it's made by Puffs. That is probably about the highest status you could reasonably hope for within a specific market, which is why you might be surprised to hear that the GoPro company has been struggling for some time now. I can remember reading comments requesting I make this video going all the way back to when I first started this channel over 7 years ago. The peak of the company, when it was at its absolute highest, was around 2014 to 2015, depending on how you want to measure it. I could show you a variety of visuals that show a noticeable decline, but for right now, to keep it simple, there's one measure that I think demonstrates it more clearly than any other, and that would be the stock price. In June of 2014, GoPro had a successful initial public offering where shares of it were being sold to the public for the first time. A few months later, in September, the company hit its peak valuation at over $11 billion. I think it's interesting. That happened exactly 10 years after selling those first 100 cameras. That's pretty wild, right? To go from almost nothing to an $11 billion valuation over the course of a decade? Come on, that's averaging over $1 billion a year. Well, over the next decade, that $11 billion has been reduced all the way down to about $200 million. Yeah, it has lost over 98% of its value, meaning if you had invested $100 in GoPro at the worst possible time 10 years ago, you would have less than $2 of it remaining. Clearly, a lot has happened here. So in this video, I'm going to do my best to explain the rise and fall of GoPro. The main person behind the company through all of it has been Nick Woodman. He essentially invented the GoPro camera, founded the company around it, and to this day is still the CEO of it. See, shortly after graduating college in the late 1990s, he aspired to start his own business. His first attempt was a website called EmpowerAll.com where he sold electronics, but it failed to gain traction and was ultimately shut down. His second attempt was an online gaming service where he was able to raise almost $4 million from outside investors, but that happened to be during the big .com bubble, so as soon as that burst, the business was shut down and all of those investors lost their money. That one was understandably a very discouraging experience for him, so much so that he left the country for 5 months to take this big surfing vacation in Australia. That is such a big part of this. You have to understand that Nick Woodman has always been an avid surfer. In fact, proximity to the ocean and the waves was a big factor in his decision to go to college in San Diego. So you know he was a big fan if he was basing his college decisions on it. And I have to recognize that this is a prime example of someone turning their passion into a career. At that time, it was almost impossible to get a decent picture of yourself surfing. It was almost like a joke among surfers that only professionals would get nice photos taken because they were the ones with dedicated photographers following them around. The best that an amateur could do was get one of those disposable cameras from Kodak and do their best to try to strap it onto their wrist somehow. That right there was Woodman's initial idea. He wanted to engineer a special strap that surfers could use to attach their cameras up against their wrist in a way that they wouldn't detach easily or be swinging everywhere like most of the existing homemade ones. But then he also wanted the camera to be lightweight and inside a durable case, so the idea evolved from there. You can see where the name came from, right? It's like you were going pro by getting such a great photo taken of yourself. When he returned home from his trip, I have to respect the fact that he spent almost 2 years turning the idea into a reality. He says that his previous business failure had scared him so much that he used that fear of failure as motivation to work extra hard to ensure that it would not happen again. So he moved back in with his parents and started working on it 7 days a week for 20 hours a day. That previous experience had also made him hesitant to take on any outside investors, considering he had lost $4 million of other people's money before. So for the first few years, the company was completely funded by his own personal savings combined with loans from his parents. He was like a one-man operation, functioning as designer, engineer, salesman, and everything else. That first GoPro utilized a modified 35mm camera from an unknown Chinese manufacturer just because it was cheaper, that he dropped 2 years later when GoPro introduced their first digital camera. It was only able to capture 10 seconds of video at a time, but it was improved with a new release the following year, and of course there were further improvements with each new release. Woodman would call surf shops trying to get them to carry his camera. He would go to trade shows regularly and even appeared on QVC, the shopping channel, multiple times to try and sell it through the television. It was a big break when the outdoors company REI agreed to put it on their shelves, and an even bigger break when Best Buy agreed to do it. In 2012, Woodman sold 8.88% of the company for $200 million, valuing it at $2.25 billion and officially making him a billionaire at the age of 37. It was one of the fastest growing companies out there with sales of over $1 billion by 2014 and profits growing higher every year. I do want to point out that sales continued to grow, hitting a peak in 2015, but profits had already started to fall before quickly turning into losses. Clearly, this is not the trajectory that GoPro was hoping for, and I have 3 reasons that I believe help explain what has been happening. First off, everything started becoming much more inefficient. Once that IPO happened, I swear everyone was oozing with confidence when it came to GoPro.
Founder Nick Woodman there to launch the biggest consumer electronics IPO in more than a decade.
It was such a fast-growing company, exceeding expectations at almost anything that they had tried up until that point. Some speculation here, but I'm thinking that a lot of the investors and leadership within the company started feeling like the sky was the limit and they could not fail. In the words of Nick Woodman, we went from being thrifty and scrappy and efficient and wildly innovative to being bloated and what's the opposite of thrifty? Within a year and a half of that IPO, they more than doubled their workforce to 1,600 employees that has since been followed by multiple rounds of layoffs. They probably got bigger than they should have there. It seems like every year there's a big news story saying that GoPro was making significant cuts, and that's not what you want to see. In 2015, Nick Woodman received this $285 million stock package that evidently made him the highest paid CEO in the country. That does not sound very efficient, but then just a few years later, it was reported that his salary was scaled all the way back to $1, so these are wild extremes. Going back on my list, and I ordered these in a way where they become more impactful as I go, so inefficiency was likely a part of it, but an even bigger part of it would be their failed efforts. I know it's a little broad, but GoPro has wasted a fair amount of resources trying to become something more than just a camera company, but let's face it, they have not made any significant progress in doing it. I think anybody watching this would likely still identify GoPro as a camera company, and probably would have trouble identifying anything else that they even associate with them. At one point, they were trying to become heavily involved with entertainment. Truly, there are a ton of popular videos on YouTube and other social media that have been shot with GoPros. It was a big part of their initial success, and maybe even the first time you learned about them, so it seemed logical enough to utilize their following and invest in original content. They hired the former head of Hulu Originals and an HBO sports executive, developed a bunch of TV series, but none of it seemed to be very profitable or promising, so they gave up on it and shut down the entire division in 2016. Another failed effort for GoPro was making drones. Again, it was meant to be a logical way for them to break out as more than just a camera company, but ultimately ended up being an embarrassing waste of time and money. In short, they made a drone called Karma that was highly anticipated and delayed multiple times before finally being sold in October of 2016. However, only a few weeks after it came out, it was completely recalled. I guess they didn't test it properly. It had power issues for some people where they were shutting off mid-flight and dropping out of the sky. All 2,500 units were recalled, and it wasn't relaunched until after the holiday season. You can see the issue with that. And then after another holiday season, it was clear that the Karma drone was not that big new product that they were hoping for, and it was discontinued. For the final reason on my list, I'm going to go with something that is fairly straightforward, but GoPro suffers from a narrow market. I want to be clear that there are, of course, various reasons someone might be able to utilize a GoPro, but for the most part, they are best used to record action sports. It was created to fill that exact need, and over the years, it has proven that it can do it. But for most of us, for most other purposes, we are probably likely to use our smartphone. Remember, GoPro predates the iPhone, so during the course of its existence, it has been competing with it and not exactly winning. In 2016, when everything was falling apart, Nick Woodman said he felt a big mistake of theirs was failing to align GoPro with the smartphone movement. I guess sort of saying that they should have been working with smartphones instead of competing against them. The bottom line here is that GoPro is stuck in the narrow market of action cameras. It's a fine market, but where else can they go with it? That is where you have to stop and ask if a company who mainly makes those cameras can possibly be worth $11 billion. I think investors have lost confidence in GoPro's ability to build upon their original concept and expand into something else. And I hate to pile on even further and say this, but even when you look specifically at those cameras, they're not as dominant as they once were. Anybody that has looked into buying one of them over the past few years has likely seen attractive alternatives, some at lower prices, so even when it comes to what they do best, they have lost some traction. Sales have fluctuated a bit, but have never come close to their previous highs, and without any major changes, it seems unlikely to happen again anytime soon. Let me know in the comments, what do you think about the rise and fall of GoPro? To me, it really seems like the company had so much momentum and promise that maybe people got a little bit carried away. In reality, it probably should not have been an $11 billion company, but at the same time, did it really deserve to lose so much of its value? I'm curious to hear what you think about that. And also, do you own a GoPro? What do you think of it, and what do you use it for? Is it one of the more obvious purposes, or maybe you found a cool use for it that most people would not even think of? And finally, what do you think about Nick Woodman and the company that he created? I imagine there might be some polarizing opinions there, and any other thoughts you have about GoPro, leave them in the comments.
Samsung. Okay, they are doing some of the coolest display development right now. Quantum dot OLED technology is amazing. We did a sponsored video for them around the time of CES for Samsung Display, which, by the way, is not the same thing as Samsung Electronics. So we worked with Samsung Display. We hung out with those guys a little bit at CES. I shouldn't say hung out. We went to their booth. We went to their booth at CES. I genuinely, I would have been happy to make that video without a sponsorship check. I don't even care. I love this tech. It's so cool. QD OLED, amazing. Samsung Electronics, what are you doing, bud? They announced their upcoming OLED TV lineup, but for unknown reasons, the company has apparently chosen not to state whether a given television uses a quantum dot OLED panel, the kind that Samsung Display makes, or a WOLED panel, the kind that LG Display makes. OLED. While all of Samsung's high-end S95C TVs will be QD OLED, its mid-range S90D series will apparently be sometimes QD OLED and sometimes WOLED. Samsung has previously heavily advocated for quantum dots, both for color purity and for avoiding burn-in, which appear to be very legitimate advantages of their technology. Yep. But according to Korean media outlet The Elec, Samsung has decided not to explicitly advertise their TVs as QD OLED due to a request from LG Display not to position white OLED as inferior to QD OLED. What the actual is going on? I put this in as a topic because I get so flipping upset every time a brand obfuscates the underlying technology of what's being used with a deceptive naming scheme. And we've seen this time and time again. Remember when, very recently, AMD, not very recently, on an ongoing basis, AMD has created a different numbering scheme for their mobile processors compared to their desktop processors so that you can't compare across generations and know what exact, So you can't look at both of them and know what generation of Zen architecture they're using, even though traditionally the model number has gone up to correspond with a move from Zen to Zen plus to Zen 2 to Zen 3 to Zen 4. And I'm trying to think of some other really good examples of this. I mean, NVIDIA's had some GPUs where you might get one architecture, you might get another one, and the performance characteristics can be different across them. We've seen from Man, I'm trying to think now. I'm pretty sure Intel has pulled this nonsense at some point or another, where at the low end they were using like a previous architecture, even though it had the same like family name in the branding, like the same generational branding. And it drives me absolutely crazy because I don't have to, like, I don't imagine, right? I don't imagine for a second that when I buy the low-end product, I'm getting exactly the same thing as the high-end one. I mean, sure, if I buy the, whatever 90 instead of the 95, I might be getting lower-end processing. I might not be getting as many HDMI inputs. It might not be available with the same degree of anti-glare coating technology or whatever. But if I'm buying this generation of product, my expectation is that I'm getting the low-end version of that, not that I'm getting a completely f***ing different thing. Yeah. And I don't think that that's an unfair expectation. I think that that should be a baseline expectation. Yeah. That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah. Discussion question is, if customers are getting an equally good product, does it matter that they don't know or understand the difference between two products that are being sold as the same thing?
But that's the thing. They are getting an also good product. WOLED has advantages. When we're talking pure brightness, okay, WOLED can achieve higher highs, especially on white. And you know what? A lot of your specular highlights, a lot of your pinpoint stars, or whatever, a lot of the things that are really bright in the scene happen to be white. And so they can achieve really...
like fire, like the really bright points of it might be white.
They can achieve really amazing performance in HDR, which is how we're evaluating the latest generation of displays, because they're all going to do a great job of SDR anyway. So we want to see how well they do in HDR. Also, LG's own TV, so again, LG display, LG electronics, not the same thing, but LG electronics displays, as we saw when we checked out that Blender Scientific display, can do a great job, even though they have inferior panel technology when it comes to color brightness, because that's the thing that QD OLED does so well, is when you're talking about the brightest possible representation of a pure color, QD OLED is superior to WOLED because it's not washed out by that white subpixel when it's trying to achieve that level of brightness. Red is just the red subpixel going full over, baby, not red with some little bit of white in there, then just stick a little bit of white in there. Things, and so it's not about superior or inferior even necessarily, it's about understanding what the fuck I'm buying. And my understanding when I was buying a Samsung TV was if it was OLED, I was getting QD OLED, and Samsung has marketed it really heavily, so for them to do this about face so that they can, not make their WOLED panel-based TVs look too bad is really frustrating. Like, by all means, have WOLED panels, but just tell me that's what it is. And market it as such, because they're not the same thing. Creating confusion. So that it basically amounts to creating confusion. It's intentional. It's not like this is accidental, oopsie daily.
Like, at this point, why did you even make white OLED?
Well, because LG Display, if they stop running the fabs, is basically like lahooped. And so if I had to guess, I would say it's because LG Display needs to sell panels. Samsung Electronics moves a lot of TVs, and so they've done a deal to move LG panels. And as part of that business arrangement, this kind of makes sense. There's a combination of what's being reported here, which is that LG has asked, hey, respectfully, if you're going to buy our product, don't take a big f***ing dump on it in your marketing, right? So part of it is that, and another part of it is that from Samsung Electronics' standpoint, they're sitting here going, well, if we just market everything OLED as OLED, and we're getting a deal from Life's Desperate over there, hey, LG has spent the last 8 years hyping OLED. Why don't we just stop talking about the differences in the different kinds of OLED, and we can take these discount OLED panels, position them, right alongside ours, charge a premium price for the display, and no one's the wiser. Yeah. So Samsung Electronics has their own incentive for not positioning QD OLED as that much better than WOLED, because you got to understand Samsung Display, Samsung Electronics, yes, they're definitely related and they definitely, co-benefit each other. But Samsung Electronics has to buy panels from Samsung Display, and it's in their best interest to take as much of the margin of that finished product away from Samsung Display and into Samsung Electronics, because that makes them look good. Mm-hmm. And they don't ultimately care nearly as much about how Samsung Display looks. So if they can use LG Display to put pressure on Samsung Display so they can get better deals across the board, they're going to do that, regardless of whether LG please asks them not to make WOLED look bad. So there's a whole complicated dynamic at play here, but at the end of the day, it's all about making money, and none of it is about helping consumers understand what the fuck they're buying. And that's what I don't like. There. And none of this is a tax write-off. Stop. Although there are plenty of tax incentives and tax write-offs. And
we've got some announcements.
Well, the Internet Archive lost in court.
Okay, yep, all right. The Internet Archive loses in court. Paramount deletes 2 decades of web history.
Yeah, it's just like 2 things combined.
Yeah. A district judge has ruled in favor of a group of major book publishers in their copyright lawsuit against the Internet Archive over whether or not the archive's digital lending program falls under fair use, because the archive likes to look at itself as a library. I'm adding that in. While the Internet Archive says that it plans to appeal the decision, around 500,000 ebooks have been delisted from the Open Library Project in the meantime. If the ruling stands, this could be a devastating precedent for many American libraries whose digital lending programs depend on the same interpretation of U.S. copyright law pioneered by the Internet Archive. Controlled Digital Lending, or CDL, argues that libraries should be allowed to digitize physical books that they have lawfully purchased and to lend out DRM-protected digital copies in direct proportion to the physical copies that they have in storage. This is one way that libraries skirt restrictive and prohibitively expensive digital licenses. However, the Internet Archive's lawyers seem optimistic about the appeal, and it is typically the lower courts who make decisions about the facts of the case, while the upper courts make decisions about the interpretation of the law and the need to ensure that it serves the public interest. In other notable losses of public information access, Paramount Global has deleted several websites, including Comedy
Central.
They deleted Comedy Central's website?
That doesn't seem right.
No. What?
No, the website is still... What? Wait. Hold on a second. Yeah. Keep watching. Learn more. Whoa. Watching on Paramount Plus.
Comedy Central.
Yeah, but everything just redirects you to Paramount Plus.
Huh.
On Pluto TV, it redirects you to... Yeah, this just
some other thing.
It just redirects you somewhere else.
The whole website just redirects now. Whoa.
Well, also
that
it was never available in Canada.
Yeah,
anyway.
correct. So they've deleted, I'm going to say in quotes because they're probably all just redirects, not technically deleted, but effectively deleted. Comedy Central, CMT, Paramount Network, TV Land, MTV, MTV News, while defunct, had a useful archive of over 2 decades of journalism. Paramount stated, as part of broader website changes across Paramount, we have introduced more streamlined versions of our sites, driving fans to Paramount Plus to watch their favorite shows. Paramount Plus has only the 2 most recent seasons of The Daily Show, while The Daily Show YouTube only goes back to 2016.
So basically, there's a lot of content that's just...
So there's a ton of content removal along with the site consolidation. I feel like if it was just the site consolidation, people wouldn't mind that much.
Yeah, this is brutal.
Also, I feel like a significantly easier way to do this is just make it so that every single one of those websites
requires a Paramount Plus subscription.
Yeah, just has the same login. Just have the same login and payment process and just let you go to whatever website you want. And you can have like a little thing, like Reddit does if you view it in a browser. You can have a little thing that's like, you could just access all your content if you went to the Paramount Plus actual website, but it is what it is.
Trick Killa says, I remember when Comedy Central used to just let you stream all the South Park episodes for free. I could be wrong about this, so you guys will have to jump in, but my understanding is that was actually down to Trey Parker and Matt Stone's negotiation with them. I believe that was a requirement on their side for the contract. So let me know, guys. That's what I recall, but I don't know that 100%.
Wild. Seems like a strange move.
I'm reminded of when Phil DeFranco removed all his old videos. Do you remember that? We talked about it on Land Show, and it just...
I feel less... Like that feels to me more like an individual removing their own content.
Yes, but I guess the reason I'm reminded is that we think of things on the internet as having permanence, but they absolutely do not.
Super don't.
And as hosting costs continue to grow, in some ways they are still shrinking at a very Moore's Law-esque rate. But in other ways,
are going down. We have lost an insane amount of like Web 1, Web 2 type websites and content.
Tons of them, because even though the costs have gone down, the ability to monetize that content has also gone down. You can't monetize a simple text page with a simple banner ad anymore. So now that even though the hosting cost goes down, if that banner ad pays $0, then eventually that page is going to be taken down. It's not sustainable anymore. And in the case of Phil DeFranco, my assumption is that it's just because some of his old content would have been embarrassing for him at this point with the image that he's created for himself now.
Sure.
But the reason that I thought about it was A, this sort of removal of all of this old media, and B, I was looking for an example of like a cringe, like dark times thumbnail to refer to back when the main YouTubers were just basically putting giant boobies in all their thumbnails in order to get people to click on them because YouTube had no systems in place to disincentivize that behavior. And I was like, oh yeah, Phil DeFranco used to do that back in the day. And I went looking for it and I was like, oh yeah, he like removed all his old videos. Yeah. And not only was I not able to find anything on YouTube, I wasn't able to find any screenshot of any of his old thumbnails. So I ended up going with Peter Chow instead.
What was that? Was it like Picture Bucket or something?
Photobucket? Yeah.
Photobucket, like they might still be around, but a lot of their old hosting is gone. Like if you go through old forums and people link to, so Photobucket's still around, sure, but you have to like pay for it and stuff. I think there might have been free hosting through Photobucket back in the day, and
apparently he removed them because all the content belonged to whoever owned his channel before. It was a stipulation of buying back the channel.
That makes sense.
That's brutal. That
sucks.
Such garbage.
Yep. Yeah, Photobucket destroyed so many forum tutorials. Yeah, but like, I mean,
so true.
This is what the video is, or what the internet is. Someone linked. Sorry, I lost who linked it because it was so long ago that you linked it. I apologize, but someone linked pccables.com, and this website's awesome. This is not. I don't know if the cables are good or anything like that. I know nothing about this. I never used it, but clearly up to date and
online 1996.
It's very straightforward and easy. That's like the fastest shopping experience ever.
It looks like an order form.
It sure does.
Yep.
That's true. If you're just buying some cables, then sweet. Yeah. Yeah, the pictures are great. That's what I need to know. These are the ends. Thank you. That's it. Yep. Like I'm assuming these are mostly just links. Yep. Sweet. Length, price, views. That's interesting.
Why? What? What the fuck?
Sony PlayStation is reportedly has come up with a strategy to break through the
Got some merch messages for you.
Sure, hit me, Dan.
Actually, this one's for Luke, not you.
Oh, fine.
Hello, Wanda DLL. Question for Luke. Any fun stories from Open Sauce? Get a chance to meet up with Nerdforge or other creators? I drive by the Cow Palace every day, but sadly couldn't make it myself. Cow Palace was cool. That was a good venue for it. I did meet up with Nerdforge. They were awesome. I'd never met them before.
Oh, so cool.
I wasn't in office when they did the
So
thing.
cool.
Very cool people. Was very happy I got to meet up with them. I got to meet up with a bunch of other creators as well, which was fantastic. Probably the coolest individual moment. Did you see the Yard Boys? Yeah, I got to meet them for the first time too, which was cool. The coolest moment was when Adam Savage said his thing when he saw the screwdriver, the stubby. So we brought the Sebastian Tynan brought the 3X stubby.
They're from the Creator Warehouse engineering team.
Yeah, and Adam Savage was very happy to see it.
Yeah, Sebastian was telling me, he's like, it was pretty cool. Just
no,
like,
you did it.
Yeah,
no, you did it.
Yeah,
it's cool. There's a whole circle of people, and he spotted it like through the circle, and then got all excited.
Apparently, he loves the screwdriver, which I'm finding out for the first time, which is super cool.
Yeah,
massive,
very much so.
Massive kudos to the team.
Yeah, I was thinking like, okay, because my understanding of why like iForm lines at LTX is just really hardcore fans go to LTX and really hardcore fans watch WAN Show. So I don't really show up in much other content and haven't for years.
No, but there also are old, like, kind of evergreen videos with you that have millions and millions of views, and there's some residual, like, oh yeah, that guy.
I went to Open Sauce and was like, I'm gonna do a couple panels and it'll be cool to like go see the show. No one's really gonna know who I am. I made it one booth onto the floor and had a line for 3.5 hours, and then someone had to pull me out of it so I could go to a panel. And then that happened again.
Nice.
I got to see 2 booths because it was the first booth I saw one time and then the first booth I saw another time, and then the whole rest of the show was
the thing is, like, that crowd though, right? Like, low key, you and your team run one of the, I mean, maybe not top 10, but certainly top 100 like video platforms, like on the internet. Flowplane.
There was a surprising amount of people that when you like maybe ask a couple questions and stuff when you say hi that were talking about like the engineering behind Flowplane.
Yeah, and
interesting.
I don't mean by necessarily. Yeah, I don't necessarily mean by number of creators on it, because we aren't top anything for that. We only have a small handful on there. But in terms of bandwidth served,
it's actually decently high.
Flowplane is like a decent sized platform.
Yeah.
And you and your team are like what, 10 people at this point?
On Flowplane, a lot less than that.
Oh yeah, that's true. The ones that actually are dedicated to Flowplane is more like 5. So
yeah. And one of them's only like half time.
So yeah, I mean that's something that this crowd would think is super cool.
Yeah, we had a lot of conversations about that too. I had a couple people like guess how many people were on the team, and they were like 10x the amount that it actually is.
It's super good. It's an awesome team.
It was a very, very cool event. The panels are the recordings anywhere? I think so, actually. I think you might have to pay to access them. I'm not sure. But yeah, William Osmond and his team did a fantastic job. As far as I know, this is only the second one, but it doesn't show. You'd have no idea this was the second one. It feels like a fairly mature show.
You know, have them do our shows.
There was some takeaways in regards to like if we do another LTX again. There's things that they did that were really good. There's also things about LTX that I think might have been a little bit better. There was positives and negatives all over the place. But Open Sauce was a really, really cool event. Not only did they have the main stage and the secondary stage, they had a lot of panels that you'd be able to go to, but the creator museum was such a cool idea where like I'm sure someone on the team organizing the event understands that a lot of the people that would be interested in going to that event are creators and makers of some form. Whether they are creators and makers that post YouTube videos or not, who knows, but they're creators and makers. So they had this idea of the creator museum, and you could bring pieces to just show people. And I believe the creator museum was not a paid placement thing.
That's super cool.
It's like I just have something neat, I want people to be able to see it. You could just have a little area. And they had tons of stuff there that was super interesting that I didn't really get to see, but I heard through the grapevine there were super interesting things. Like one was a shrimp that fries rice. So it used like a camera to track the shrimp
like
around a fake submerged little kitchen, and then it would like I think recreate the movement in like a walk thingy that's frying the like just hilarious maker stuff. I don't know, really cool event, tons of really cool things to see. If you follow maker creators or tech creators or whatever on YouTube, a lot of their stuff was there. People would bring like these cool projects that they spent like months making, and they would just bring it, and you can touch it and use it, and in some cases like ride around on it because there was like rideables that people had just made.
So cool,
super cool, really cool event. So I don't know, if you're interested, go next year. It's fantastic. Hopefully I'll be there, and I'm trying to convince some more people on the team to come down. So yeah,
I'm taking vacation next year.
Nice.
I'm definitely going.
It was really, you would really like it.
I've been following basically everyone there for forever.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It was great.
This video is sponsored by Current. Stick around to the end to find out how you could win $500. Yeah, we're to the third installment of Instagram Buy Try, where first I buy, and then... Well, I don't know, actually. I haven't thought about it yet. I know I've done this a couple times this year already, but these are some of my favorite videos to make because I get so many weird ads. An egg toilet? A fire escape? A literal car? At least it's more interesting than what I get on Twitter, like ketchup. It's hard to know exactly what's happening here. Am I clicking on the ads because they're so weird, or am I only getting these ads because I keep clicking on them? It's a real chicken or the egg toilet conundrum. But let's not waste any more time here. I've got all sorts of products to choose from. There's a few things that you guys sent me, there's some stuff that I just want to try myself, and then there's a few that are just confusing. Like this. This is like gamer tape? What does it do? Okay, so they've got a whole section on the science of it. Man, that's a lot of words. Minor cannabinoids? Are my hands gonna get high? I hope my mom doesn't find out. Okay, so it's basically CBD infused tape, which is not that crazy. I've used CBD lotion before. I guess I just wish this company was a little bit more popular. As it is, I kind of feel like I'm gonna be the one testing it for them. They have a YouTube channel. Their most recent video is in all caps. We need to be better, so that's concerning.
If hair is impeding adherence of the tape, either trim or shave the area.
Hair in the way? Then shave your entire body. Well, I gotta try this out. Not to brag or anything, but I'm a bit of a pro gamer. Or actually, I was thinking of Ninja. He's a pro gamer. I've been stuck at the same rank on Rocket League for the past 6 years with no signs of improvement whatsoever. So maybe the secret has just been to put tape all over my hands. Up next, we've got something from Hug Sleep.
This is extraordinary on shot.
Really soothing. I love that shot. I've never been more comfortable in my life.
We're not getting a lot of hugs. This really is something that hugs you back.
Interesting marketing tactic. They're really exploiting all of the loneliness that has built up in people over the past 2 years. And you can even put your feet out, at which point all you've done is wrap a regular blanket around you. Oh no. It's called the Sleep Pod. I'm getting flashback. You can wear it to bed. You can wear it to read. You can even wear it as a dress. You bet your ass I'll be hitting the club in one of these. 5 stars. Late for work again. Well, I lost my job this week. So these things are perfect. I had to order more. I originally bought one to wear at night so brown recluses can't bite me. Oh my god. It's weird that protection from spiders isn't listed anywhere on the website, but I'm glad to know that that's a bonus. Can't wait to try. But the thing is, like, I don't want to wear this in my bed. I want something that I can lay on, or sit on, or recline in. Not bad.
And
And I just saw the perfect thing. The bean bed. Well, actually, I didn't technically get an ad for it. I saw this tweet, someone talking about it, and then another tweet of someone linking to it. Remember being a kid and the feeling you get when you jump into a giant beanbag? Our beanbed is that, but so much more. Only using the softest fabric for the exterior, and all orders come included with beans. Uh-oh, I'm getting hungry. Are the beans included? How much does the sleeve weigh? Yeah, this is looking a lot less legit the more I scroll down. So they don't come pre-filled. You have to pack it yourself. Our patented bean technology means anyone can use our bed. Weight limit? Absolutely not. Thanks to our patented XL bean technology. They sure do have a lot of patents. It's also suspiciously cheap. It's supposed to be bigger than my love seat back there, and it's only $70. Also, these pictures are all kind of blurry. I'm kind of having second thoughts. But I'll buy it anyway because that's what this video is. So far, I've bought at least one article of clothing in all of these videos, and today I will be continuing that by actually buying 2.
As a kid, Ben hated dress shirts. As an adult, he despised them for one simple reason.
They suck. Damn it, I laughed at an ad.
And collar. Comfortable super shirt that looks super cool.
All right, well, I wouldn't say I'm exactly in the market for dress shirts. I only share this office with one other coworker, and it's my cat. I think, like, she never wears clothes at all. But now I have to dress up? That's not fair. Really, the only reason I'm getting this is because I'm fascinated by this stain repellent technology. It just repels so much. I have to put this to the test. I have to destroy this shirt. Clearly, at this point, I had alerted the almighty algorithm that I've been interested in expanding my wardrobe because I've been getting this ad for months. Shoes that have laces, but the laces don't matter because they just pop onto your foot. I am in love. I need this more than I needed that shirt, which actually isn't saying much because I did not need that shirt. The truth is I actually tried to buy some of these a couple months ago, but the kind I wanted didn't go up to my size, so I sent them an email asking them if it ever would, and they replied very enthusiastically, oh my god, thank you so much. But no, so I got these ones instead, and now I just hope that they work like they're supposed to. Otherwise, I'm gonna be pissed. So this next thing, I'm not gonna buy this because that would involve going down too much of a rabbit hole. You'll see why. They're called Neurobuds, and on the surface, they just seem like regular old earbuds, right?
So-so isn't enough, because you love music.
And now you can finally listen to it. But then they said this.
No other earbuds sound like this. No other earbuds are priced like this. Get Neurobuds for $5 a month.
$5 a month? So am I subscribing to earbuds? Well, let's go to the website. Apparently, there's no way to just buy these. You have to sign up for something called Neura Now, which again, just says $5 a month. There's obviously more to it than that. I still have 100 questions. Let's go ahead and read more about it. Oh. That's it? It seems like there should be more information, right? That's not just me? I feel like I'd be going in way too blind here, so I went ahead and parsed through the terms and conditions. So it's not a rent-to-own program like some other things. It doesn't matter how much money you give them, the earbuds will never be yours. In theory, you could give them $5 a month for the next 10 years, well over $1,000, and you still wouldn't own the headphones. So obviously the first thing I thought, and you probably thought this too, was, well, what if I don't give them back? What if I cancel the subscription as soon as they arrive? What are they gonna do? Hunt me down? They'll remotely deactivate them, and they'll keep billing you. And they might take legal action, all of which you've agreed to by signing up. If they get stolen, you have to send them an official police report to get new ones, which will probably be refurbished. If you break them, you have to pay them $20 to get new ones, which makes me think, are these only worth $20? Am I paying the full price of these every 4 months in perpetuity and I still don't own them?
You love music.
The only way doing it like this makes sense is if you want to try them out first, low risk, right? You rent it for a couple months, you don't like them, you send them back at your own expense. But if you do like them, since this is the only way to buy it, you just have to keep paying for it forever. I feel like I'm going crazy because I've never seen a subscription model like this with a device. Yeah, a lot of stores will give you the option to split up a big purchase into multiple payments so you can pay it off, but like you wouldn't rent a TV.
You wouldn't download a car. Maybe I'm wrong about this. I don't know. I didn't try it out myself. If any of you guys have experience with this, let me know, because I'm curious. Nura has a good reputation, but there are some really bad reviews for this specific service, so I don't know what to think. But anyway, let's go and speed through these last two. I saw an ad, this sweatshirt, and immediately knew I was going to buy it for Amanda. She loves the library. But of course, if it's a present, now I have to worry about wrapping it. Luckily, I just saw this ad by Sweetie Top Hot, which is definitely the title of a porn video, for a scissors emoji, Christmas gift wrapping paper, buy more, save more, fairy emoji, fairy emoji. This has been on my wish list for years. All right, well, I got everything ordered. Now all I got to do is wait for it all to get here, which I'm sure it will. About that. So this wrapping paper thing, I bought it on November 12th. It has since gone from China to the United States, where it's been sort of just roaming around for the past 3 weeks without any updates. I don't think I'm gonna get that. Luckily, I've narrowed it down to being somewhere in the country, so I'll find it. And the bean bed, how do I put this? This product is not real. The bean bed is fake, and I've been scammed. Again. So what happened here? Well, apparently there was a furniture designer in 2011 who came up with the idea for this bed, which I'm starting to realize now is just a big blanket on top of a couch. Little did she know that 10 years later, someone would find this unfortunately thorough photo shoot and use it to create a fake website with a fake product that can only be bought using real money. Including mine. Luckily, the refund policy states that I can get my money back as soon as I return the beanbag, which is going to be hard to do on account of it not existing. So who's responsible for this? Well, mostly it's my fault. When I make these videos, I tend to ignore all the red flags because it's more fun that way. I also tend to rush through the purchasing process because I want the products to arrive as soon as possible so I can make the video. Had I done perhaps 1 second of research, I would have noticed that there was a single Twitter account in particular who was telling everyone on that post where they can buy the beanbag. No fucking way is right. Had I done 2 seconds of research, I would have noticed that nearly every single one of her 200 tweets is a link to the beanbag. Totally normal behavior for someone not financially benefiting from this, wouldn't you say, Alyssa? If that is your real name. Actually, it might be. I think her account was hacked. Before disappearing for a month, her most recent tweet borrows the same format as the original one we saw. Where can I get this? Only to link people to yet another fictional product. When I realized what happened, I cried for 3 days, and then I reported the Twitter account, and now I just hope somehow this website gets taken down. Because I saw a few other people on the post say that they also tried to buy one. To be clear, yes, we should have known better, but it's a pretty convincing website at first glance. Just let this serve as a reminder to you to always be careful what you buy online, because you might just end up with nothing. Or worse, a moon pod. Now let's go review all the other shit I bought. Since my fairy emoji paper cutter never showed up, I was forced to wrap this present the old-fashioned way. In other words, it was a complete disaster. Everything the website warned me about was coming true. The cutter comes out so jagged that it looks like there was an earthquake happening while I was cutting it. My scissors kept breaking, I got tape all over me. In total, it took me about 3 hours and 15 tries just to cut the paper to the right length. This truly is both outdated and frustrating. When I was finally done, I nervously brought it over to my wife, who was so disgusted, so utterly repulsed at my piss-poor wrapping attempt that she instantly left the house and filed for a divorce. Ever since then, I've been spiraling out. My life is falling apart.
Let's try to stain this shirt. I forgot I bought 2 of them. Warning, keep this plastic bag away from babies and children. Do not use this bag in crib. But this is my son's favorite toy. Wow. It's a shirt. What do they do on TikTok? Something like that. I mean, I think it fits pretty good. It's nice and stretchy. Hard to show that on camera, but just trust me, okay? You can stretch it a little bit. All right, but let's cut the crap. What you guys really came for were the stain tests. Oh man, I'm so thirsty and weak. I don't think I can make it to my mouth. Damn. That's kind of crazy. I'm making more of a mess in my tub than I am in my shirt. You guys seen this shit? Okay, I passed the Powerade check, but now I'm feeling kind of naughty. I think I accidentally spiked my coffee with alcohol? Oh, shit, where's my mouth? What the hell, man? I didn't really care that much about the science for the CBD strips. I'm way more curious about the science of this shirt. I guess it's just not like a traditional fabric. The price doesn't have any cotton in it. I think if it was a more comfortable shirt, it would be impossible to just repel liquids like this, but color me impressed, because there's a lot of colors on the floor. That would work better if there were stains on my shirt, because then you could see the colors. Right now I'm just standing in a sticky pile of liquid. The only thing left to try now is, I saw a video on their Instagram of someone pouring water in the shirt pocket and then drinking it out of there. So, bottoms up. You guys can't see it, but there's a little puddle of water in my pocket. This is brilliant. I could wear this to a movie theater and sneak my own drink in. This is so weird. It doesn't get wet. I should be impressed, but I'm kind of just freaked out. I guess I do have to wonder, like, how do you wash the shirt, though? If it doesn't absorb water, isn't it just kind of going to repel all the water in the washing machine? This is what a washing machine looks like. Okay, I'm impressed. Somehow none of this got on my shirt. That's actually pretty insane. Finally, the easiest shoes I'll ever put on. No tying, no pulling, no heel crushing, no hands. But what about feet? I still have to use my feet, right? You're not going to take that from me, are you? All right. What do you think? Ah. The first thing the box says is no tying, and yet here I am, tying. They kind of work. I mean, I like the way they look. They feel like decent shoes. They're actually pretty soft on the inside. I'm impressed with all of the standard shoe properties that these shoes have, but I mostly bought them for the unique thing that was advertised, which is being able to just step into them. Let me try that again. Okay, that one went pretty well. I don't know, what do you guys think? I'll have to take these on and off for a few days, wear them out in the town, before I really can give my true opinion on them. Hi, Bubba. She wants to be on camera so bad. I'm gonna try popping them on again. Okay. I think the more you do it, the easier it gets. So I always tend to lean negative in these videos because I know if I say something nice, people are gonna assume I'm secretly sponsored by the company. And it's like, sometimes I just like stuff. Not everything is an ad. I've been wearing these shoes for a couple weeks, and honestly, I think they're great. They fit good, they're comfortable, I love that you can just pop them on. I mean, it's such an insignificant thing, but you know, it's the little things in life. I would say the biggest negative is just that they're overpriced. They're kind of just like regular Vans, except you're spending twice as much because of the convenience, which to me is worth it as long as I can get a couple years out of them, because then it's like, that's a lot of convenience. In general, shoes have one of the highest price ranges of any product. You can find pretty decent ones for $20, or if you'd rather, you can spend $20,000. Most of the time, they still accomplish the same task. But the important thing is, my Instagram
outfit is finally finished. Shirt, pants, shoes, and belt. This is the official wardrobe of sponsored Instagram posts. This outfit was personally designed by none other than Mark Zuckerberg himself, and ever since doing so, he's carefully planted each element as its own individual advertisement to be dispersed at rent. And now, just like Ariel's underwater cave of garbage, my collection's complete. Also, I look like shit. Well, I'm just excited to take my gaming to the next level. So I ordered a thick roll of tape and a thin one for my like wrists and forearms, and then one for my little fingers. What the fuck is this? Did I open the wrong thing? They sent me Superpower Fortifying Hair and Scalp Serum? This isn't my tape! Superpower Serum helps strengthen your follicles, promote growth, and provides all-round protection so that you and your hair feel ready to save the world every single day. This isn't what I bought. I gotta figure out what the fuck is happening. I just wanted to check my tracking number that they sent me. This is the package, but this is what I got. 2 scalp serums. Originally, I ordered one 8-foot roll standard and one 8-foot roll slim. These are both $20 each, so I spent $40 on both of these. This scalp spray is apparently worth $47, and I got 2 of them. So when you think about it, I actually turned a profit here. What the hell is going on? I feel like I'm cursed. I feel like I've accidentally uncovered some sort of money laundering scheme or like some underground drug ring, except instead of cocaine, they're sending people hair juice. I'm just so confused. I did everything right, and this video is falling apart before my eyes. I had one chance left to redeem what had quickly turned into my most disastrous video to date. Its name, The Sleep Pod. This is great. After everything that's transpired, I could definitely use some sleep, and I could also use so let's see if this will provide both. Wow. Remember when you were a kid and you would have field day and you would do like the sack races? That's what this is, but you sleep it. It's really soothing. Wouldn't you know it, I just had the best sleep of my life. Thanks, Hug Sleep Pod. Is it stylish? Yes. Is it comfortable? Yes. Is it exactly the same thing as a regular blanket that you can just roll around in? Yes. Is it hugging me back? No. Is it changing my life? No. Is it worth $80? No. So what did we learn today? I learned that I look really great in a gray evening gown. I learned that there's roughly a 50% success rate when it comes to random online purchases. I think I've also learned that the more I engage with sponsored posts on Instagram, the more I buy things from there, the worse the ads start to get. Now, they're literally just giving me ads for anything. A little keyboard brush from Smart Home AI? Sure, he'll buy that shit. This guy buys anything. He's such an idiot. And you know what? Maybe I am an idiot, but at least I look cool as hell. And now a word from today's sponsor. Today's video is sponsored by Current, who gave me $5,000 to give
Preset.
Thank you for the follow at Alan Amira. Hi, how are you doing?
How are you doing? What's up? How do you read your name? How are you doing? Yeah, we're finding some information online about the exporting stuff. It sounds really nerdy. Preset.
Actually, I am an artist and looking for commission, so I was wondering if you need anything done for you.
Unfortunately, no. I don't need this help because I just live stream for fun. Yeah, thanks for asking. If you have a kind of like social media account, maybe I can follow. Encoder option.
If you use PFP and banner, you can get more follower.
Okay, thanks for sharing. Jesus Christ. These command lines. Custom encoder options. Gyro flow. Custom encoder options.
It'll work for you in very cheap price.
Okay, but not this time, because we just don't need any artwork to make over here. You can add my, I don't know, check out my website, and I can contact you if I have future project, because I'm a filmmaker, so we have lots of like, just maybe like banner, some big tax or something, then we can work together in the future. Who knows?
Thanks, you can send me your Discord ID.
What's my Discord ID? That's a good question. Discord me. Let's find it out. Discord. Hell yeah. We logged in. So what's my looks like it's called Caillou 1. Yeah, I can show you. My username or ID. What the fuck? Now load. Find.
Send me yours Discord ID please. My Discord ID, Caillou1. It's my username. Preset. P5. Can you type it?
Tune, T-U-N-E. One. 16. One. Tune 1. Export. Dino. Yeah. Discord. Discord. I'm still trying. Wait a minute. See, maybe
Kaluwan.
this. Just my username. Or this. Who knows? LED, What? Level 30. You really cool. So a cushion. Says level. Ibarrio. What the fuck? Pixel format. Preset. Tune 1. Tune 1. I can't type shit. One. T pass. Encoding T. What the fuck? 140. What the fuck? Data rate is fucking broken. Gyro flow, low bit rate. Bit rate. CQP. RC. RC. CQP. Constant quantization. What the fuck? Constant bit rate. Do constant bit rate. Variable bit. 0 RC then RC 0.你讲英文的噪音也太噪音，What the heck？ 是嗓音还是噪音？What the fuck？ 更糟了。哦，看来是我的中文太差了，笑死！看起来像照啊。哦，可能是荧幕解析度太低了吧，看起来像噪音。哇！ Holy shit. 2 C2 是什么 ？Constant bit rate. to pass. $8,809. Deprecated. Deprecated. Okay. Simple body into awesome body into PBR 真的 GG。我的椅子有点吵啊。Lube cheer. Gyro flow. Gyro flow.影像稳定软体最佳输出设定。收藏。Custom encoder options. Custom encoder options. "自定编码设定。 绘出设定 H265。好。Windows 直接故障是怎样？绘出大小原始，位元速率270 Mbps。运动相机、摄影机适用。GoPro、Insta、DJI。正常相机输出位元速率最大顶多200。在使用影像稳定软体。输出后剪辑。为了避免影像高度压缩，造成后置空间减少。下方是我自己在输出。会 更改的设定。在时间与影像品质取得一个平衡。档案大小。这3个重要因素。影片。自己手动输入。其他没有写到的设定都预设。更改就 OK 了。希望有帮助到大家。这些设定是经过我反复测试的结果。最佳输出设定。 Gyro flow.